Chapter 28-22. The person who won the alchemy conference last time was Sun Chao, the chief celestial alchemist from the Blazing Sun celestial sect in the light region, right? The moment Zhong Jing's voice fell, Bai Ping's pupils couldn't help but shrink fiercely. He had attended the alchemy conference 30 years ago. At that time, Sun Chao, the chief celestial alchemist from the Blazing Sun celestial sect in the light region, had defeated all the prominent celestial alchemists in the 6 southeastern regions and was recognized as the best prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. Bai Ping was still impressed by Sun Chao's performance. He was aware that Yu Zhongjing had a brief conversation with Sun Chao. However, he did not expect Yu Zhongjing to have such a high opinion of Master Duan from the Tai Yi celestial sect. Even Sun Chao was not as good as Master Duan in alchemy. Although the theory of alchemy Dao could only be considered as an armchair strategist, Yu Zhongjing's evaluation of Duan Ling Tian still shocked Bai Ping. Yu Zhongjing, Sita Ming, and Yang Chong were unaware of Bai Ping's thoughts. Otherwise, they would have scoffed at Bai Ping's words. An armchair strategist? Others might not know Duan Ling Tian, but they knew him very well. As a prominent celestial alchemist, Duan Ling Tian possessed a prominent celestial fire that was rarely seen in their lives. What a joke! It only took half an hour to heat a prominent celestial pill cauldron. How could ordinary prominent celestial fires compare to a prominent celestial fire? It was also because of this that they knew, as long as alchemist Duan's theory was correct, he would be able to use his extraordinary high-grade celestial fire to perfect his theory. Ordinary prominent celestial alchemists would not be able to achieve this. Even the best prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions would not be able to achieve this. Oh, right. Sita Ming exclaimed suddenly. He turned to look at Duan Ling Tian as though he had just recalled something. Everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, shifted their attention to Sita Ming when they saw his reaction. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Master Duan, did you encounter some fortuitous encounter in the little world left behind by a celestial king? Is that why you're in a state of sudden enlightenment? Otherwise, I really can't figure out why the alchemy talent you displayed later on would be so much more exaggerated than before. Sita Ming asked bluntly as he stared at Duan Ling Tian. As soon as he said that, Yang Chong and Yu Zhongjing's eyes lit up. That's right. How could they have forgotten about this? The alchemy talent that Master Duan displayed seemed to have been displayed after he returned from that small world. Before entering that small world, although this alchemist Duan's talent in alchemy was extremely high, it wasn't exaggerated to the point of being abnormal and heaven-defying. Although Bai Ping didn't think too much about it, he was still curious. Did Duan Ling Tian obtain some kind of opportunity or inheritance in that small world? Now that you mention it, Master Situ. I remember now. Upon hearing Sita Ming's words, Duan Ling Tian pretended to be enlightened. When I was in that small world, I received a memory that belonged to a prominent celestial alchemist. However, that prominent celestial alchemist's skills are only on par with the 3 of you. He's far inferior to the 3 of you. However, when I looked through his memories, I realized that as his memories merged with mine, I felt enlightened. It was as if many of my previous understandings of the Tao of alchemy had been integrated. After that, my alchemy talent became what it is now. Apart from the fact that the prominent celestial alchemist's memory in the small world was fabricated, Duan Ling Tian did not lie about the other things. In fact, Sita Ming found this strange as well. Why had his talent in the Tao of alchemy improved so much after he had thoroughly mastered the alchemy memories that originated from the rebirth martial emperor? Even he was shocked by this, to the extent that he was completely unable to understand what was going on. Could it really be the epiphany that Master Sita mentioned? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. At the same time, he looked at Sita Ming expectantly. Sita Ming frowned when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Based on what you said, it doesn't sound like an epiphany. However, how's that possible? Even if it's the memory of another prominent celestial alchemist, his alchemy skills are mediocre. Logically speaking, even if you completely assimilate his memory, it'll only improve your alchemy comprehension at most. Moreover, it won't affect your alchemy talent. Sita Ming said. Yang Chong Nuzhongjing also nodded, agreeing with Sita Ming. Then, what's going on? Upon hearing Sita Ming's words, Duan Lingtian realized it was not an epiphany. He was even more confused. Humph. While Duan Lingtian was puzzled, a cold snort resonated in his body and entered his mind. Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard the cold snort. Right at this moment, a voice that was full of energy resonated in Duan Lingtian's body and resonated in his mind. Do you really think your alchemy talent is given to you by the memory of the reincarnation Emperor Wu from the mundane realm? It's just the Chaos Divine Flame using his memory as a medium to improve your alchemy talent. Boy, work hard so that the Chaos Divine Flame and I can improve. Since you've helped us, we won't mistreat you. His voice, which was filled with vigor, became dispirited in the end. This is the voice of the profound divine metal? At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. He looked at the profound divine metal beside his soul. The profound divine metal's light flickered a few times before it dimmed again. The voice did not appear again. No matter how much Duan Lingtian called out to the profound divine metal, the voice did not respond. He can read my thoughts? After a while, Duan Lingtian realized this. Otherwise, how could the profound divine metal know about the reincarnation Emperor Wu from the mundane realm? I wonder if it's a good thing or a bad thing to have these two monsters in my body. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a little afraid. They knew what he was thinking. Did this mean he would no longer be able to keep secrets from them? Fortunately, they don't seem to be awake all the time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have any secrets from them. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. At this moment, Duan Lingtian called out to the Chaos Divine Flame in his heart. However, the Chaos Divine Flame did not respond to him. For this reason, he realized the profound divine metal was different. Whether it was the Chaos Divine Flame or the profound divine metal, they were not always awake. It was just like how the profound divine metal had only exchanged 2 sentences with him, and its voice, which was full of vigor, had become weak again. In any case, based on the current situation, their existence is beneficial to me. When Duan Lingtian thought about the profound divine metal protecting his soul and the Chaos Divine Flame acting as a prominent celestial fire to help him become a prominent celestial alchemist and improve his talent in alchemy, the lingering fear in his heart dissipated immediately. However, the mystery has been solved now. The reason my alchemy Dao talent improved so much was not because of the rebirth Martial Emperor's memories or because of enlightenment. It was all because of the Chaos Divine Flame. The Chaos Divine Flame used the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory as a medium to greatly improve my alchemy talent. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally understood why his alchemy talent had improved. However, what's the Chaos Divine Flame? It's only in its 3rd form, but it's already a prominent celestial fire. Moreover, it's stronger than other prominent celestial fires. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian grew even more curious about the Chaos Divine Flame's origin. I'll have to ask the Chaos Divine Flame when it wakes up next time. Also, the profound divine metal is not simple as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Although the Chaos Divine Flame had woken up once and the profound divine metal had woken up twice, Duan Lingtian did not manage to communicate with them. They woke up quickly and fell asleep quickly as well. Duan Lingtian felt slightly helpless. The profound divine metal said that as long as I work hard to help them improve, they won't mistreat me. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out when he recalled the profound divine metal's words. In other words, they need my help to a certain extent. For alchemists, the old ancestor is here. Duan Lingtian was still in a daze while Sita Ming and the others were still frowning as they pondered over Duan Lingtian's sudden increase in his innate talent in alchemy. At this moment, Bai Ping suddenly opened his eyes and greeted Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian and the others quickly regained their senses and looked outside the hall. Outside the main hall, an aged figure floated into the main hall. The old man was tall and sturdy. He was dressed in a long gray robe. He had white hair and a youthful complexion. At first glance, he looked like a nice old man. However, if one looked closely, one would notice a hint of fierceness in his eyes. He's the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect. When the old man entered, he did not make a sound. Moreover, as his body moved, it was as if he had moved an inch into the sky. In the previous moment, he was outside the hall, and in the next moment, he was standing inside the hall. Greetings, old ancestor. Greetings, old ancestor. After the old man entered the hall, Bai Ping, Sita Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing hastily bowed and greeted him. Old ancestor. Duan Lingtian cupped his fists and greeted the old man. Huan stood next to Duan Lingtian and studied the old man curiously. She did not greet him at all. Chapter 28-23. Yes. The grey-clad old man, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect, nodded at Bai Ping, Sita Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing who had bowed to him. Then, he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian and Huan What a pair of golden boy and jade girl. The old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect's eyes lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian and Huan Thank you for the compliment, old ancestor. Duan Lingtian smiled modestly. Huan who had maintained a calm expression all this while, blushed when she heard the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect's words. Young lady, you're blushing. The old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect took a few more glances at Huan before he teased her. Huan face turned even redder. She glared at the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect and said, Old geezer, I just didn't greet you. Old geezer? Duan Lingtian's expression tensed up when he heard Huan words. After all, the old man was not only the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect, but he was also the only 8-trigram celestial duke in the sect. How could Huan call him an old geezer? Even Bai Ping, Sita Ming, and the others were shocked and they heard Huan words. Old ancestor, please calm down. Bai Ping looked at the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect and said respectfully, Miss Huan is innocent. She doesn't mean to insult you, old ancestor. Old ancestor, please calm down. Sita Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing bowed slightly as they looked at the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect. Since they had a good relationship with Duan Lingtian, it was only natural that they did not want anything to happen to Huan Ha 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 ha, the old ancestor of the First Heaven Celestial sect ignored Bai Ping and the others' pleas and laughed heartily. Then, he looked at Huan and said, Girl, this is the first time I've ever heard someone call me a damn old man. Aren't you afraid I'll vent my anger on you and attack you because of this? Before she could reply, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. She hastily said, Patriarch, I'm too inexperienced to understand the ways of the world. Please forgive me. The old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect ignored Duan Lingtian. He looked at Huan and waited for her to respond. Old man, aren't you the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect? Is there a need to be so petty? When she saw the reactions of her big brother Lingtian, Bai Ping, and the others, she realized she had offended the old man by calling him an old man. She had always acted casually in front of the old man. However, she had learned from her big brother Lingtian that the old man was an 8-trigram celestial duke, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect, the strongest person in the sect. Petty? The old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect was taken aback by her words. Then, he laughed and said, Girl, you're interesting. I like you. What do you think? Are you interested in becoming my direct disciple? When Duan Lingtian and the others saw He Shan's reaction, they heaved a sigh of relief. However, at the same time, they could not help but feel shocked. Not only was he Shan not angry, but he even wanted to take her as his direct disciple. Duan Lingtian and the others did not expect this. Everyone, except for Duan Lingtian, thought Huan would agree to He Shan's direct disciple. However, she shook her head and said, "You're just an 8-trigram celestial duke. I don't want to be your direct disciple." "Little girl, are you looking down on me, an 8-trigram celestial duke?" The old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect laughed when he heard Huan Er's words. However, he did not force her. After all, it was enough for him to say something once. There was no point in saying anything more. If he said anything more, it would make it seem as if he, an 8-trigram celestial duke, could not accept a disciple. Master Duan. The supreme ancestor of the Tai celestial sect narrowed his eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian. "I've heard about you from the sect leader. Moreover, the sect leader highly admires your heating speed. This time, the Tai celestial sect will depend on you to obtain better duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities." When he reached the end of his sentence, he opened his eyes. His eyes gleamed brightly as he cupped his hands together at Duan Lingtian. "Thank you for your trust, old ancestor. I, Duan Lingtian, won't disappoint you." Duan Lingtian replied. "Old ancestor." Bai Ping looked at the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect and said with a smile, "Old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, I'm sure the alchemy conference will be more fruitful than we expected. Master Duan's knowledge of alchemy is also outstanding. He's not inferior to Sun Chao, who won first place in the previous alchemy conference. At the alchemy conference, there has always been a debate about the Tao. Even though it's just a theory, there are still people who use it as a wager." Bai Ping looked at Duan Lingtian expectantly. It was as though he was waiting for Duan Lingtian to win more and better duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. "Oh." Upon hearing Bai Ping's words, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise. A hint of doubt could be seen in his eyes. Naturally, he knew who Sun Chao was. Ever since Sun Chao rose to fame during the alchemy conference, he had been widely acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. Rumor had it that some sects from other regions had even sent people to contact Sun Chao in an attempt to recruit him. Although Bai Ping only said Duan Lingtian's knowledge of alchemy was not inferior to Sun Chao's, he did not say that Duan Lingtian's knowledge of alchemy was on par with Sun Chao's. However, he still found it hard to believe. "Old ancestor, the sect leader is telling the truth." Since Yu Zhongjing was standing across from the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, he could see the doubt in the old ancestor's eyes. He immediately stepped forward to confirm Bai Ping's words. "I've discussed alchemy with Sun Chao during the previous alchemy conference. Indeed, he's not as good as Master Duan at that time. Naturally, I don't know how much Sun Chao has improved since then. However, I'm certain Master Duan isn't inferior to him." There was something else Yu Zhongjing did not say. Unless Sun Chao's talent in alchemy was as heaven-defying as Master Duan, it was impossible for his alchemy skills to improve so much in just 30 years. The old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect did not have to believe Bai Ping's words. However, now that Yu Zhongjing had confirmed it as well, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect began to believe Bai Ping's words. A hint of shock could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. This prominent celestial alchemist who was not even 100 years old was not only lucky enough to obtain a prominent celestial fire, but his knowledge of alchemy was also on par with Sun Chao, the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. What kind of heaven-defying talent was this? Most importantly, such a person was the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect? "Master Duan, I'm looking forward to your performance." At this moment, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect looked at Duan Lingtian with an expectant look in his eyes. "I'll do my best," Duan Lingtian replied. With the arrival of the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, the 6 participants of the alchemy conference in the Barren Land had also arrived. After a while, Duan Lingtian and the others bade farewell to Bai Ping and left the Tai-E celestial sect with the old ancestor of the Tai-E celestial sect. As an 8-trigram celestial duke, the old ancestor of the Tai-E celestial sect was extremely fast. Although he was carrying 5 people, his speed was still as fast as lightning. Duan Lingtian, who was being carried by the old ancestor of the Tai-E celestial sect, could not see his surroundings at all. Sometimes it turned into the gray of the desert, sometimes it turned into the yellow of the desert, and sometimes it turned into the green of the grassland. He's too fast. Is this the speed of an 8-trigram celestial duke? All along the way, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with shock. Although the old ancestor of the Tai-E celestial sect was fast, it would still take some time for them to travel across the barren land. Do you think the old ancestor is fast? Sita Ming asked with a smile when he saw Duan Lingtian's shock. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Indeed. With this speed, I'm afraid it won't take long for us to arrive at our destination, right? After all, we have to travel across the barren land. Moreover, the alchemy conference is held on the other side of the barren land. It's not close to the border between the barren land and the wasteland. For this reason, even with the old ancestor's speed, it'll take us at least 2 months to arrive at our destination. Sita Ming said. 2 months? Duan Lingtian was shocked. Even with the 8-trigram celestial duke's speed, it would still take him 2 months. If he had to travel alone, it would take him several years. In fact, the wasteland is quite big as well. The 3 major celestial sects, including the Tai-E celestial sect, are located in the center of the wasteland. However, there's also a desert outside the celestial kingdoms where the heaven and earth spirit energy is scarce. It's much larger than all the celestial kingdoms combined. Sita Ming said to Duan Lingtian. That's right. Yang Chong chimed in. Even with the old ancestor's speed, it'll take him at least 20 days to leave the wasteland from the Tai-E celestial sect. However, it'll only take him about 5 days to leave the celestial kingdoms and enter the desert where the heaven and earth spirit energy is scarce, Yang Chong said. Duan Lingtian nodded. After listening to Sita Ming and Yang Chong's words, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of the wasteland. As it turns out, the wasteland is so big. Apart from the central area where the 3 major celestial sects are located, the rest of the wasteland isn't occupied by the celestial kingdoms. Even the territories occupied by the celestial kingdoms are only a small part of the entire wasteland. Chapter 28-24. After chatting with Sita Ming and Yang Chong for a while, Duan Lingtian also found out that Sita Ming and Yang Chong were in the same boat. It was not only the wasteland that was like this. Even the other 5 of the 6 southeastern regions, and even other places, were similar to the wasteland. After all, the Devata realms were vast. Although there were many celestial stone and celestial crystal veins in the Devata realms, they paled in comparison to the Devata realms. For this reason, only a small part of the Devata realms was rich in heaven and earth spirit energy. In the Devata realms, the difference between a place with the richest heaven and earth spirit energy and a place with the thinnest heaven and earth spirit energy was like heaven and earth. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also learned a lot of things that he didn't know before. The 6 southeastern regions are divided into the Wasteland region, Barren region, General region, Cross region, Light region, and Shadow region. The reason for this name is because there were 3 famous titled celestial lords in the history of the 6 southeastern regions. The 3 titled celestial lords are the Desolate Celestial Lord, the Common Crossing Celestial Lord, and the Light Shadow Celestial Lord. The names of the 6 regions of the 6 southeastern regions came from their titles. Sita Ming said to Duan Lingtian. Desolation Immortal Emperor, Desolation, Desolation Region, Barren Region. Universal Crossing Immortal Emperor, Universal Crossing, Universal Region, Crossing Region. Light Shadow Immortal Emperor, Light Shadow, Light Region, Shadow Region. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally found out that the 6 regions of the 6 southeastern regions were named after the titles of celestial lords. A titled celestial lord? What is that? Is it any different from an ordinary immortal emperor? This was the first time Duan Ling Tian had heard of a titled celestial lord. In the past, he only knew that immortal lords were existences that surpassed immortal kings. Moreover, the division of cultivation realms was similar to immortal kings and immortal monarchs, and it was divided into 10 realms from the first origin to the 10th. This was the first time he had heard of a titled celestial lord. In the Devata realms, the best celestial lords have their own titles. The title of the Wasteland Celestial Lord is Desolate, the title of the Kittagarbha Celestial Lord is Kittagarbha Celestial Lord is Kittagarbha Celestial Lord is Kittagarbha Celestial Lord, and the title of the Light Shadow Celestial Lord is Light Shadow. Facing Duan Lingtian's question, Yang Chong promptly explained. A titled celestial lord is much stronger than an ordinary celestial lord. To become a titled celestial lord, a celestial lord has to join the title temple, one of the most sacred and mysterious forces in the Devata realms, along with 9 other celestial lords who want to become a titled celestial lord. Out of the 10 celestial emperors who want a title, only the last surviving celestial emperor will be granted a title. Then, the name of the celestial lord will be recorded in the record of titled celestial lords and announced to the entire Devata realms. It's impossible for an ordinary celestial lord to stand out among the 10 celestial lords who want to be conferred a title. For this reason, the celestial lords who are conferred titles by the title temple are all outstanding celestial lords. Not only that, but they're also monstrous figures. Yang Chong explained in one breath. It's so cruel. 9 out of 10 celestial lords who want a title will die, and only the one who survives will become a titled celestial lord? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in shock. This was a result that he had never expected. Previously, he had thought the title of a titled celestial lord was a special cultivation base of a celestial lord that he had yet to learn about. He did not expect this to be the case. Currently, the 6 southeastern regions doesn't even have a single celestial king. However, not only are there celestial lords, but there are also 3 titled celestial lords. Duan Ling Tian could not help but gasp. A year ago, when he was on his way back to the Tai Yi celestial sect from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, Tai He, the supreme elder of the Tai Yi celestial sect, had told him that there were no celestial kings in the 6 southeastern regions. He did not expect there would be a titled celestial lord in the 6 southeastern regions who did not even have a celestial king. Although there are no celestial kings in the 6 southeastern regions, it's only because there are no celestial kings in the 6 southeastern regions. It's possible that those who had broken through and become celestial kings have left the 6 southeastern regions for a bigger stage. Duan Ling Tian felt relieved when he thought about this. Although the environment in the 6 southeastern regions was good, it was difficult for a celestial king to improve. Just the heaven and earth spirit energy in the 6 southeastern regions was enough to restrict celestial kings. For immortal kings, they needed a better cultivation environment before they could reach the next level. Alchemist Yang, what kind of power is the title temple? Did you say it's the holiest and most mysterious force in the Devata realms? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Yang Chong. After learning about the origin of titled celestial lords, Duan Ling Tian was curious about the title temple that granted titles to celestial lords. He had never heard of such a force before. Yes. Yang Chong nodded in response to Duan Ling Tian's question. The title temple is indeed the holiest and most mysterious force in the Devata realms. Moreover, it's a force that never participates in any disputes. However, it's also the most terrifying force in the Devata realms. In the history of the Devata realms, there were some forces that stood at the peak of the Devata realms who wanted to challenge the title temple. However, in the end, all of them were annihilated without exception and disappeared from the history of the Devata realms. A hint of respect could be seen in Yang Chong's eyes when he spoke about the title temple. The title temple is located in 81 Devata realms. Every Devata realm has a title temple branch. To become a titled celestial lord or a titled celestial emperor, one has to go to the title temple and pass the life or death test to obtain the title temple's approval, Yang Chong said. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. A titled celestial emperor? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly. To become a titled celestial emperor, don't tell me one has to climb out of a pile of dead celestial emperors as well? More or less. Yang Chong said, the process to become a titled celestial emperor is similar to that of a titled celestial lord. However, unlike a titled celestial lord who has to stand out from 10 celestial lords, a titled celestial emperor only has to stand out from 5 celestial emperors. If every titled celestial emperor is born by stepping on the corpses of 9 celestial lords who want to be titled, in other words, every titled celestial emperor is born by stepping on the corpses of 4 celestial emperors who want to be titled. Towards the end, Yang Chong's tone became somewhat impassioned, and one could hear that his current mood was somewhat fluctuating. For this reason, unless celestial lords and celestial emperors are extremely confident in their strength and desire to be conferred a title, they won't participate in the title temple's contest for a title. Yang Chong continued to say. In the 81 Devata realms, all 81 heavenly emperors are titled celestial emperors. Duan Lingtian nodded. All 81 heavenly emperors in the Devata realms were titled celestial emperors. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by Yang Chong's words. If one could not even obtain the title of a celestial emperor, how could one become a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm? The title temple. Even the forces led by the heavenly emperors of Devata realms can't contend with it. Duan Lingtian asked curiously when Yang Chong mentioned the heavenly emperors of Devata realms. As far as he knew, the heavenly emperor of a Devata realm was the overlord of that Devata realm. Would he be able to do anything to the title temple if he wanted to? In the history of the 81 Devata realms, there were at least 10 heavenly emperors who wanted to lay their hands on the title temple. However, all of them died in the end. Yang Chong said. Hiss, hearing Yang Chong's words, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but gasp. Was the title temple really that terrifying? Could the title temple be related to the world of divine offering? At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but think about the divine offering land that was above the Devata realms. It was also the place where his wife, Ku-er, and his family and friends lived. He had come into contact with a few people from the world of divine remains. Without exception, they were all extremely powerful existences. Among them, Yunxin Yan's lackey was able to force the heavenly emperor of solitary destructive heaven into the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. As for Xia Jia, he was even more unfathomable. After all, Yunxin Yan's lackey did not even dare to fart in front of Xia Jia. Yang Chong said, in the memories of the people in the Devata realms, the title temple has existed since the Devata realms. The title temple is the oldest force in the Devata realms. There are many powerhouses in the title temple. It's said that the title temple is even stronger than a 10-direction celestial emperor. Naturally, those are only rumors. Nobody knows if it's true or not, Yang Chong said. However, there's one thing that's certain is that the title temple is a colossus in the Devata realms. Fortunately, the title temple has no intention of interfering in the affairs of the Devata realms. Otherwise, with its strength, it would be able to toy with all the forces in the Devata realms. Yang Chong said. The title temple, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with curiosity. He wanted to know what kind of force the title temple was. If he could control it, would that mean, 1,000 years later, he could easily invade the world of divine offering, kill Yunxin Yan, and bring Kerr and his family and friends away from the world of divine offering? This was the crazy thought that suddenly arose in Duan Lingtian's mind. However, he suppressed this thought as soon as it appeared in his mind. I can't help but wonder. If the title temple is under someone else's control, do you really think I'll be able to obtain it? Chapter 28-25. Let alone the title temple, even celestial emperors and celestial lords are too far away from me. Currently, I'm only a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Duan Ling Tian had successfully broken through and become a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial before he left this time. However, he knew it was because his cultivation base was close to becoming a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial after he had broken through and become a yellow rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. With the help of Huan Er's divine crystal, the king grade cultivation method, the Tai profound technique, his 99 heavenly veins, and overarching heaven pills, he would be able to break through. If he could not break through, he would really be a good for nothing. Naturally, the reason I was able to break through in such a short time is because my cultivation base was close to becoming a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial when I left the little world. This is also the most important point. Otherwise, even with the help of Huan Er's divine crystal, the king grade Tai profound technique, the 99 heavenly veins, and the overarching heaven pills, I wouldn't have been able to break through from a yellow rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial to a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial in just over a year. Duan Ling Tian was well aware of this. If it were not for Huan Er's grandaunt who had helped him break through and become a yellow rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he would not have been able to break through and become a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Master Yang. Duan Ling Tian looked at Yang Chong. His eyes flashed as he changed the topic. If I'm not mistaken, there should be differences in strength between the 6 southeastern regions, right? For example, the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect in the general region seems to be stronger than any of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. Yes. Yang Chong nodded. Indeed, there are differences in strength between the 6 southeastern regions. The wasteland is at the bottom of the 6 southeastern regions. Apart from that, the barren land is also at the bottom of the wasteland. There are also 3 major celestial sects in the barren land. Their strength is on par with ours. Among the 6 southeastern regions, the strongest are the general region and the cross region, followed by the light region and the shadow region. As for our wasteland and the barren region, they're the weakest. Yang Chong said. General region, cross region. Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted as he asked again, Alchemist Yang, which realm is the blissful sect from? The blissful sect is from the cross region. Yang Chong replied. Then, as though he had just recalled something, he continued to say, the blissful sect and the compassionate celestial traveler sect have been enemies for a long time. They've been fighting for a long time, and the tension between the 2 sects has only eased in recent years. However, even now, they're still at loggerheads whenever they meet. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Previously, when he met Murong Bing, he knew the blissful sect and the compassionate celestial traveler sect were not on good terms. Otherwise, the world-cleansing horsetail whisk, one of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's sect guarding celestial weapons, would not have fallen into the hands of a celestial king from the blissful sect and be hidden in the little world. However, if Murong Bing did not go looking for the world-cleansing horsetail whisk, they would not have fallen in love with each other. If he had a second chance, he would never go to the little world again. It was not that he looked down on Murong Bing, but he was not in the mood to flirt at all. All his thoughts were on his wife, his family, and his friends. He was eager to rescue them from the divine offering land as soon as possible. Naturally, this was only an if since there was no second chance. However, since things had already come to an end, he would not be an irresponsible man. At this moment, he had already decided Murong Bing was his woman. Just like what he had said before Murong Bing left, he had said, the woman that I, Duan Ling Tian, have slept with can only belong to me, Duan Ling Tian. Although his words were overbearing, they reflected Duan Ling Tian's thoughts. The woman that he, Duan Ling Tian, had slept with could only belong to him, Duan Ling Tian. The blissful sect and the compassionate celestial traveler sect are on par in strength, but it's not the strongest sect in the cross region. There's another sect in the cross region that's stronger than the blissful sect. In fact, the blissful sect and the other 2 sects in the cross region are a match for the blissful sect. There are a total of 4 strongest sects in the cross region. In the general region, there are 5 strongest sections. The compassionate celestial traveler sect and the blissful sect are the 2 strongest sects in the general region. All in all, the blissful sect and the compassionate celestial traveler sect can only be considered second-tier sects in the general region and the cross region. Yang Chong continued to introduce the blissful sect and the compassionate celestial traveler sect to Duan Tian. He also explained the situation of the sects in the general region and the cross region. In the general region and the cross region, there's only one sect that's considered first tier. It's the sect that's stronger than the blissful sect and the blissful sect in the cross region. Yang Chong said. What's the sect called? Duan Tian's eyes flashed as he asked curiously. Mystic. Heaven. Celestial. Sect. The profound heaven celestial sect is also the most powerful sect in the 6 southeastern regions. It's the number 1 sect in the 6 southeastern regions. The profound heaven celestial sect, the number 1 sect in the 6 southeastern regions. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he asked, since the profound heaven celestial sect is capable of suppressing the blissful sect, the compassionate celestial traveler sect, and the other sects, there should be more than one 10-direction celestial duke in the sect, right? As far as he knew, there was only one 10-direction celestial duke in the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Since the blissful sect strength was on par with the compassionate celestial traveler sect, it should be the same. As the strongest sect in the 6 southeastern regions, the profound heaven celestial sect should have more than one 10-direction celestial duke. Of course. Yang Chong nodded. There are 3 10-direction celestial dukes in the profound heaven celestial sect. Most importantly, 2 of the 10-direction celestial dukes are twins. They're said to be invincible among those below celestial kings in the southern heaven territory. Invincible under the immortal king realm in the southern heaven territory? Where is the southern heaven territory? Duan Tian was taken aback. This was his first time hearing about the southern heaven territory. I don't know much about the southern heaven territory, Yang Chong said. However, the 6 southeastern regions are located in the southern heaven territory. Master Situ, please explain to Master Duan. Among the 3 of us, you've lived the longest, and you're the most knowledgeable. Then, he turned to look at Situ Ming. What do you mean by you've lived the longest? Master Yang, I don't like what you're saying. Situ Ming glared at Yang Chong before he looked at Duan Tian and continued Yang Chong's words. Master Duan, the 6 southeastern regions, the 9 southern regions, the 5 southwestern regions, and the 7 western regions are all located at the edge of the southern heaven territory. They're considered the most remote places in the southern heaven territory. The southern heaven territory is ruled by a titled celestial lord. Southern heaven is the title of the celestial lord. The celestial lord is known as the southern heaven celestial lord. He's also the ruler of the southern heaven territory. The central area of the southern heaven territory is so vast that it surpasses the total area of all the borderlands in the 6 southeastern regions. There are as many powerhouses as there are clouds in the central area of the southern heaven territory. Moreover, there's a formation that separates the central area from the borderlands. Due to the formation, celestial kings born in the borderlands, including the 6 southeastern regions, will be affected by the formation if they don't enter the central area of the southern heaven territory after they've broken through and become celestial kings. In fact, as time passes, they might even regress to the level of a celestial duke. It's extremely difficult for them to break through again. As for the celestial kings born in the borderlands, once they enter the center of the southern heaven territory through the formation, it'll be very difficult for them to return because the formation separates the 2 sides. Rumor has it that the formation was personally set up by a titled celestial lord. Even ordinary celestial lords won't be able to break through it. This is also the reason why there are almost no celestial kings in the borderlands, including the 6 southeastern regions. It's not that there aren't any celestial kings here, but even if there are celestial kings, they won't stay here for long. They'll leave the borderlands and head to the central area of the southern heaven territory. Situ Ming explained the mysteries of the southern heaven territory to Duan Tian. He also told Duan Tian that the southern heaven territory was divided into the borderlands and the central area. The 6 southeastern regions he was currently in was one of the borderlands. Once celestial kings leave the borderlands and enter the central area, they won't be able to return due to the formation that separates the borderlands and the central area. Even if they want to return, they'll have to break through and become a celestial lord first. Duan Lingtian nodded. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian did not ask anything else for the time being since it would take him some time to digest all the information. As it turned out, apart from being one of the 6 southeastern regions, the wasteland he was currently in was located in the Southern Heaven Territory. The Southern Heaven Territory was ruled by a titled celestial lord. As for titled celestial lords, Duan Lingtian had learned from Yang Chong that they were powerful beings who had climbed out of a pile of corpses of outstanding celestial lords. The borderlands and the central area, apart from that, the Southern Heaven Territory was also divided into the borderlands and the central area. Chapter 28-26. Master Situ, since only celestial lords and above can leave the central area and enter the borderlands, there shouldn't be anyone below the celestial king realm who can enter the borderlands from the central area, right? If that's the case, does it mean that the twin 10-direction celestial dukes from the profound heaven celestial sect are unrivaled in the Southern Heaven Territory? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask Sita Ming this question after digesting what he had learned. Currently, Duan Lingtian had a rough idea of the Southern Heaven Territory. The central area was vast and spacious. The central area was surrounded by a formation that was personally set up by a titled celestial lord. Not only was it forbidden for celestial kings to stay in the borderlands for a long time, but it was also forbidden for people from the central area to enter the borderlands and disrupt the peace there. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for anyone below the level of a celestial king from the central area to come to the borderlands to have any interaction with the twin 10-direction celestial dukes from the profound heaven celestial sect. Indeed, they don't live up to their name. This is why many people think they're shameless. Sita Ming nodded. After all, there are so many 10-direction celestial dukes in the central area. Many of them have mastered king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Any one of those 10-direction celestial dukes would be able to easily defeat the two of them. They knew 10-direction celestial dukes from the central area wouldn't be able to come to the borderlands. That's why they dared to boast that they're invincible to those below the celestial king realm in the Southern Heaven Territory. In fact, they're only invincible to those below the celestial king realm in the borderlands. Sita Ming said. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, the twin brothers are quite strong. They've even defeated a 10-direction celestial duke from the blissful sect and a 10-direction celestial duke from another sect. Sita Ming continued to say. Duan Lingtian nodded in agreement. After a while, Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something. Master Situ, since the 6 southeastern regions are located at the borderlands of the Southern Heaven Territory, will be able to enter the central area of the Southern Heaven Territory through the formation there. Then, if we head out from the 6 southeastern regions, where will we end up? According to Duan Lingtian's knowledge, the spirit formation that enveloped the central area was also the boundary between the central area and the borderlands. The borderlands were like stars surrounding the moon, surrounding the central area. If you walked further in from the border, you would reach the central area. If they were to head out, where would they end up? This was also what he was curious about. Go out, it's the chaotic astral ocean. The person who answered Duan Lingtian was none other than He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect. When He Shan mentioned the chaotic astral ocean, his tone became more solemn. Chaotic astral ocean? Duan Lingtian was stunned. The chaotic astral ocean is a sea that traverses the Devata realms. It exists between the territories of the Devata realms. There are many celestial beasts without intelligence in the sea. Not only are they powerful, but their numbers are as numerous as the stars in the sky. For this reason, the people in the Devata realms call it the chaotic astral ocean. Rumor has it that one needs to be a celestial lord to cross the chaotic astral ocean with one's physical body. Those below the level of celestial lords would definitely die if they tried to cross the chaotic astral ocean with their physical body. Even for existences above the immortal emperor level, ordinary immortal emperors, crossing the chaotic astral ocean will still face certain dangers. In the history of the Devata realms, only titled celestial lords and celestial emperors were able to survive the chaotic astral ocean. He Shan continued to explain. As he spoke, he patiently introduced the chaotic astral ocean to Duan Ling Tian. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian could not help but gasp. The chaotic astral ocean was so terrifying. Apart from that, the chaotic astral ocean isn't the only place that leads to the chaotic astral ocean in the 6 southeastern regions. Even the borderlands of the Southern Heaven Territory are connected to the chaotic astral ocean. The old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect continued to say, therefore, those who live in the borderlands of the Southern Heaven Territory only have one choice, which is to head to the center of the Southern Heaven Territory. As you know, if one doesn't leave the borderlands and head to the central area as soon as possible after breaking through and becoming a celestial king, the formation that separates the borderlands and the central area will cause one's cultivation base to regress. Once one's cultivation base is reduced to that of a celestial duke, it's extremely difficult for one to break through and become a celestial king again. For this reason, no matter which sect in the borderlands has a breakthrough and become a celestial king, they'll choose to leave the borderlands and head to the central area immediately. Duan Ling Tian nodded in realization. However, Duan Ling Tian suddenly thought of something. He looked at the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect and asked, Old ancestor, if there's a celestial king in the Tai Celestial sect, does this mean the celestial king will be able to annihilate the Martial Dragon Celestial sect and the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect before leaving the borderlands and heading to the central area? Impossible. The old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect refuted Duan Lingtian's words as soon as he finished speaking. There's a rule in the Southern Heaven Territory. Once a 10-direction celestial duke in the borderlands becomes a celestial king, he's not allowed to participate in the disputes between forces in the borderlands. Otherwise, he'll be executed by the special envoy from the central area. The formation that separates the central area and the borderlands not only prevents celestial kings from improving their cultivation base in the borderlands, but it's also used to monitor celestial kings. For this reason, celestial kings born in the borderlands usually don't dare to participate in the disputes between forces in the borderlands. The old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect said. Gasp. Upon hearing the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect's words, Duan Ling Tian could not help but gasp. He was clearly shocked by the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect. He did not expect the formation set up by a titled celestial lord to be so terrifying. Not only did it prevent celestial kings in the borderlands from entering the central area, but it was also used to monitor if celestial kings in the borderlands were involved in disputes between forces. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware that the formation of the Tai Celestial sect in the central area of the Southern Heaven Territory. In fact, the formation that separated the central area and the borderlands of the Southern Heaven Territory was not set up by a titled celestial lord. It had been set up a long time ago. It was just that the titled celestial lord had to personally maintain it from time to time. The formation had existed since the Devata realms existed, and it had been passed down for countless years. At that time, the Southern Heaven Territory was not known as the Southern Heaven Territory. During the journey to the Barren Land and the Alchemy Conference, Duan Ling Tian learned a lot from Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect, Sita Ming, and the others since they were on their way to the Alchemy Conference. After a while, Duan Ling Tian decided not to ask any questions. Instead, he focused on studying alchemy and cultivating. Since his alchemy skills were not on the same level as Duan Ling Tian, it was meaningless for him to talk to Sita Ming and the others. Although Sita Ming and the others wanted to discuss alchemy with Duan Ling Tian to improve their alchemy skills, Sita Ming and the others were reluctant to discuss alchemy with Duan Ling Tian. However, when they thought about how Duan Ling Tian was going to participate in the Alchemy Conference, they knew they could not afford to waste too much time. Therefore, they kept their mouths shut. As for Huan after leaving the Tai Celestial sect, Huan had been meditating on the celestial methods and divine abilities in her inherited memories. From time to time, her body would emit a cold and sharp aura. Time flew by. In just a blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. At this time, not only had Duan Lingtian and the others entered the barren land, but they had also arrived at the venue of the alchemy conference. Although the alchemy conference was jointly held by the 6 southeastern regions, it was actually held separately. Each time, one of the regions would hold the alchemy conference while the other 5 regions would participate. This time, it was the barren land's turn to hold the alchemy conference. To be more precise, the alchemy conference was held by the 3 major celestial sects of the barren land. The barren land was similar to the wasteland. The 3 major celestial sects of the barren land were located in the center of the barren land. Each of the 3 major celestial sects of the barren land had a large and prosperous city. However, the alchemy conference was not held in any of the 3 cities. Instead, it was held in a city located on a plain in the center of the barren land. Although the city was not as big as the city under the 3 major celestial sects of the barren land, it was not far behind. Therefore, on the whole, this city was still very big. This city is called Alchemy City. It's used to hold the alchemy conference. Not only does it exist in the barren land, but it also exists in the wasteland and the other 4 regions. Usually, the city is shrouded by formations and restrictions, so it's not open to the public. After Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at the city, Sitaming took the initiative to introduce the city to Duan Lingtian. Among them, only Duan Lingtian and Huan had not participated in the alchemy conference. In Alchemy City, other than the residences arranged for the various large sects of the 6 southeastern regions, there are also medicinal pill and medicinal herb shops specially arranged for us. In addition, there are also residences, medicinal pill and medicinal herb stalls specially arranged for the independent cultivators of the 6 southeastern regions in some small sections. From 1 month before the Grand Alchemy meeting to 2 months after, Alchemy City will be open to the public. During this process, not only will you be able to personally witness the grand event known as the Grand Alchemy meeting, you will also be able to purchase medicinal ingredients and medicinal pills during this period of time. There is no lack of precious medicinal ingredients and rare high-grade medicinal pills. For this reason, many people would gather in Alchemy City every time the alchemy conference is held. Some of them are here to participate in the alchemy conference while others are here to watch the show. When Sitaming introduced the city to Duan Lingtian saw that there were many people gathered in the city. In the surroundings of Alchemy City ahead, there was currently a large group of people coming from all directions, entering Alchemy City one by one. Chapter 28-27. As one of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland, the Tai-E celestial sect had a mansion in Alchemy City in the barren land. They also had a shop in the downtown area of Alchemy City where they could sell medicinal herbs and pills. Whether it was the mansion or the shop, they were provided free of charge by Alchemy City in the barren land. Only the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions had such treatment. The small sects and clans in the 6 southeastern regions were sectless cultivators from the various celestial kingdoms in the 6 southeastern regions. Although Alchemy City provided accommodations for them, they had to pay celestial stones and celestial crystals. The better the accommodations, the more celestial stones and celestial crystals they had to pay. Naturally, even the best accommodations they had were not as good as the accommodations provided to the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. Moreover, the stalls provided by Alchemy City to the small sects, clans, and people from the various celestial kingdoms in the 6 southeastern regions had to be rented as well. The better the location, the higher the rent. For example, the rent for stalls near the downtown area was so high that ordinary people could not afford it. Even if they could afford it, they might not be able to earn it back. For this reason, those who rented stalls near the downtown area were sects, clans, and sectless cultivators who had brought outstanding mediocre celestial alchemists with them. Occasionally, one could see prominent celestial alchemists and sectless cultivators. Naturally, prominent celestial alchemists and sectless cultivators were rare in Alchemy City. After all, as a prominent celestial alchemist, he could join any of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions as long as he was willing to. Moreover, the sects would not restrict his freedom, so he could come and go as he pleased. Of course, he still needed to refine some pills for the sect during his time as a consecrator. However, the medicinal ingredients needed to refine the pills were provided by the sect. Moreover, the sect would usually provide generous rewards and would not treat them unfairly. Under such circumstances, apart from some eccentric and unsociable prominent celestial alchemists who were willing to be sectless cultivators, most prominent celestial alchemists would choose to join one of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions to be a revered celestial alchemist. In this way, not only would they be able to obtain better resources, but they would also be able to settle down. Brother Ling Tian. There are so many people here. As soon as Duan Ling Tian entered Alchemy City, he heard Huan Er's pleasant voice before he even had the chance to take a good look at the city. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian looked ahead and saw the scene in the city. When he was outside Alchemy City, he had seen many people entering the city. However, after he entered the city, he had a different feeling. The world outside the city was vast and boundless. No matter how many people there were, if they were to spread out, they wouldn't be able to see anything at all. Inside the city, streams of people gathered together like a dragon, flowing in an endless stream. It was a visually stunning sight. Although it was not the downtown area of the cities were not far away, were Huan S of the city. At this moment, Huan Er was holding Duan Lingtian's hand as she walked side by side with Sita Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing. He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, was leading them to the Tai Yi Celestial Sect's residence in Alchemy City of the Barren Land. Since it was not the old ancestor's first time in the Barren Land, he was familiar with the place. Of course, even Sita Ming, Yang Chong and Yu Zhongjing were very familiar with the place. It was because they had been here more than once. The 3 major celestial sects of the Barren Land did not send anyone to welcome the people from the top sects of the 6 southeastern regions, since the residences of the top sects in Alchemy City of the Barren Land were fixed. The people from the top sects were free to go to the residences of their respective sections. Even though the top sects of the 6 southeastern regions had only set up some soundproof formations and spirit-gathering formations in their residences in Alchemy City of the Barren Land, and did not set up any defensive formations, no one dared to enter their residences. After all, the top sects of the 6 southeastern regions represented the strongest forces in the 6 southeastern regions. Ordinary people would not dare to provoke them. Unless they had a death wish. Duan Lingtian had learned about this from Sita Ming. There are so many mediocre celestial alchemists. Along the way, Duan Lingtian saw many people dressed in black robes. Their black robes were embroidered with balls of flames. Moreover, the flames formed the word Qian. Since the word Qian was formed by flames, it looked as though the word Qian was burning. It was dazzling. This was the Celestial Master's robe in the Devata realms. The Celestial Master's robe was the uniform of the Alliance of Celestial Masters in the Devata realms. Only celestial alchemists and celestial weapon craftsmen could obtain the Celestial Master's robe at the Alliance of Celestial Masters stronghold. Very few people dared to imitate the Celestial Master's robe, since they would be hunted down by the Alliance of Celestial Masters if they were discovered wearing a fake Celestial Master's robe. For this reason, very few people dared to imitate or wear a fake Celestial Master's robe. The Immortal Master's robe was divided into 4 levels. They were the Heaven Celestial Master Robe, Earth Celestial Master Robe, Heaven Celestial Master Robe, and Earth Celestial Master Robe. Among them, only Supreme Celestial Alchemists and Supreme Celestial Weapon Craftsmen were eligible to receive the Heaven Robe. Only prominent Celestial Alchemists and prominent Celestial Weapon Craftsmen were eligible to receive the Earth Robe, and only mediocre Celestial Alchemists and mediocre Celestial Weapon Craftsmen were eligible to receive the Heaven Robe. As for the Earth Celestial Master's Robe, it was only available to primitive Celestial Alchemists and primitive Celestial Alchemists after they proved their identities in the Alliance of Celestial Masters strongholds. At this moment, Duan Lingtian saw a group of people wearing Celestial Masters robes with the word Kuan on them. They were none other than mediocre celestial alchemists. Since this was Alchemy City, and the Alchemy Conference was held jointly by the 6 southeastern regions, 99% of the people wearing Celestial Masters' robes were celestial alchemists. There were almost no celestial weapon craftsmen. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not only see mediocre celestial alchemists wearing Celestial Masters' robes with the word Kuan on them, there were also primitive celestial alchemists wearing Celestial Masters' robes with the word Kuan on them. However, the number of primitive celestial alchemists was far less than the number of mediocre celestial alchemists. Master Situ, don't all of you have the habit of wearing Celestial Masters' robes? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he looked at Sita Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing. Although he was a prominent celestial alchemist now, and there was a stronghold in Tai-E City where he could receive a Celestial Master's robe, he had not gone to receive a Celestial Master's robe since there was no occasion where he had to wear it. We only wear our Celestial Master's robes when we need to prove our identities. For example, we'll be wearing our Celestial Master's robes during the Alchemy Conference in a month's time. Sita Ming smiled as he explained. I see. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. Then, he smiled wryly and said, I didn't expect I'd have to wear a Celestial Master's robe during the Alchemy Conference. Otherwise, I would have gone to the stronghold of the Alliance of Celestial Masters in Tai-E City to obtain a Celestial Master's robe before I left. There shouldn't be a stronghold of the Alliance of Celestial Masters in Alchemy City, right? Duan Lingtian asked again. No. Sita Ming shook his head. Master Duan, although there isn't a stronghold of the Alliance of Celestial Masters in Alchemy City, there are strongholds of the Alliance of Celestial Masters in the cities under the 3 major celestial sects of the barren land around Alchemy City. If you want a Celestial Master's robe, I can accompany you there. He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai-E Celestial sect, said to Duan Lingtian when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Master Duan, if you don't mind, I have an extra Earth Celestial Master's robe that I've only worn once. Yu Zhongjing said as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Of course, I don't mind. Duan Lingtian shook his head. If that's the case, thank you, Master Yu. Duan Lingtian was not a clean freak. Even so, it was easy for him to clean the Celestial Master's robe that was given to him by Yu Zhongjing. What a beautiful woman. I've never seen such a beautiful woman in my life. It would be such a blissful thing to be able to spend a night with her. Don't think about it. Did you not expect the woman to be taken? The purple-clad young man next to her has an extraordinary aura. It's obvious he's not a simple person. It's not just the purple-clad young man next to her who has an extraordinary aura. It's the same for the other 4 people as well. This is especially true for the old man in the lead. Although he looks like an ordinary old man, people like that are usually the most terrifying. Whether it's their mannerisms or their mannerisms, they don't seem like people from ordinary forces in the 6 southeastern regions. I wonder which top sect they belong to in the 6 southeastern regions. As Duan Lingtian and the others passed by, Huan who was not wearing a veil and hat, became the center of attention. The passers-by whispered among themselves as they marveled at Huan's peerless beauty. At the same time, they could tell Duan Lingtian and the others were extraordinary as well. For this reason, although many people were drooling over Huan's beauty and wanted nothing more than to snatch her away, they did not dare to act rashly. Make way, make way. Do you know who my young master is? He's the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. If you don't want to die, get out of my way. As the arrogant words resonated in the air, the crowd in front of Duan Lingtian and the others parted to form a path for them. A few moments later, a white-clad young man riding a giant tiger that was about 2 meters tall appeared before Duan Lingtian and the others. Moreover, in front of the white-clad young man's mount, there were 3 burly men who were half-naked to the waist clearing the way for him. The young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. The Profound Heaven Celestial sect. The strongest sect in the 6 southeastern regions. Chapter 28. The Profound Heaven Celestial Sect? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly. He had heard about the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect when he was on his way to Alchemy City in the Barren Land. He knew the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect was the strongest sect in the 6 southeastern regions. The Profound Heaven Celestial Sect was so strong that the Blissful Sect and 2 other top sects had to join forces to stand a chance against them. I didn't expect the first person I met in Alchemy City would be from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, one of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. Duan Lingtian's eyes quickly landed on the white-clad young man riding a 2-meter-tall tiger. He saw that the other party was like a crowned jade, with a dignified appearance. At first glance, he could be considered a talent. He's the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. When Duan Lingtian recalled the arrogance of the 3 burly men who cleared the way for the white-clad young man, it was not difficult for him to figure out the white-clad young man's identity. At the same time, he did not have a good impression of the white-clad young man. Regardless of whether the burly men had been ordered by the white-clad young man to arrogantly clear the path for the white-clad young man, Duan Lingtian was still in the wrong. At this moment, Duan Lingtian heard whispers among the passers-by. He's Biyao Xian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Is the 2-meter-tall tiger he's riding, the crimson electric white tiger, given to him by a 10-direction celestial duke in the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect on his 200th birthday? The red electric white tiger? Could it be a celestial beast without intelligence that was raised by a 10-direction celestial duke in the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect? It's the red electric white tiger. I don't think there are more than 5 celestial beasts raised by a celestial duke in the 6 southeastern regions, right? Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard the whispers. Then, he shifted his gaze to the 2-meter-tall white tiger under the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. The red electric white tiger? An unintelligent immortal beast at the immortal monarch level? Duan Lingtian's pupils shrank again. Never did he think that he would be able to encounter an immortal lord-level immortal beast here. One had to know that the highest cultivation level he had seen in the past was an unintelligent immortal beast, which was only at the peak of the great golden immortal level. However, this unintelligent immortal beast was actually an immortal lord-level immortal beast? Duan Lingtian was still in shock when he discovered Biyao Xian's celestial beast was a celestial duke with no intelligence. At this moment, the people around him began to whisper among themselves. Biyao Xian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, is said to be the most outstanding genius in the sect in the past 1,000 years. He's only slightly over 200 years old, but he's already a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He's only a step away from becoming a celestial duke. In the 6 southeastern regions, I think only Wuxia from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect has a similar innate talent as him, right? I think so. Wuxia is also a peak great overarching golden celestial. She seems to be younger than the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Duan Lingtian regained his senses when he heard these people talking about Wuxia from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Wuxia was the female disciple from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect whom he had slept with in the little world left behind by the Celestial King of the Blissful sect. She was also the woman whom he had decided would belong to him. I wonder if she's attending the alchemy conference. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's attention was no longer on Biyao Xian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. He did not even bother to look at Biyao Xian. All he could think about was whether Wuxia had come to Alchemy City in the Barren Land. Why are the 3 of you so noisy? How many times have I told you not to take advantage of your position to bully others? If this happens again, I'll report this to my father and punish the 3 of you. Biyao Xian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect, was furious when he saw a group of people blocking his path. However, his eyes shone brightly when he saw Huan. He hurriedly shouted at his subordinates who were trying to chase the group of people in front of him away. Young master, what are you? The 3 burly men stopped in their tracks and turned to look at Biyao Xian in confusion. They did not understand why their young master would say such words. In the past, they had never seen their young master behaving in such a manner. Miss, I'm Biyao Xian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, the son of the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. May I know your name? Biyao Xian rode on his red electric white tiger and arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and the others. His eyes immediately landed on Huan, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. It was as though Huan was the only person in his eyes at this moment. What a perfect woman. I thought Murongbing from the Compassionate Celestial Travelers sect was the most beautiful woman in the 6 southeastern regions. I didn't expect to meet a woman who's even more beautiful than Murongbing here. Biyao Xian's eyes were filled with passion as he looked at Huan. Whether it was her appearance or her figure, everything about her was perfect. There was not the slightest flaw in her. Huan was extremely attractive to ordinary men. Let alone Biyao Xian, who appeared dignified on the surface but was actually a pervert. At this moment, Biyao Xian's attention was focused on Huan, so he did not notice it. Meanwhile, the crimson lightning white tiger's eyes glinted with fear when it looked at Huan. However, it did not reveal its fear at all. It was as though Huan was a ferocious beast in its eyes. However, I can only marry this woman as a concubine. My wife has to be Murongbing from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. After a while, Biyao Xian shifted his gaze to Huan's hand that was holding Duan Lingtian's arm. His eyes turned cold as he glared at Duan Lingtian. His gaze was as sharp as a sword, clearly showing his hostility. Brother Lingtian, this person is so annoying, Huan said as she looked at Biyao Xian. She ignored Biyao Xian's question and looked at Duan Lingtian with a slight frown on her face. Huan, he's just a fly. Just ignore him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. He could see the desire in Biyao Xian's eyes when he looked at Huan. He glanced at Biyao Xian indifferently before he said indifferently, "Don't worry." "All right." Huan nodded. Then, just as Duan Lingtian had said, she ignored Biyao Xian and did not even look at him. Biyao Xian's expression darkened immediately. "May I know your name and which sect are you from? This is the first time I've met someone who dares to disregard me in the 6 southeastern regions." Biyao Xian asked coldly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian ignored Biyao Xian's question. He looked at Hishan and said with a faint smile on his face, "Old ancestor, let's go." The old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect was infuriated by the 3 burly men's rude behavior. If he was not wary of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect, he would have killed them. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, he raised an eyebrow. "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, Tai old ancestor stepped forward, not giving way to Biyao Xian. He walked straight towards Biyao Xian and his red electric white tiger. Duan Lingtian and the others followed closely behind. Who are they? How dare they disrespect the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect? They must be from one of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so arrogant in front of the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. I agree. They must be from one of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. When the onlookers saw Duan Lingtian and the others walking toward the people from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect, an uproar broke out among the onlookers. How arrogant! Biyao Xian's expression was unsightly when he saw Duan Lingtian and the others looking down on him. However, he did not lose his mind. Just like the onlookers, he was certain these people were from one of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions as well. Which sect are all of you from? Biyao Xian asked in a deep voice as he looked at Hishan. If your father was here, he would be qualified to question me. As for you, you're not qualified. Hishan said coldly as he glared at Biyao Xian. Old man, you're seeking death. How dare you be so rude to my young master? You're seeking death. Almost as soon as Hishan finished speaking, the 3 burly men, who had been left behind by Biyao Xian and the red electric white tiger, flew past Biyao Xian and the red electric white tiger at lightning speed, heading straight for Hishan. The three burly men appeared to be huge in size, but when they moved, their figures were ethereal. It was as if they were riding on the wind, and they were incomparably light. Bang! 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 Waves of energy surged in the air as terrifying fist force formed a net that enveloped the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect. The three burly men attacked at the same time. Their attacks merged together in an ingenious manner. The power of their attacks was not as simple as 1 + 2 + 1 = 3. It was extremely fast. 3-4 phenomenon celestial dukes are able to unleash an attack that's comparable to the full strength of a 6 combination celestial duke. Not bad. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the 3 heroes of Huangjiang who joined the Profound Heaven Celestial sect 20 years ago. Chapter 28-29. The 3 heroes of Huangjiang. As soon as Hishan finished speaking, his robe began to swell as though a gust of wind was blowing into his robe. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect's robe began to swell. Ripples spread out from his body and appeared in the void, distorting it. The ripples emanating from Hishan's body spread toward the 3 burly men. In the next moment, swoosh! There wasn't much of a commotion, but a soft sound spread out and entered the ears of everyone present. Then, everyone saw that the huge net formed by the 3 burly men's fists was instantly submerged by the ripples that spread out in the void. It was completely drowned out. It was as though it had never appeared. Swoosh! 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 In the void, the ripples spread out further, slapping on the 3 burly men, causing their faces to instantly turn pale. Their bodies were also sent flying like arrows from a bow. However, the moment the ripples in the air hit the 3 burly men, a few of the stronger people in the crowd clearly saw that the ripples in the air had already reached the 3 burly men. The ripples suddenly shrank and did not continue to spread outwards. Even so, the 3 burly men were sent flying and fell to the ground in a wretched state. They struggled for a while, but they failed to get up. They could only sit cross-legged on the ground and consume healing pills to heal their injuries. After a while, their complexions finally eased. You! How dare you injure the people of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect? Biyao Xian glared at Hishan when he saw his 3 companions were severely injured and no longer had the strength to fight. He tried to suppress the fear in his heart. Humph! Hishan scoffed. He ignored Biyao Xian and walked toward Biyao Xian, who was riding the red electric white tiger. He did not intentionally walk toward Biyao Xian. It was just that Biyao Xian happened to be in their path, and they didn't want to take a detour, so they could only go this way. Duan Ling Tian and the others followed closely behind the old ancestor of the Tai celestial race. As Hishan approached Biyao Xian, he raised his hand, intending to force Biyao Xian's red lightning white tiger back. Biyao Xian's expression changed drastically. Roar! Under everyone's watchful eyes, Biyao Xian's red electric white tiger let out a low roar. This low roar was somewhat lacking in energy. In fact, anyone who had studied the roars of beasts would be able to clearly hear the grievance and fear in the red electric white tiger's roar. In the next moment, before Hishan made his move, Biyao Xian was about to say something when he saw Hishan was about to attack. Boom! As the earth trembled slightly, the red lightning white tiger that Biyao Xian was sitting on moved to the side, as if it had lost all its strength. Without any warning, it fell to the ground. Even Biyao Xian, who was on its back, was so frightened that his face changed. The red electric white tiger lay on the ground like a docile kitten. Its huge body was trembling. At the same time, it turned to look at Huan, who was getting closer to it. Fear and helplessness could be seen in its eyes. It was as though Huan was a scourge. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian and the others were the only ones who noticed the red electric white tiger's gaze on Huan at this moment. The rest of the people, including Biyao Xian who had just regained his senses, did not notice this. He thought that the red electric white tiger was so scared by He Shan's tyrannical power that it prostrated on the ground, shivering and not daring to move. This little girl is not as simple as she seems. The old ancestor turned to look at Huan with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Then, he turned back and continued on his way. That red electric white tiger is afraid of Miss Huan Who is Miss Huan Sita Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing looked at Huan in shock. After a long while, they withdrew their gazes and followed after He Shan. As Duan Lingtian and Huan continued to move forward, he took a few more glances at Huan before he sent a voice transmission to her. Huan although you're in your human form, your bloodline should be able to detect the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox's aura, right? This was Duan Lingtian's guess as well. Due to the aura of the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox, the crimson electric white tiger was afraid of her. Although the red electric white tiger was an immortal beast without intelligence, it still had survival instincts. If it encountered a stronger immortal beast, it would still be afraid when it sensed the aura of a stronger immortal beast. Brother Ling Tian, I haven't fully matured yet, so the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox's aura in my bloodline is still very faint. The reason the little white tiger is so afraid of me is probably because of the Phantom Fox's aura in my bloodline, Huan replied. The Phantom Fox clan is one of the most powerful celestial beasts in the Devata realms. The aura of a Phantom Fox is enough to deter most celestial beasts. Duan Ling Tian nodded. I see. Duan Ling Tian finally understood Huan's words. She knew the red electric white tiger was afraid of her. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the group of people from the Tai Yi celestial sect left. Biyao Xian, the young master of the Profound Heaven celestial sect, sat on the red electric white tiger that was lying on the ground. I don't care who you are. I, Biyao Xian, won't let this matter rest. Biyao Xian swore inwardly as he glared at Duan Lingtian and the group of people from the Tai Yi celestial sect. Who are they? They're definitely from the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to offend the young master of the Profound Heaven celestial sect. It seems like the young master of the Profound Heaven celestial sect is in a difficult position this time. As the onlookers discussed among themselves, some of them shifted their attention to Biyao Xian. Swoosh! At this moment, Biyao Xian ignored the red lightning white tiger that was about to stand up and flew away from it. Before the attention of the people around him was fully focused on him, he floated away in another direction. He left the red electric white tiger and his 3 subordinates behind him. He left just like that? Why did he stay? Hasn't he embarrassed himself enough? I've long heard of Biyao Xian, the young master of the Profound Heaven celestial sect. Rumor has it that he's always high and mighty. Wherever he goes, people would surround him like stars surrounding the moon. It's worth the trip to see him embarrass himself today. Many people felt it was worth the trip to see Biyao Xian, the young master of the Profound Heaven celestial sect, embarrass himself. And these 3 people. Earlier, the old man who heavily injured them with a single move seemed to have called them the Yellow River 3 Xiong. What's that? At the same time, some people looked at the 3 burly men curiously. The 3 heroes of Huangjiang are notorious bandits in the Cross region. Although they're only 4 phenomenon celestial dukes, they can kill even a 5-element celestial duke if they join forces. One of the people from the Cross region said. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with fear and alarm as he looked at the 3 burly men. That's right. Over the years, at least 10 5-star celestial dukes have died in their hands. Another person from the Cross region chimed in. Many people in the surroundings gasped when they heard this. Earlier, when the old man said the 3-4 phenomenon celestial dukes were able to unleash an attack that's comparable to the full strength of a 6 combination celestial duke, I didn't believe him. I thought the old man was flattering himself. I didn't expect it to be true. With their combined strength, they're able to unleash an attack that's comparable to the full strength of a 6 combination celestial duke. With their strength, unless one's a 5-star celestial duke, one wouldn't be a match for them. That old man didn't even move his hand. He merely released his celestial origin energy and destroyed the 3 heroes of Huang Zhang's attack. Not only that, but he even injured them. He's at least a 7-star celestial duke, right? Everyone's attention shifted to Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, who had attacked earlier. Humph. Could it be that none of you noticed, at the very last moment, that senior still held back? If he didn't stop in time, not only would the 3 heroes of Huang Jiang have died, but the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect and his red electric white tiger would have died as well. A middle-aged man said coldly when he heard many people speculating that the old man was a 7-star celestial duke. I remember now. While many people's attention was focused on the middle-aged man, another middle-aged man in the crowd exclaimed, "No wonder I thought that senior looked familiar. It's him. It's him. Who's that?" Everyone turned to look at the middle-aged man when they heard his words. "Hurry up and tell us. I'm so anxious. Brother, can you not keep me in suspense?" A group of people looked at the middle-aged man and urged him to speak. "I was fortunate enough to meet that senior during the alchemy conference 300 years ago. If I'm not mistaken, he's the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect. He was already an 8-trigram celestial duke 300 years ago." Faced with the crowd's urging, the middle-aged man took a deep breath. After suppressing the surging emotions in his heart, he slowly opened his mouth. "The old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect? He's the strongest person in the Tai celestial sect, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect? No wonder he's so strong." Chapter 28:30. As it turns out, he's an 8-trigram celestial duke. No wonder, the Tai celestial sect is a top sect in the wasteland. However, it's said that the strongest person in the Tai celestial sect is the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect. He's only an 8-trigram celestial duke. Why is he not afraid of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect? That's right. He didn't show any respect to the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect at all. Isn't he afraid of bringing disaster to the Tai Celestial Sect? After learning about the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect, many people began to discuss among themselves. They felt the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect would bring disaster to the Tai Celestial Sect. At this moment, someone in the know refuted the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect. It's true that the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect didn't show any respect to the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, but why should he? After all, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect is just a junior. That's right. Although the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect is stronger than the Tai Celestial Sect, they're both top sects in the 6 southeastern regions, so they're on equal footing. Who knows if the Tai Celestial Sect still has a 10-direction Celestial Duke in the 6 southeastern regions? That's right. If the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect makes a move against the Tai Celestial Sect, what happened 100,000 years ago might happen again. The old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect has already shown the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect enough respect. If it weren't for the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, do you think the 3 people beside the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect would be able to survive? Indeed. If they hadn't joined the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect and were still sectless cultivators, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect wouldn't have spared their lives. After Duan Lingtian and the others left, the place where they had a conflict with Biyao Xian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, became even more lively. Duan Lingtian and out of the Tai Celestial Sect. With Hishan leading the way, Duan Lingtian and the others soon arrived at the Tai Celestial Sect's residence in Alchemy City in the Barren Land. "Master Duan, I didn't go overboard today. I've given the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect enough face, so there's no need to worry about the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. However, Biyao Xian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, won't let this matter rest." Before parting ways, Hishan looked at Duan Lingtian and said solemnly, Therefore, if there's nothing important, it's best if you don't leave this mansion without permission. Even if you want to leave, remember to let me know. I'll go with you. Not bad. Sita Ming nodded in agreement. Then, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said solemnly, Master Duan, in the next month, if you want to leave, remember to inform the old ancestor. Don't leave without permission. As the young sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, Biyao Xian's strength is not to be underestimated. Moreover, his strength isn't something you and Miss Huan can contend with. Sita Ming reminded Duan Ling Tian. Although Yang Chong and Yu Zhongjing did not say anything, they nodded in agreement. Understood. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Even if He Shan and Sita Ming did not warn him, he would not have left without permission. Although he had acted recklessly in front of Biyao Xian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, that was only because He Shan was there. Therefore, he was not worried Biyao Xian would do anything to him. If he left the mansion on his own accord and left He Shan's protection, it would be easy for Biyao Xian to take revenge on him. I'm still too weak. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. After bidding farewell to He Shan and the others, Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly as he parted ways with them. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian and Huan entered a large courtyard in the mansion. This was the place they had chosen to stay. It was not far from where He Shan and the others were staying. If anything happened, they would be able to look out for each other. There were 3 rooms in the courtyard. The courtyard was spacious, and it was filled with flowers and plants. There were even a few small trees growing in the courtyard. It was a refreshing and comfortable place. Brother Ling Tian, is the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect very powerful? Why do I feel like even that old man is afraid of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect? Huan asked curiously after they entered the courtyard. Duan Ling Tian, the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect is very powerful. In Huan's opinion, the old man who brought them to Alchemy City was someone whom even the sect leader of the Tai Celestial Sect feared. He was also the strongest person in the Tai Celestial Sect. Since such a powerhouse was afraid of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, Huan could not help but feel curious about the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Naturally, she was only curious about the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Duan Ling Tian had learned a lot about the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect from He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect, and the others. However, since Huan was meditating on her celestial methods and divine abilities at that time, she did not hear their conversation. For this reason, she did not know much about the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Huan the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect is the strongest sect in the 6 southeastern regions. Duan Ling Tian explained the strength of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect and its current status in the 6 southeastern regions to Huan in detail. He was worried that she would not be able to comprehend his words. The Profound Heaven Celestial Sect has 3 10-direction celestial dukes. Although Huan had always been calm, she was still shocked when she learned the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect had 3 10-direction celestial dukes. Brother Ling Tian. If I'm not mistaken, the old man who brought us here, the strongest person in the Tai Celestial Sect, is only an 8-trigram celestial duke, right? Huan asked. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. The old man is indeed an 8-trigram celestial duke. There's a 9 palaces celestial duke between an 8-trigram celestial duke and a 10-direction celestial duke. In other words, the old man's strength is 2 levels lower than the 3 10-direction celestial dukes in the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Huan muttered to herself, the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect definitely has 9 palaces celestial dukes below 10-direction celestial dukes. Based on this, there's no doubt the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect is much stronger than the Tai Celestial Sect. Brother Ling Tian, Huan suddenly said. Since the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect is so much stronger than the Tai Celestial Sect, why did the old man treat the young sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect in such a manner? Isn't he worried the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, the young sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, would attack the Tai Celestial sect in a fit of rage? If the Profound Heaven Celestial sect attacks the Tai Celestial sect, the Tai Celestial sect won't be a match for them, right? Huan asked. Based on the strength of the two sects, if the Profound Heaven Celestial sect attacks the Tai Celestial sect, the Tai Celestial sect won't be able to fight back at all. Even if the other two sects in the wasteland were to attack, they wouldn't be able to stop the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. Duan Lingtian said. If that's the case, why did the old man treat the young sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect in such a manner? Isn't he afraid the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect would avenge his son? Huan asked again. The old ancestor represents the Tai Celestial sect. As one of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions, the Tai Celestial sect has its own dignity. If the old ancestor is afraid of the young sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect, it won't take long for the entire Alchemy City to spread rumors about the Tai Celestial sect. Sometimes, there are some things that we can't back down on. Duan Lingtian said. Moreover, the old ancestor didn't go overboard. If the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect stands up for his son, his reputation will be tarnished. Moreover, even if the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect wants to attack the Tai Celestial sect, the high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect and the 3 10-direction Celestial Dukes of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect might not agree to it. Duan Lingtian said. Why? With the Profound Heaven Celestial sect's strength, it shouldn't be difficult for them to annihilate the Tai Celestial sect, right? That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, his eyes glinted as he said, based on the strength of the two sects, who knows if the Tai Celestial sect doesn't have a 10-direction Celestial Duke? I heard from the old ancestor that about 100,000 years ago, there was a powerful sect in the general region. It was the strongest sect in the 6 southeastern regions at that time. It had 5 10-direction Celestial Dukes. It was even stronger than the current Profound Heaven Celestial sect. At that time, the young sect leader of the Tai Celestial sect accidentally killed a descendant of a 10-direction Celestial Duke from the Tai Celestial sect. The sect leader of the Tai Celestial sect said he was willing to use his son's life to appease the other sect. After all, the strongest person in the Tai Celestial sect at that time was an 8-trigram Celestial Duke. For the sake of the sect leader of the Tai Celestial sect had no choice but to sacrifice his son's life. However, even after the sect leader of the Tai Celestial sect sacrificed his son's life, the other sect still refused to let the matter rest. The 10-direction Celestial Duke who had lost his descendant personally killed all the powerhouses in the Tai Celestial sect who were Celestial Dukes and stronger. Then, he planned to annihilate the Tai Celestial sect. At this critical moment, 2 10-direction Celestial Dukes appeared. Their strength was close to that of a 1 basic Celestial King, and one of them easily killed the 10-direction Celestial Duke from the Tai Celestial sect. After that, the 2 10-direction Celestial Dukes went to the other sect and killed the remaining 4 10-direction Celestial Dukes. Soon after, the other sect was annihilated by the 2 10-direction Celestial Dukes. Chapter 28-31. The 2 10-direction Celestial Dukes were the older generation of the Tai Celestial sect. They had broken through and become Celestial Kings 10,000 years ago and left the Tai Celestial sect. Many people thought the 2 10-direction Celestial Dukes had gone to the central area of the Southern Heaven territory. Who knew they were still guarding the Tai Celestial sect in the borderlands? Even now, many people think the 2 10-direction Celestial Dukes from the Tai Celestial sect are still guarding the Tai Celestial sect in the borderlands. Unless the Tai Celestial sect is in danger again, they won't come out. Duan Lingtian said. This is because their cultivation base has regressed to that of a 10-direction Celestial Duke. This means they have given up on becoming a Celestial King. Because of the restriction of the formation that separates the central region and the borderlands, their cultivation has dropped from the Immortal King level to the Immortal Duke level. If they want to become immortal kings again, it will be harder than ascending to the heavens. After that incident, there were very few conflicts between the forces in the 6 southeastern regions. Even if there were conflicts, they wouldn't go so far as to annihilate the entire sect. Nobody knows if there's a 10-direction celestial duke hiding in the shadows to protect the sects they annihilated. After all, a 10-direction celestial duke is much stronger than an ordinary 10-direction celestial duke. A 10-direction celestial duke can easily defeat or even kill an ordinary 10-direction celestial duke. More than 100,000 years ago, when the Tai-E celestial sect was on the brink of destruction, the two 10-direction celestial dukes from the Tai-E celestial sect are a perfect example. Duan Lingtian explained to Huan why the profound heaven celestial sect would not easily attack the Tai-E celestial sect. He also explained the difference between the central area and the borderlands of the southern heaven territory and the formation that separated the two areas. I see. Huan took a long time to digest Duan Lingtian's words before she nodded. She did not fully comprehend Duan Lingtian's words. Huan, let's rest for a few days first. After that, we'll go out with the patriarch. Duan Lingtian said. Duan Lingtian knew there was a huge gap between his strength and Biyao Xian's, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, so he wanted to focus on his cultivation to raise his cultivation base as soon as possible. However, he also knew that cultivation was not something that could be achieved overnight. Moreover, the alchemy grand meeting would be held a month from now, so he wasn't in a hurry to enter into closed-door cultivation. Apart from that, he could tell that Huan was very interested in everything in Alchemy City. It was as though she wanted to explore the entire city as soon as possible. Sure. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huan eyes lit up with anticipation. Then you should go back to your room and rest. Duan Lingtian smiled. After Huan entered her room, Duan Lingtian entered his room as well. However, he did not cultivate. Instead, he took out his prominent celestial pill cauldron and began to refine prominent celestial pills. The alchemy grand meeting will be held in a month's time. Before that, I have to familiarize myself with alchemy so that I won't perform poorly during the alchemy grand meeting. This was what Duan Lingtian was thinking. Meanwhile. Hey! Did you hear? The young master of the profound heaven celestial sect is in trouble this time. The young master of the profound heaven celestial sect? Stumble? That's impossible. Who's so capable that he's in trouble? He. You don't know, right? The young master of the profound heaven celestial sect was defeated by someone from the Tai-E celestial sect. Moreover, it's the 8-trigram celestial duke from the Tai-E celestial sect. The Tai-E celestial sect? That sect in the wasteland? As far as I know, the strongest person in the sect is an 8-trigram celestial duke. Even the 8-trigram celestial duke from the Tai-E celestial sect wouldn't dare to offend the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, right? What if the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect provoked the 8-trigram celestial sect first? The Tai-E celestial sect is not simple. Back then, even a powerful sect with 5 10-direction celestial dukes in the 6 southeastern regions was annihilated by a reclusive powerhouse from the Tai-E celestial sect. That's right. After the 2 reclusive powerhouses rebuilt the Tai-E celestial sect, they left. It's very likely that they're still in the 6 southeastern regions. I think they're still in the 6 southeastern regions. Let alone 10-direction celestial dukes, even people like us have endless lifespans. Since they've given up on becoming celestial kings, it's very likely they're determined to stay in the borderlands. It's said that it's not only the Tai-E celestial sect, but the other sects in the 6 southeastern regions also have reclusive powerhouses. For this reason, no matter how big the conflicts between the sects in the 6 southeastern regions are, they won't go so far as to annihilate the entire sect. News of the conflict between Biyao Xian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, and Duan Lingtian's group quickly spread throughout Alchemy City. Everyone in Alchemy City knew about this matter. Damn it. Biyao Xian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, flew into a rage when he heard the news. Do those people have nothing better to do? Why are they so determined to kill me? I won't let those people from the Tai celestial sect get away with this. I won't let them get away with this. Biyao Xian's eyes glinted coldly. Father. After taking a deep breath, Biyao Xian could no longer hold himself back. He left his residence and looked for his father, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect. This time, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect led the group of people from the profound heaven celestial sect to Alchemy City. This was a tradition of the Alchemy Conference. Among the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions, unless the top experts of the sects were to personally lead the participants to the Alchemy Conference, the sect masters would usually lead the participants personally. Xian, you came at the right time. The sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect was a middle-aged man with a medium build and ordinary appearance. He frowned slightly when he saw Biyao Xian. He asked in a deep voice, "What's the matter with the rumors? Why did you provoke the people from the Tai celestial sect? Also, why did you leave behind the Red Lightning White Tiger and the 3 Tong brothers? The people from the Tai celestial sect must have left, right? They're not a threat to you, right? Moreover, if the 8 trigram celestial duke from the Tai celestial sect wanted to kill you, you wouldn't have had a chance to escape." The sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect's voice turned darker and darker when he spoke. Do you know? Apart from the rumors about you kicking a steel plate, most people are saying you're cold-blooded and heartless. The 3 Tong brothers were injured because of you. Also, that Red Lightning White Tiger was a gift from your martial granduncle on your 200th birthday. If he knew that you abandoned the Red Lightning White Tiger on the streets, what would he think? The sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect looked at Biyao Xian with a piercing gaze. Father, Biyao Xian did not expect he would be reprimanded by his father before he could even speak. He was rendered speechless and felt wronged. What do you mean? The sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect looked at Biyao Xian coldly and said, "If I'm not mistaken, you're here because of the matter between you and the people from the Tai celestial sect, right?" "You're wise, father." Biyao Xian took a deep breath before he said with a murderous look in his eyes, "Father, the 8 trigram celestial duke from the Tai celestial sect clearly knows I'm your son, but he didn't give you any face at all. Not only did he not give me face, but he also didn't give you any face. I think." Before Biyao Xian could finish speaking, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect interrupted him. "What do you think?" The sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect glared at Biyao Xian and said, "Don't tell me you want me to stand up for you and deal with the 8 trigram celestial duke from the Tai celestial sect? Father, if you don't do anything, you'll only embarrass yourself." Biyao Xian said. It was obvious he had done his homework before coming here. He wanted to drag his father into this as well so they could go against the 8 trigram celestial duke from the Tai celestial sect. As long as father is willing to help me deal with the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, the others won't be a problem. At that time, that perfect and flawless woman will also become my plaything. Thinking of this, Biyao Xian's heart was on fire again. It was as if he could already see the perfect woman in his arms. Is it a loss of face? The sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect said with a cold smile on his face. He looked at Biyao Xian coldly as though winter had arrived, causing Biyao Xian's heart to skip a beat. Seeing the cold smile on his father's face and the cold glint in his eyes, Biyao Xian knew it was difficult for him to drag his father into this matter. If you know how to take my face into consideration, you will restrain yourself outside. The sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect said in a deep voice, "In the past, no one dared to offend you because you relied on my reputation and the profound heaven celestial sect's reputation. Even if you took the initiative to provoke others, they could only bear with it. Do you feel proud of that? Now that you've suffered outside, you're thinking about my reputation?" The sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect spoke in a cold tone. Chapter 28-32. Yes, father. When Biyao Xian heard his father's tone, he knew that his father was truly angry. He quickly responded to his father. At this time, no matter how unwilling he was, he could only compromise for the time being. Naturally, this was only a temporary compromise. However, this did not mean he would let the man from the Tai celestial sect go. The old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect. I, Biyao Xian, swear that I won't let you leave Alchemy City alive. Although Biyao Xian had temporarily compromised with the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect, the hatred in his heart did not lessen at all. He swore to himself that he would not allow He Shan to leave Alchemy City alive. Based on the time. The soul pearl with my soul imprint in father's hand should dissipate in half a month's time. A hint of cunning flashed in Biyao Xian's eyes when he thought about this. Naturally, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect did not notice this. If there's nothing else, you can leave now. Don't go out and cause trouble for the next month. The sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect's tone softened when he saw his son had given in. After all, Biyao Xian was his only son. He did not want his son to suffer. Biyao Xian nodded and left. Outside Alchemy City. Third senior sister, we've arrived. The Alchemy City of the barren land is just in front. A melodious voice rang from a green-clad young lady who was brought down from the sky. The green-clad young lady was talking to another young lady next to her. The young lady was dressed in a light purple dress. Her eyebrows were like feathers, her skin was as fair as snow, and her waist was slim. Although half of her face was covered by a thin veil, her pair of clear and cold autumn eyes, as well as her elegant and refined temperament, was enough to make everything around her pale in comparison. Apart from that, her face was partially covered by the veil. However, because the veil was half transparent, the outline of her face was faintly discernible, and one could vaguely see the perfect curve of her face. One could not help but have the urge to lift the veil and look at her face. One could imagine how charming she was even with a veil covering her face. If she were to remove the veil, how devastatingly beautiful would her cheeks be without the veil binding them. Senior sister saw it. The woman in the purple dress said with a smile. A smile blossomed on his face, as if it could turn all living things upside down. Third senior sister, you are so beautiful. When the smile on the woman's face bloomed, the green-clothed girl was stunned for a while. It was only when she landed on the ground that she let out a heartfelt sigh. You little girl, your mouth is so sweet. Is it because you don't have any more immortal crystals? The woman shook her head and smiled. Third senior sister, how can you doubt my intentions? My praise just now came from the bottom of my heart. As for the celestial crystals, I asked for quite a few from Master before I came out this time. I don't lack the little that you gave me. The green-clothed girl raised her head and said proudly. Luo, you little girl, you've been nagging the entire way. Wait until we enter Alchemy City and settle down, then our ears can finally stop for a while. Not far away, another woman glared at the green-clothed girl. This woman was considered pretty and could be considered a beauty in a crowd. However, in front of the woman in the purple dress, she seemed to be overshadowed and did not shine at all. Senior Sister Xiao, Martial Uncle's sect leader, said that it was fortunate that I was here along the way. Otherwise, it would be very boring. Do you mean that Martial Uncle was wrong? The green-clothed girl looked at the delicate woman and made a funny face with her hand as she said with a smile. The delicate woman was speechless when she heard this. She naturally did not dare to say that her master was wrong. All right, Luo, you little girl, your mouth is too harsh. Your senior sister Xiaoping was only joking with you. The leader of the group, the beautiful woman who had led the group down from the sky earlier, turned her head at this moment and looked at the green-clothed girl as she spoke to help the delicate woman out of her predicament. Martial Uncle, I was only joking with senior sister Xiao. When the green-clothed girl saw the beautiful woman turn her head, she immediately stuck out her tongue playfully. You little girl. Upon seeing this, the beautiful woman turned around helplessly and continued to lead the way. This beautiful woman wore a white gown with many lotuses embroidered on it. The group of people following behind her were all women. Behind her were 3 old women and 2 middle-aged women. Behind them were the green-clothed girl, the purple-dressed girl, and 3 other young women. There were 10 people in the group. Bing, why did you come to Alchemy City in the Barren Land to observe the Alchemy Conference? You weren't interested in these things in the past. When they were near the entrance of Alchemy City in the Barren Land, the beautiful woman in the lead suddenly recalled something and turned to look at the veiled woman in the purple dress. Martial uncle. The veiled woman replied in a timely manner, I received a communication celestial talisman from Shu Qiu. She'll be coming this time as well. Shu Qiu. The beautiful woman was slightly taken aback. Then, she smiled faintly and said, Are you talking about the girl from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect in the Barren Land? So she's the one who invited you. I was wondering why you're interested in the alchemy conference. If it weren't for you, Liu Luo wouldn't have come as well. The beautiful woman looked at the green-clothed girl next to the purple-dressed girl and said with a smile, Of course. If third senior sister didn't come, I wouldn't have come either. The green-clothed girl said confidently. When the group entered Alchemy City in the Barren Land, they attracted the attention of many passers-by. This was because the group of people was too eye-catching. First of all, the beautiful woman in the lead looked elegant and graceful. However, the aura she exuded made her seem superior. It was obvious she had been in a high position for a long time. Apart from that, one of the old women behind the beautiful woman looked around from time to time as though she was wary of something. Every time she looked at a passerby, they would feel as though they had nowhere to hide. There were also 3 young women and a young girl following behind the beautiful woman. Among them, the 2 young women were delicate and pretty, 1 in 1,000. Although the young girl looked young, one could tell from the contours of her face that when she grew up, her appearance would definitely surpass the 2 young women. Naturally, the most eye-catching person was the purple-dressed girl. Although the woman was wearing a veil, her eyes, eyebrows, and the faintly discernible outline of her face showed that behind the veil was definitely a peerless beauty. Who are they? Could they be from one of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions? They're all women. There are only 2 top sects in the 6 southeastern regions that are made up of women. One of them is the Glazed Celestial Sect from the Light region, and the other is the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect from the General region. The passers-by turned to look at the beautiful woman, the purple-dressed girl, and the others who had just entered the city. They whispered among themselves. Based on the beautiful woman's aura and the group of people, they guessed they were from one of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. Since they were all women, most of the passers-by guessed they were from one of the top sects, the Glazed Celestial Sect or the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect. In the 6 southeastern regions, only Murongbing from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect has such an aura and beauty that can't be concealed by a veil, right? A middle-aged man muttered to himself as he looked at the purple-dressed girl's back. Although he was muttering to himself, his voice was so loud that many people in the surroundings heard his words. In an instant, his words quickly spread and spread, causing the surrounding group of people to know of his guess. Murongbing? If the purple-dressed girl is really Murongbing, then everything makes sense. This group of people is from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect. Now that you mention it, I remember that the beautiful woman leading the group is similar to the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect. As some people speculated that the purple-dressed girl was Murongbing from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect, many people shifted their attention to the beautiful woman in the lead. Some of them even speculated she was the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect. She's Murongbing? She really lives up to her reputation. I've been in the 6 southeastern regions for many years, and among all the women I've seen, she's ranked second in terms of beauty and figure. A young man said bluntly with narrowed eyes. His voice was loud, and many people heard him. Someone asked bluntly, "Have you seen a woman more beautiful than her?" "Yes." The young man nodded. "Moreover, I saw her a few days ago on the street in front." As the young man spoke, he pointed in front of him. A few days ago. The street in front? Are you talking about the white-clad girl from the Tai Celestial sect who had a conflict with the young sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect? An old man asked in surprise. That's right, it's her. As the young man spoke, an intoxicated expression involuntarily appeared on his face. That woman is definitely the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my entire life. Whether it's her appearance or her figure, they can be said to be perfect, without a single flaw. I've heard about her as well. His description is similar to yours. Unfortunately, I don't have the chance to see her. Why are you in such a hurry? The people from the Tai Celestial sect must be here to attend the alchemy conference in a month's time. At that time, the woman will most likely attend the alchemy conference as well. You'll be able to see her then, right? You're right. I forgot about that. The whispers of the passers-by entered the ears of the green-clothed girl, who was the focus of the crowd. Immediately, the green-clothed girl was displeased. Chapter 28:33. You're saying there's another woman who's more beautiful than my third senior sister? The green-clothed girl stopped in her tracks. She turned around and looked at the group of passers-by who were discussing animatedly. She asked in a very unhappy manner. In her eyes, her third senior sister was the most beautiful woman she had ever seen in her life. No other woman could compare to her. Moreover, her third senior sister's innate talent in the celestial Tao was extremely high. For this reason, she had idolized her third senior sister since she was young. Naturally, the green-clad girl was displeased when she heard someone say there was another woman who was more beautiful than her third senior sister. Liu Luo. When the green-clad girl stopped in her tracks, the other 9 people who were with her stopped in their tracks and turned around as well. The purple-clad girl standing next to the green-clad girl looked at her and said with a faint smile on her face, "The Devata realms are huge, and the 6 southeastern regions are huge as well. It's normal for someone to be more beautiful than your third senior sister." Evidently, compared to the green-clothed young lady, the purple-clothed young lady did not care about the comments of those people. "Third senior sister, I don't believe there's someone more beautiful than you," the green-clad girl said with a pout. "Junior sister Liu Luo, everyone has their own sense of beauty. They might think the woman they've seen is more beautiful than junior sister Bing, but I don't think so as well." At that moment, another woman who had not spoken the entire time, and who appeared to be relatively steady, spoke in a timely manner. "That's right." Another young woman who had bickered with the green-clad girl earlier chimed in, "Junior sister Liu Luo, let alone you, even I, Xiaoping, don't agree with their words. Moreover, junior sister Bing is wearing a veil so they can't see her face clearly. It's normal for them to misjudge her. Moreover, didn't they say the woman is from the Tai Celestial sect? At most, we can ask Master to bring us to visit the Tai Celestial sect. At that time, we'll be able to see the woman's face. At that time, we'll let junior sister Bing compete with her," Xiaoping said. Junior sister Liu Luo, senior sister Xiaoping, and senior sister Yu Huan. Let's not keep senior uncle, junior granduncle, and the 4 masters waiting for too long. "Let's go," the purple-clad girl said to the 3 women. Then, he added, "I don't care about these topics, so why should you care?" Bing is right, she doesn't even care about such boring topics, so why are you 3 so agitated? Let's go. At the same time, the beautiful woman leading the group said to the girl in green and the other 2. After he finished speaking, he walked directly towards the inner city of Alchemy City. The 3 old women and 2 middle-aged women followed closely behind him. The purple-dressed woman also followed. Only the girls named Xiaoping and Yu Huan and the green-clothed girl named Lu Luo remained. They exchanged glances, and in the end, Xiaoping and Yu Huan followed behind the purple-dressed girl. Only Lu Luo was left behind. "I'll meet that woman from the Tai Celestial sect. If she's not prettier than my third senior sister, you should count your blessings. Otherwise, I'll beat you up every time I see you." Luluo remained where she was, glaring fiercely at the young man who had started the conversation. Remember this. My name is Luluo, and I'm the last disciple of Wang Dan Feng, the second guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. In the end, Luluo said these words before leaving. As Luluo followed behind the purple-dressed woman and her group, they drifted away. Only when their figures disappeared before everyone's eyes did everyone regain their senses. Did she say she's the last disciple of Wang Dan Feng, the second guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Now, we can confirm she's from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Does this mean the purple-dressed girl whom the green-clothed girl referred to as third senior sister is Murongbing from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Based on what I know, Murongbing is Wang Dan Feng's third direct disciple. Wang Dan Feng, the second guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, is the daughter of the only 10 Directions Celestial Duke in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. I heard the 10 Directions Celestial Duke is the only male in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. He's not a true member of the sect, he's only a revered elder in name. He protects the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect because his wife used to be the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Moreover, he has promised his wife that he'll protect the sect for the rest of his life. The crowd discussed among themselves and confirmed the green-clothed girl and the others were from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Based on their conversation, they revealed another piece of information. The 10 Directions Celestial Duke was the only male in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Although the man had a close relationship with the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, he was not a true member of the sect. The people from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect are here as well. Currently, there are more than 10 people from the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. As the alchemy conference draws closer, more and more people from the top sects will come. I wonder if Sun Chao, the chief celestial alchemist of the Blazing Sun Celestial sect in the Light region, will be able to maintain his position as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the alchemy conference. If Sun Chao can continue to win, his reputation as the #1 celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions will be solidified. There's still a month until the Grand Alchemy Conference. I'm really looking forward to it. After the people from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect left, the conversation quickly shifted to another topic. After all, the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect from the general region was not the only top sect that had come to Alchemy City in the Barren region. There were other top sects as well. A single top sect was not enough to attract all the attention. On the other side. Third senior sister, that guy said someone is prettier than you. Aren't you unhappy at all? Among the group of people from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, Liu Luo looked at the purple-clad woman next to her in confusion. In her opinion, if she was her third senior sister, she would definitely be unhappy because of that person's words. There's nothing to be unhappy about. Upon hearing Liu Luo's words, the purple-clad woman, Murongbing, shook her head slightly. Her expression was as calm as usual. Why? Liu Luo asked again. Because I'm indeed not as good as that woman from the Tai Yi Celestial sect. Murongbing replied. Then, she added, of course, even if that woman from the Tai Yi Celestial sect is not as good as me, I wouldn't care about what other people say. Wouldn't it be tiring for me to care about everyone's words? What? Liu Luo did not pay attention to the second half of Murongbing's words. However, she had no choice but to pay attention to the first half. She looked at Murongbing in disbelief as soon as she finished speaking. Third senior sister, why you're saying you're not as good as that woman from the Tai Yi Celestial sect? At this moment, apart from disbelief, a hint of shock could be seen on Liu Luo's face. Meanwhile, the others, including the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, turned to look at Murongbing in shock. Junior sister Bing. You're joking, right? Xiao Ping asked in disbelief. There's someone who's more beautiful than you? Isn't this too unbelievable? Yu Huan looked at Murongbing in shock as well. In Xiao Ping's and Yu Huan's eyes, junior sister Bing was definitely the most beautiful woman they had ever seen in their lives. Although they were also women, they had no choice but to concede to Murong Bing's beauty. Little Bing, have you seen that woman from the Tai Yi celestial sect? At this moment, even the old woman whom Murong Bing had addressed as senior grandaunt could not help but ask in surprise. This old woman was none other than the old woman who had caused the passers-by to shudder just by looking at her. Senior grandaunt, I haven't seen her before. Murong Bing shook her head. Third senior sister, since you haven't seen her before, why do you say you're not as good as her? Liu Luo asked indignantly. Because your sister Shu Qiu mentioned her to me before. She said her beauty is unparalleled in the world. Murong Bing smiled faintly. However, there was a hint of bitterness in the faint smile on Murong Bing's face. Previously, when Zhou Shu Qiu had used a communication celestial talisman to tell Murong Bing about the woman, apart from mentioning how perfect the woman was, she had also emphasized that the woman was by the side of the man who had captivated Murong Bing. Even Murong Bing did not know why she was so concerned about the man whom she had only met once. She had tried many times to stop herself from thinking about him, but it was to no avail. She could not help but think about him. This was especially so when she learned from Zhou Shu Qiu that there was more than one woman by his side. Furthermore, that woman was even more beautiful than her. This made her feel even more disappointed. Sister Shu Qiu. Liu Luo fell silent when she heard Murong Bing's words. Since Zhou Shu Qiu was her third senior sister's best friend, Liu Luo had interacted with her many times. Therefore, she knew Zhou Shu Qiu was a reliable and trustworthy person. Since Zhou Shu Qiu had said so, there was a certain degree of trust in her. Third senior sister, unless I see that woman with my own eyes, I don't believe she's as beautiful as you. Although Sister Shu Qiu said she's more beautiful than you, it might be because she suits Sister Shu Qiu's taste better. After a long while, Liu Luo was still unconvinced. She suits Sister Shu Qiu's taste, but that doesn't mean she suits me. Perhaps. Murong Bing smiled faintly before she turned to look at the beautiful woman, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Senior Aunt, are we arriving soon? Murong Bing changed the topic. Clearly, she did not want to continue the topic. Since that woman is here, I'm sure he's here as well, right? Chapter 28-34. The man's figure that appeared in Murong Bing's mind was a handsome purple-clad man with dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. He was none other than Duan Lingtian. I wonder if he'll look forward to my arrival. Murong Bing sighed inwardly when she thought about this. She was interested in the alchemy conference not only because her best friend, Zhou Shu Qiu, from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect of the Wasteland, would be attending. More importantly, it was because the man she had been dreaming of was likely to come as well. The man was currently the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect of the Wasteland. He was acknowledged by 3 prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. When she first found out about this, she was also shocked for a long time. She had originally thought that she would never cross paths with that man again in this life. The only thing she could do was to ask her best friend, Zhou Shuqiu, to take care of him if it was possible. That would also end the ill-fated relationship between her and him. She did not expect the man to grow so quickly. In just a blink of an eye, he had left the remote area and entered the core of the wasteland. Moreover, he had even become the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, one of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. I'll find you. The woman that I, Duan Ling Tian, have slept with can only be my woman. Initially, she did not leave. Instead, she hid in a corner and quietly observed the man's reaction after she left. Coincidentally, she had overheard the man's words. At that time, she felt the man was overbearing, but she did not take his words to heart. However, after she returned to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, she could not help but think about the man and his words. When she learned that her senior aunt had sent someone to kill the man, she could not help but feel worried. Therefore, she asked her best friend, Zhou Shuqiu, who happened to be in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect at that time, to take care of the man after they returned to the wasteland. Perhaps, you've already forgotten about me. Murongbing sighed inwardly. This was because she had heard from Zhou Shuqiu that there was already a flawless woman by the man's side. Moreover, she had a close relationship with the man. Zhou Shuqiu had even found out that the man and the woman often cultivated in the same room. And from time to time, he would cultivate for a few months. She didn't dare to believe that there was nothing going on between that man and that woman. We'll reach it after turning 2 streets ahead. The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect replied in a timely manner. As one of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions, it was only natural that the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was given a residence similar to the Tai-E Celestial sect's residence in Alchemy City in the Barren Land. The size of the residence was comparable to the Tai-E Celestial sect's residence. After the people from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect settled down, they returned to their respective residences. Only the green-clad girl and Murongbing, who was waiting for the green-clad girl and the others to leave, remained in the residence chosen by the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Senior Aunt, why don't you bring us to the Tai-E Celestial sect's residence? Liu Luo asked eagerly as she looked at the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Why? Do you want to see the woman from the Tai-E Celestial sect? Is she prettier than your 3rd senior sister? The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect shook her head. Yes. Liu Luo did not deny it. She nodded and said, I just want to see how beautiful that woman is. Even Sister Shu Qiu said she's prettier than 3rd senior sister. Sister Shu Qiu is 3rd senior sister's best friend. There's no reason for her to side with an outsider instead of 3rd senior sister. Liu Luo had thought about this matter for a long time. In the end, she felt it was possible for an outsider to side with the woman from the Tai-E Celestial sect, but it was impossible for Zhou Shuqiu to side with the woman from the Tai-E Celestial sect. However, Zhou Shuqiu had said the woman was prettier than her 3rd senior sister. This made Liu Luo want to meet the woman from the Tai-E Celestial sect even more. Bing, do you want to have a look as well? Upon hearing Liu Luo's words, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect looked at Murongbing and asked. Senior Aunt, I don't want to go. Murongbing shook her head. Since the woman was here, the man must be here as well. If she went to the Tai-E Celestial sect now, she would definitely see the man. What would the man think if he saw her coming? Murongbing would not do something that would make her seem cheap in the eyes of a man. Liu Luo looked at Murongbing expectantly when the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect asked Murongbing about it. She knew the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial sect had asked her 3rd senior sister. As long as her 3rd senior sister said she wanted to go, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial sect would definitely bring them there. However, when Murongbing said she did not want to go, she became anxious. 3rd senior sister, aren't you curious about the woman from the Tai-E Celestial sect at all? I don't believe you're not curious about her at all. I'm not curious. Murongbing shook her head and said snappily, Liu Luo, do you want to go back and rest with 3rd senior sister? If you don't, 3rd senior sister will go back alone. After saying that, Murongbing bade farewell to the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect before she turned around and left. 3rd senior sister, wait for me. I'll go with you. Liu Luo, who was still a child, became anxious when she saw Murongbing leaving without calling her. She did not even bother to bid farewell to the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect as she turned around and chased after Murongbing. It was as though Murongbing was in a hurry to reincarnate. Bing, something's not right. After Murongbing and Liu Luo left, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect frowned slightly. She could not help but feel that something was amiss with Murongbing. Earlier, when Bing rejected the sect leader of the Tai-E Celestial sect, she was unusually decisive. It's as though she really doesn't want to see the woman from the Tai Celestial sect. This is strange. The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was very observant. Based on Murong Bing's reaction, she could tell something was amiss. However, she did not expect Murong Bing to be so strange. Murong Bing was acting strangely because of the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial sect. The chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial sect was none other than the man whom she had sent people to hunt down with the Shadow Void escaping talisman. As for why she wanted to hunt him down, it was because he had taken her niece's virginity. Her niece was none other than Murong Bing. Meanwhile, Murong Bing and Liu Luo stayed in the same courtyard. However, there were 2 rooms in the courtyard, so they each occupied one of the rooms. After Murong Bing entered her room, Liu Luo entered her room as well. Third senior sister is too much. What's wrong with accompanying me to have a look? She actually told senior uncle's sect leader that she doesn't want to go. Liu Luo sat on the only bed in the room. She rested her chin on her hands and pouted as she muttered to herself unhappily. Based on her words, it was clear she was dissatisfied with Murong Bing's straightforward refusal to accompany the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. After all, it had ruined her plan to visit the Tai Celestial sect. Senior uncle's sect leader doesn't want to bring me, and third senior sister doesn't want to accompany me as well. I'll go by myself. I, Liu Luo, am the last disciple of the second guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Moreover, I have a senior granduncle who's a 10-direction celestial duke in the 6 southeastern regions. I'm sure the Tai Celestial sect won't dare to reject me. After sitting on the bed for a while, Liu Luo rose to her feet. Her eyes shone brightly as she left the room. In the Tai Celestial sect's residence, Master Duan Lingtian had just finished refining the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill, when a voice rang from outside. He quickly put the overarching heaven pill away and walked out of his room. Outside the courtyard, Situ Ming was standing there with an anxious look on his face. Master Situ, is there something you need from me? Duan Lingtian looked at Situ Ming with a puzzled expression on his face. Based on Situ Ming's expression, it was obvious Situ Ming had something urgent to discuss with him. Master Duan, you're finally out. I've been waiting for you for a long time. When Situ Ming saw Duan Lingtian, he heaved a sigh of relief. The anxiety on his face eased as well. Did something happen? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. It's nothing serious. Half a day ago, an uninvited guest came to see Miss Huan. Although she's not an ordinary person, we can't just bring her here. For this reason, the old ancestor sent me here to ask for your opinion. Situ Ming replied. Who asked to see Miss Huan? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. The guest said she's the last disciple of Wang Dan Feng, the second guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. She also said the 10-direction celestial duke of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect is her senior granduncle. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, Duan Lingtian only heard the first part of Situ Ming's words. Master Situ, you said she's the last disciple of Wang Dan Feng, the second guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Are you sure? Duan Lingtian asked Situ Ming bluntly as his eyes shone brightly. Yes, that's what she said. Situ Ming nodded. Bring me to her. Duan Lingtian said bluntly. Master Duan, she wants to see Miss Huan. Situ Ming smiled bitterly. No matter why she wants to see Huan, she'll have to go through me first. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Although his tone was calm, Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly. If he was not mistaken. Chapter 28:35. Murong Bing was ranked third among the direct disciples of Wang Dan Feng, the second guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. However, the 2 people ranked ahead of Murong Bing had died a long time ago. One of them was personally executed by Wang Dan Feng. The other one was also killed in an accident. Duan Lingtian had learned this from Tai Tai He, the supreme elder of the Tai Yi celestial sect. He also learned that Wang Dan Feng only had 5 direct disciples, and only 3 of them were still alive. Among the 3 direct disciples, Murong Bing had the highest innate talent. The 4th direct disciple and the last direct disciple were slightly inferior to Murong Bing. If this person is really Wang Dan Feng's last direct disciple, then she must be Murong Bing's junior sister. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian was eager to meet the special guest that Sita Ming had mentioned. He wanted to know if Murong Bing was here as well. All right. You'll meet her first. Sita Ming nodded in agreement when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Although the special guest had an extraordinary background, he believed the old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect would support Duan Lingtian as long as Duan Lingtian did not allow the special guest to meet Miss Huan, Master Duan. On the way to meet the special guest, Sita Ming could not help but remind Duan Lingtian, that guest is quite young. Don't take it to heart if he doesn't like what he says. When Sita Ming met the special guest earlier, she had said she did not believe Miss Huan's beauty was unparalleled in the world unless she saw it with her own eyes. However, when they did not bring her to see Miss Huan, who was by Master Duan's side, the Tai Yi celestial sect celestial alchemist, Huan, accused them of having a guilty conscience. Although Sita Ming felt helpless, they did not refute her accusation. Now, he was about to appear in front of the other party again, but he didn't bring the person that the other party wanted to see. He could imagine that the other party's next words would be even more unpleasant. Don't worry, I know what to do. Duan Lingtian nodded. If she was really the last disciple of Wang Dan Feng, the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, she would be Murong Bing's junior sister. He had long regarded Murong Bing as his woman. Murong Bing's little junior sister was also his little junior sister. Under such circumstances, no matter how unpleasant the other party's words were, he couldn't be bothered with them. Furthermore, according to what Sita Ming had said, the other party seemed to be a little girl. Under Sita Ming's lead, Duan Ling Tian arrived at the main hall of the Tai Yi celestial sect's residence. He immediately saw 2 people in the hall. Yang Chong was there as well, with his back facing them. Little miss, I told you to be patient. They'll be here soon. Before Duan Lingtian entered the hall, he heard Yang Chong's helpless words and could not help but shake his head. Even someone as patient as Yang Chong seemed to have lost his patience at this moment. One could only imagine how difficult it was to deal with this person. They're here. All right, they're here. When Duan Lingtian followed behind Sita Ming and entered the main hall, Yang Chong saw them and immediately said excitedly to the slightly short silhouette, Brother Lingtian. At the same time, his eyes shone brightly as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Sita Ming as though he had seen his saviors. They're here? In the next moment, Duan Lingtian heard a pleasant voice. At the same time, he saw the figure turning around. It was a young girl dressed in green. The young girl's appearance was delicate and pretty. Although she had yet to fully mature, one could already tell that once the young girl grew up, she would definitely be a rare beauty. You. Do you think I'm easy to bully because I'm young? The green-clad young girl was none other than Liu Luo, a disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, who had come to look for Huan. When she saw Duan Lingtian standing behind Sita Ming, her expression darkened immediately. She said angrily, Don't tell me he's Miss Huan, the one who's widely acknowledged as a peerless beauty. Liu Luo's gaze turned cold as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Little girl, are you really the last disciple of Wang Dan Feng, the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently, completely ignoring Liu Luo's gaze. So what if I am? I don't care who you are. You're not the person I want to see. Liu Luo said coldly. Is Murong Bing your third senior sister? Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged as he continued asking. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Liu Luo was taken aback. Then, she looked at Duan Lingtian suspiciously and asked, You know my third senior sister? Of course. Duan Lingtian said indifferently, Not only do I know your third senior sister, but I also have a close relationship with her. Perhaps, you can call me brother-in-law. You have a close relationship with my third senior sister? Brother-in-law? What do you mean by that? Liu Luo frowned. It was obvious she did not understand Duan Lingtian's words. However, it did not mean Sita Ming and Yang Chong, who were in the main hall, did not understand what Duan Lingtian meant. Both of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it seemed like he had a close relationship with Murong Bing, a disciple of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Moreover, he had asked Murong Bing's junior sister to address him as brother-in-law, so his relationship with Murong Bing was obvious. Master Duan has a close relationship with Murong Bing from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Yang Chong asked Sita Ming through voice transmission. How am I supposed to know? I've never heard Master Duan mention this before. Facing Yang Chong's question, Sita Ming immediately replied with a voice transmission. I'm your third senior sister's man. Since you call her senior sister, you should call me brother-in-law. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Bullsh *T. Liu Luo refuted Duan Lingtian's words as soon as they left his mouth. My third senior sister is as pure as ice and as pure as jade. It's impossible for her to have a close relationship with a man. She's going to be the future sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Is your third senior sister coming to the alchemy conference this time? Duan Lingtian asked. Why should I tell you? Liu Luo said disdainfully. Then, as though she had thought of something, she raised an eyebrow and said, I know. You must be trying to distract me so I'll forget my purpose for coming here today. You two old men, how dare you say you're not guilty? What do you have to say now? I've been waiting for a long time, but I didn't see Miss Huan. Instead, I saw this pretty boy. How can you not be guilty? What do you mean by peerless in the world? Those people must be blind. They even said my third senior sister isn't as beautiful as her. If she's as beautiful as my third senior sister, why is she hiding from everyone? When Liu Luo looked at Sita Ming and Yang Chong again, her words sounded like firecrackers. Even Duan Lingtian was stunned by her words. It took him a long time before he regained his senses. Sita Ming and Yang Chong looked at Duan Lingtian and shrugged helplessly. It was obvious they had experienced Liu Luo's eloquence before this. You want to see Huan, Duan Lingtian asked Liu Luo when he regained his senses. Of course. Who else would I be waiting for? Liu Luo replied. If you want to see Huan, you'll have to get my permission first. Duan Lingtian said indifferently, Tell me if your third senior sister is here or not. If you tell me the truth, I'll bring you to Huan, immediately. Do you think I'll believe you? Liu Luo looked at Duan Lingtian warily. Earlier, the two old men also said I'd be able to see Huan, very soon. However, after waiting for so long, all I got was a shameless pretty boy like you. It's one thing for you to call me a pretty boy, but what do you mean by shameless? Duan Lingtian asked with a frown on his face. You said you're my third senior sister's man. Isn't that shameless? Liu Luo said confidently. Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless. However, he did not say anything. After all, he did not know if Liu Luo would tell Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, about what had happened between him and Murong Bing. If Wang Danfeng heard about it, Murong Bing would be in danger. After all, it was not as if Wang Danfeng had not personally executed her personal disciples because they had lost their chastity. Little girl, I'll tell you the truth. If you tell me if your third senior sister is here or not, I'll bring you to Huan, immediately. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before he looked at Liu Luo and said, as for comparing your third senior sister's appearance to Huan. Although I think your third senior sister is very beautiful and rare, she's still slightly inferior to Huan. That's the truth. Although I'm her man, I can't help her against my will. Duan Lingtian said. You said Huan is prettier than my third senior sister? Liu Luo was even more displeased when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She said, I hope you're not lying to me. If you're lying, I'll definitely ask my senior granduncle to annihilate the Tai Yi celestial sect. Don't believe me. My senior granduncle is a 10-direction celestial duke. It's a piece of cake for him to annihilate the Tai Yi celestial sect whose strongest member is an 8-trigram celestial duke. Liu Luo raised her head as though she was proud of having a 10-direction celestial duke as her senior granduncle. Little girl, why are you so talkative? Just tell me if your third senior sister is here. I'll bring you to Huan immediately. Duan Lingtian said impatiently. My third senior sister is here. Liu Luo said. She's here? Chapter 28:36. Duan Lingtian had been looking forward to Murongbing's arrival. Of course, anticipation was anticipation, yet he didn't dare be sure, so he was slightly perturbed. Now, he found out that Murongbing had come to the Barren Lands Alchemy City from the young woman in green, and he was inexplicably excited. This meant he would be able to see the woman he had long regarded as his woman again. I've already told you that it's time for you to bring me to see Huan. I hope you're not lying to me. Otherwise, I won't let you go. My senior granduncle won't let the Tai Yi celestial sect go as well. When Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up, Liu Luo said solemnly with a solemn expression on her face. Don't worry. Since I've promised you, I'll keep my word. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he looked at Situ Ming and Yang Chong at the side and said, Master Situ, Master Yang, both of you can go about your business. Leave her to me. All right. Yang Chong hurriedly replied, afraid he would have to deal with Liu Luo again. Thank you, Master Duan. Situ Ming chimed in. Soon after, the two of them left the main hall together. In just a blink of an eye, only Duan Lingtian and Liu Luo were left in the main hall. Let's go. Duan Lingtian looked at Liu Luo who was about to speak again. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and walked out of the main hall. Liu Luo hurriedly followed after him. Hey! Pretty boy, I'm Liu Luo. What's your name? Liu Luo asked as she caught up to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian replied indifferently, also, I'm not a pretty boy. If you continue to call me pretty boy, I'll go back on my word. Humph. I thought you're more honest than those two old men, but it seems like you're not that far off. In the face of Duan Lingtian's threat, Lulua snorted in dissatisfaction. You're trying so hard to see her because you want to verify if she's really more beautiful than your third senior sister. Duan Lingtian asked on the way. Of course. Lulua said matter-of-factly, I want to see how beautiful she can be. So many people say she's more beautiful than my third senior sister. My third senior sister is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life. I don't believe there's anyone more beautiful than her. Your third senior sister didn't come with you, which means that she doesn't care about this. You came here yourself. I think it's not because you want to stand up for your third senior sister, but because you're curious, right? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. His wise gaze seemed to be able to see through all of Lulua's thoughts. So what? In any case, since you promised me, you must bring me to see her. Lulua did not deny it when faced with Duan Lingtian's question. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Lulua arrived at the Tai Yi Celestial Sect's residence. After asking Lulua to wait in the courtyard, he walked to Huan's room and gently opened the door before entering. Before Lulua could follow him in, Duan Lingtian had already closed the door with a bang. That woman is in this room? She stared intently at the door of the room in front of her as though she was afraid that she would miss anyone who walked out of the room. Inside the room, Brother Ling Tian, Huan called out. Since Duan Ling Tian had said he would take a few days off before he left Alchemy City, Huan did not cultivate. Instead, she was comprehending the various celestial methods and divine abilities in her inherited memories. Therefore, she noticed Duan Lingtian's presence as soon as he entered the room. Huan, there's a little girl outside who wants to see you, Duan Lingtian said. Huh? Huan was taken aback when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Little girl? Who's that? Her name is Lulua, and she's a disciple of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Duan Lingtian said, I've agreed to let her see you. You just have to go out and let her have a look at you. Since Brother Ling Tian has agreed to let her see you, I'll go out now. Huan smiled as she stood up and prepared to leave. From the beginning until the end, she did not ask why Duan Ling Tian had agreed to the little girl's request. In Huan's opinion, Ling Tian did everything for a reason and would not harm her. For this reason, she trusted Duan Ling Tian unconditionally and did not guard against him at all. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian nodded and prepared to bring Huan out of the room. However, before he left, he could not help but add, that little girl's mouth is very sharp. Come with me for a while and let her have a look at you for a few breaths before you come back. All right. Huan nodded and followed Duan Ling Tian out of the room. He's here. In the courtyard outside the room, Lu Luo had been staring at the door of the room. When the door opened, her eyes brightened immediately. In the next moment, she saw a familiar figure. However, this familiar figure was directly ignored by her. Her attention was completely focused on the figure who had followed Duan Ling Tian out of the room. When she saw the figure, Lulua's pupils shrank as a look of amazement involuntarily flashed across her eyes. It was as though she had seen a goddess who had descended to the mortal world. At this moment, a white figure had appeared in front of her. It was a graceful figure. The bright sunlight shone on the figure's body and face, allowing Lu Luo to clearly see the woman's appearance. The woman had a graceful figure and a peerless appearance. Lu Luo had never seen such a beautiful woman in her life. At this moment, she had no choice but to admit it. Even her third senior sister, whom she thought was the most beautiful woman in the world, paled in comparison to the white-clad woman before her. Before today, Lulua found it hard to believe that such a gorgeous woman could appear in this world. The woman was wearing a thin white robe. Her beautiful cheeks were as if they were carved by the most outstanding craftsman who had gathered all the features of beauty and sculpted them for her. At the very least, Lu Luo could not tear her eyes away from the woman's face. Even though she was also a woman. Although Lulua hadn't seen many women in the past, there was no lack of beautiful women by her side, such as her third senior sister, Murong Bing. However, none of them could compare to the woman in front of her. In fact, they were much inferior. However, Lu Luo had never seen a woman like the white-clad woman before her. Although the woman in white before his eyes had a perfect and peerless appearance, other than a faint allure, there was also a purity that contradicted her allure. She also gave people a feeling that she had not experienced much of the world. It was as though she was a young girl who had just grown up and walked out of her boudoir. Too perfect. There is actually such a perfect woman in this world. Lu Luo's gaze was infatuated as she muttered to herself. Everyone had a love for beauty. Even Lu Luo was no exception. If she were to walk out, who knows how many men would be captivated by her and go crazy for her. Lu Luo could imagine as long as it was a normal man, it would be hard for him to resist her charm. As for those men who could not control themselves, they would definitely want to take her for themselves. Fortunately, she's from the Tai Yi Celestial sect, so those men are wary of her. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to stand here so peacefully. Lu Luo thought to herself. Huan, you can go back now. A voice suddenly rang in Lu Luo's ears, causing her to regain her senses. Duan Ling Tian had asked Huan, to return to her room. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, before Liu Luo could even regain her senses, Huan returned to her room obediently. Naturally, she only behaved this way in front of Duan Ling Tian. Now that you've seen her, are you satisfied? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Liu Luo, who had regained her senses. I didn't expect there to be a woman who's more beautiful than my third senior sister in this world. I wonder how many lifetimes of good fortune you've accumulated to be able to win the heart of such a beautiful woman, Liu Luo muttered to herself as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. She had only taken a few glances at Huan. In fact, she had been in a daze for a while. However, it was not difficult for her to see that Huan had not looked at Huan at all. From the moment Huan left the room to the moment she returned to her room, she did not look at her at all. Her attention was completely focused on the pretty boy in front of her. Her gaze was filled with tenderness as she looked at him. Although Liu Luo was young, she knew a lot about relationships between men and women. You're calling me a gigolo again? Duan Ling Tian frowned and said with a hint of dissatisfaction, Are you kicking me to the curb after I've outlived my usefulness? So what if I kick you to the curb after you've outlived your usefulness? Now that I've seen her, you can't threaten me anymore. Liu Luo said smugly. She was secretly pleased when she saw the dissatisfaction on Duan Ling Tian's face. Even the displeasure she felt earlier was gone at this moment. It was as though she had successfully taken her revenge. Liu Luo. Duan Ling Tian did not bicker with Liu Luo. His expression suddenly turned serious as he looked at Liu Luo and said, I want to see your third senior sister. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Liu Luo's smug expression froze. She frowned and asked, Why do you want to see my third senior sister? Master is right. Men are all bad. They eat what's in their bowl but look at what's in the pot. You already have such a perfect woman by your side, but you still want to provoke my third senior sister. Liu Luo snorted coldly. Don't talk nonsense. There's nothing between us. I only treat her like a little sister. Duan Ling Tian said with a frown. Little sister? Chapter 28:37. Duan Ling Tian was rendered speechless when he heard Liu Luo's words. In the past, when Huan had just entered the world, she had relied on him. At that time, she did not know anything about relationships. However, as she became more involved in the world, she was no longer as ignorant as she was in the past. She had gained a certain level of understanding about the matters between men and women, and the way she looked at him gradually changed as well. Duan Ling Tian could sense all of this. Although he could not do anything about it, he could only pretend he did not see through Huan's feelings for him. After all, the current him really didn't want to, nor was he willing to, touch the feelings between a man and a woman. Duan Ling Tian's 2 wives, 1 wife-to-be, and a group of friends and family were still imprisoned in the Divine Offering Land. What he needed to do now was to cultivate diligently so he could enter the Divine Offering Land to rescue them after the passage to the Divine Offering Land was opened. Huan was the most perfect woman he had ever seen in his 2 lives. She was as gentle as water in front of him, and she obeyed his every word. It would be a lie to say that he didn't have a good impression of her, and he would be lying to himself. However, he was not in the mood to date any woman at this moment. The burden on his shoulders was very heavy. It was fine if he did not think about it. However, whenever he thought about it, he would feel suffocated. Forget it. Since she's here, I'll be able to see her at the alchemy conference in a month's time. Due to Liu Luo's words, Duan Ling Tian's desire to see Murongbing had faded a little when he learned she had come to Alchemy City in the Barren Land. I'll send you out. Liu Luo thought Duan Ling Tian did not dare to reply to her. However, Duan Ling Tian's furrowed brows relaxed as he looked at Liu Luo indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and led the way. What a playboy. Liu Luo snorted before she followed after Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian escorted Liu Luo all the way to the gate. Only when he saw Lulua walk out did he prepare to turn around. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to turn around, he clearly saw an old woman appear not far behind Lulua. When the old woman appeared not far behind Lulua, she turned to look at him. It was this glance that made Duan Lingtian feel a chill run from his feet to the top of his head. He couldn't help but shiver. Who is she? Duan Lingtian's body trembled as he watched the old woman and Lulua disappear from his sight. He sucked in a breath of cold air with lingering fear. She's the first guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, Lin Ru. At some point in time, an elderly figure had appeared beside Duan Lingtian's ear like a ghost. Ancestor? Duan Lingtian was startled by the sudden voice. When he regained his senses, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. And now, the old man who had appeared beside him was no ordinary person. He was none other than the old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect. She followed behind that little girl. However, she didn't come in and has been hiding outside. He Shan's old ancestor continued. Old ancestor, if I'm not mistaken, Lin Ru, the first guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, is a 9 palaces celestial duke, right? She deliberately hid at the side, but you were still able to discover her whereabouts? Duan Lingtian asked in surprise. She didn't deliberately hide her tracks. In fact, I suspect that she intentionally allowed me to discover her. He Shan's eyes flashed as he looked in the direction Lu Luo and Lin Ru left. Right. At this moment, He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect, turned to look at Duan Lingtian and asked, Master Duan, is it true that the little girl from the compassionate celestial traveler sect came just to see Huan? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded before he continued to say, she heard many people say that Huan Er's appearance is prettier than her senior sister's. For this reason, she's not convinced. Therefore, she wanted to see Huan Er's appearance to verify the rumors. Based on how quiet she was when she left, she must have seen Huan, right? He Shan asked again. Yes, she saw her. Duan Lingtian nodded. Is she convinced now? He Shan asked with a smile. He had lived for a long time and had seen countless beauties. However, he had never seen a beauty comparable to Huan Er. Huan Er's beauty was perfect and flawless. She was like the Creator's own daughter who was deeply cared for by the Creator, allowing the Creator to bestow all the perfect things to her. She seems to be convinced. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he recalled Lu Luo's stunned expression when she saw Huan Er. At the other side, Lu Luo returned to the compassionate celestial traveler sect's residence in Alchemy City of the Barren Land. From the beginning until the end, she was unaware that someone was protecting her. Moreover, that person was the first guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. He was also her martial granduncle. Third senior sister, aren't you cultivating in your room? As soon as they entered the courtyard, Lulua saw Murong Bing sitting in front of a stone table in the middle of the courtyard. Both of her hands were supporting her beautiful cheeks. She seemed to be lost in thought. Now that Murong Bing had taken off her veil, her beautiful face could be seen clearly. Lu Luo. You went out? Murong Bing frowned when she saw Lu Luo. You didn't go to the Tai Yi celestial sect alone, right? Murong Bing knew her junior sister very well. With great courage, one could do anything. Hee. Third senior sister, you know me best. Lu Luo sat opposite Murong Bing at the stone table and giggled. Girl, you're good at everything, but you're too curious. Look at how excited you are. You must have met the woman from the Tai Yi celestial sect, right? Murong Bing said snappily. Although Murong Bing knew Liu Luo had gone to the Tai Yi celestial sect alone, she was not worried about Liu Luo's safety. After all, she knew Liu Luo's martial granduncle would follow her to protect her. Her martial granduncle had come out to take care of the juniors. Therefore, she would definitely keep an eye on them. Yes. Liu Luo nodded. How do you feel? Murong asked. A hint of hope could be seen in the depths of her eyes. Although her best friend, Zhou Shuqiu, a disciple of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect in the wasteland, had said the woman from the Tai Yi celestial sect was more beautiful than her, she did not doubt Zhou Shuqiu's words. However, now that her little junior sister had met the woman, she could not help but look forward to her little junior sister's evaluation of the woman. Her little junior sister had grown up with her, and they had a close relationship. She was certain her little junior sister would not exaggerate. Senior sister, you should see for yourself. As Liu Luo spoke, she took out a pearl from her spatial ring and handed it to Murong. When I met her, I secretly recorded the scene with the floating image pearl. As expected of a Duke-grade celestial weapon, it said that no one below the level of a celestial Duke would be able to detect the recording. That woman and the gigolo didn't notice it at all. Floating image pearls were generally primitive celestial weapons. However, if it was refined by a celestial weapon craftsman with better materials, its grade could be raised. Moreover, the higher the grade of the floating image pearl, the harder it would be to detect the recording of the recording. For example, the Duke-grade celestial artifact floating image pearl that Lulua had taken out could only be detected by immortal dukes. Gigolo. Murong took the floating image pearl and injected her celestial origin energy into it. Immediately, an incomparably clear image appeared in the air above the floating image pearl. The image showed a room with a tightly shut door. A moment later, the door was opened, and a purple figure walked out from inside. Upon seeing the purple figure, Murong calm expression changed again. A hint of surprise could be seen in her eyes. It was not because of any reason, but because the purple-clothed youth that had appeared in the mirror image was no stranger to her. He hasn't changed. Murong thought to herself as her heart trembled slightly. The purple-clad young man in the floating image mirror was the same as when she first met him. He exuded confidence from head to toe. Senior sister. Don't tell me you know him. Across the stone table, Lulua's gaze landed on Murong when the purple-clothed youth appeared. She happened to see the change in Murong expression as well as the strange light that flashed across her eyes. The reason she paid attention to Murong was because Duanling Tian had mentioned her third senior sister before this. For this reason, she was curious. She wondered if her third senior sister knew the gigolo called Duanling Tian. Based on the expression on her third senior sister's face, she was certain her third senior sister knew the gigolo. How could third senior sister know that gigolo? Moreover, based on her expression, she seems to treat him differently. Liu Luo thought to herself. In her memories, her third senior sister had many suitors, including Bai Yuxian, the young master of the Profound Heaven celestial sect in the Cross region. However, even for someone as outstanding as Bai Yuxian, this third senior sister of hers had never looked him in the eye, let alone showing such an expression to him. At this moment, Murong saw Huan walking out of the floating image mirror with Duanling Tian in tow. Huan was dressed in a snow-white robe. Murong could not help but feel ashamed when she saw Huan's perfect appearance. Indeed, I'm inferior to her. Chapter 28-38. This was the first time in Murong life that she felt inferior in front of a woman. Moreover, the woman was merely a projection from the floating image pearl and not the real person. Naturally, there was not much difference between a projection from the floating image pearl and a real person. Is this the woman by his side? Murong muttered to herself, feeling slightly disappointed. She withdrew her celestial origin energy from the floating image pearl with just a thought. Immediately, the floating image pearl's mirror image completely disappeared, as if it had never appeared in the first place. Third senior sister. Do you know that pretty boy? At this moment, Lulua, who was standing to the side, looked curiously at Murong and asked. Pretty boy? Murong only regained her senses when she heard Liu Luo's words. She could not help but ask, who? Who's the pretty boy? It's the guy in the projection from the floating image pearl, Liu Luo said. Murong Bing frowned. You're talking about him? Murong Bing came to her senses and frowned. Lulua, how can you give people nicknames like that? It's wrong of you to do that, do you know that? Liu Luo was surprised when she heard Murong Bing's words. She stuck out her tongue playfully and said, "Third senior sister, I'm just calling him that. It's just that he really does look like a pretty boy. You can't call him that anymore. Do you understand?" Murong Bing said as she glared at Liu Luo. Why? Liu Luo asked as her eyes darted around. Third senior sister, do you really know him? Murong Bing was speechless when she heard Liu Luo's question. It seems like you really do know him, third senior sister. Liu Luo had a look of realization on her face as she said, it seems like he wasn't joking when he said he knew you. Third senior sister, don't bother with him. I'm sure he has a special relationship with the woman next to him. I saw the way the woman looked at him. It was as though she was looking at her man. If there's nothing between them, I'll write my name backwards. The more Liu Luo spoke, the more serious she became. It was as though she was afraid her third senior sister would be deceived by the purple-clad young man in the projection. Liu Luo, I have my own judgment. There's no need for you to remind me. Murong Bing's expression darkened when she heard Liu Luo's words. Even her tone had become a lot harsher than before. Third senior sister, Liu Luo's eyes turned red. Third senior sister, You're speaking to me because of a man? You've never spoken to me in such a tone before. Hearing Liu Luo's sobbing voice, Murong Bing realized that she had been a little harsh with her junior sister. She quickly apologized. Liu Luo, I'm sorry. Third senior sister said something wrong. Can you forgive me? I can forgive third senior sister, but I want to know, what is the relationship between you and him? Seniors SSS junior of a person. Faced with Liu Luo's threat, Murong Bing fell silent. Only her senior uncle's sect leader, her best friend Zhou Shuqiu, and a core elder under her senior uncle's sect leader knew about the relationship between her and Duan Lingtian. Apart from them, no one else knew. At this moment, Liu Luo could see Murong Bing's dilemma. Third senior sister. Liu Luo stopped crying and looked at Murong Bing with a serious expression. You're not really deceived by that pretty boy, are you? No wonder. No wonder she asked me to call him brother-in-law, no. I'm going to report this matter to Martial Uncle's sect leader and have him kill that man, lest he becomes an obstacle on your path to becoming the next sect leader. Liu Luo said as she turned to leave. Liu Luo. Murong Bing's figure flashed and blocked Liu Luo's path. It's not what you think. If it's not what I think, then what is it? Liu Luo looked at Murong Bing in confusion. She choked on her words as she said, Third senior sister, don't tell me you don't trust me? Liu Luo could tell Murong Bing was hiding something. For this reason, she felt wronged. Could it be that her third senior sister did not trust her? Was she afraid she would reveal the truth? Actually, before I came to Alchemy City in the Barren Land, I heard from Master that 30 years ago, Sister Shu Qiu followed the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect to participate in the Alchemy Conference. At that time, Sister Shu Qiu asked you to go as well, but you didn't go. At that time, the Alchemy Conference was held in the Cross region, which is relatively close to us. Moreover, Master personally led the team to the Alchemy Conference. This time, not only was the Alchemy Conference held in the Barren Land, but Master didn't personally lead the team. Sister Shu Qiu asked you to come, but you didn't refuse. At that time, I felt something was amiss. However, I thought you wanted to come out to relax. However, it seems like things aren't as simple as they seem. If I'm not mistaken, third senior sister, you must have something to do with Little Bai. Duan Lingtian from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, right? Liu Luo asked as she looked at Murong Bing. She had made such a bold guess because Murong Bing had lost her composure when she saw Duan Lingtian. She had never seen her third senior sister in such a state before. At that moment, she could even feel her third senior sister's dejection. It was as though her soul had been stolen by Duan Lingtian. Moreover, her third senior sister was unwilling to go to the Tai celestial sect's residence with her. Therefore, she came to such a conclusion. Liu Luo, if you really want to know, I'll tell you. After listening to Liu Luo's words, Murong Bing sighed. She was impressed by her little junior sister's intelligence. Then, she began to tell Liu Luo about her relationship with Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. She started from when she went to look for the compassionate celestial traveler sect's world-cleansing horsetail whisk and met Duan Lingtian. She did not hold back at all. In the end, Zhou Shuqiu told her about her encounter with Duan Lingtian and how Duan Lingtian had become the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect. After listening to Murong Bing's words, Liu Luo stood rooted to the ground. It took her a long time to digest Murong Bing's words. No wonder, after she finished digesting Murong Bing's words, Liu Luo smiled wryly. Third senior sister, no wonder you didn't look happy when you found the world-cleansing horsetail whisk for the sect. No wonder you're always alone on the mountain peak, looking in the direction of the wasteland. I thought you were thinking about Sister Shu Qiu, but it seems like you're thinking about him. At this moment, Liu Luo finally found the answers to her questions. Third senior sister, I don't think Master knows about this, right? Liu Luo's expression changed slightly when she suddenly thought of something. Her eyes were filled with anxiety as she looked at Murong Bing. If Master knows about this, do you think I'll still be able to stand here peacefully? Murong Bing smiled wryly. Third senior sister, you can't hide the truth forever. Senior uncle's sect leader can help you now, but he can't help you forever. Lulua said, I was a bit puzzled before. There were several times when we were about to appoint you as the next sect master, but the sect master kept finding excuses to postpone the appointment of the next sect master. As it turns out, senior uncle's sect leader did that because he was afraid master would find out about you losing your virginity to a man. A look of understanding appeared on Liu Luo's face when she reached the end of her sentence. I know. Murong Bing nodded. Senior sister, what do you think of this matter now? From Murong Bing's voice transmission to Liu Luo's, she had also been using voice transmission. She was afraid that the contents of her conversation with her third senior sister would be leaked. I don't know either. Murong Bing said. Have you fallen for that Duan Lingtian? Lulua looked at Murong Bing seriously and asked. Maybe. Murong Bing said hesitantly, avoiding Lulua's gaze. Senior sister, when I went to their place earlier, that Duan Lingtian told me that he wanted to see you. Senior sister, if you want to see him, you can come with me to look for him. However, before that, we need to find an excuse. Otherwise, the sect master will definitely set his sights on him. At this moment, Liu Luo was also aware that the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect had sent someone to kill Duan Lingtian. Therefore, she also knew if her senior uncle, the sect leader, found out it was Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, who had taken her third senior sister's virginity, she would definitely not let Duan Lingtian go. He's gone, Murong Bing shook her head. Clearly, she had no intention of meeting Duan Lingtian. Why? Is it because of that woman next to him? Liu Luo's expression was slightly unsightly as a hint of resentment flashed in her eyes. She resented both Duan Lingtian and the white-clad woman next to Duan Lingtian. She felt her third senior sister was suffering because of Duan Lingtian and the white-clad woman. Liu Luo, do you think it's possible for us to be together? Put aside the fact that he already has someone by his side, even if he doesn't have someone by his side, Master won't let him go. Rather than the two of us dying together, it's better for me to die alone. Even though the time I spent with him was very, very short, I don't want anything to happen to him. Chapter 28-39. Third senior sister, if he's a responsible man, he'll take you away. You can leave the borderlands and head to the central area. Once you're in the central area, you won't have to worry about being hunted down by Master. Before Master becomes a celestial king, she won't leave the borderlands. Even if she leaves the borderlands, it'll be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Liu Luo said through voice transmission. Leave the borderlands? Murong shook her head. No, I can't do that. If I do that, I'll be letting Master down for so many years. I've already made up my mind. When I can no longer hide this matter, I'll let Master do whatever she wants to me. I'll have no regrets even if I die. Murong Bing's voice was filled with determination when she spoke. It was clear she was prepared to die. Third senior sister, hearing Murong Bing's words and feeling the determination in her tone, Lu Luo's eyes turned red. She clenched her fists tightly and her entire body trembled. In the depths of her eyes, a wisp of determination flashed past. Naturally, Murong Bing did not notice this. In the Tai Celestial Sect's residence. 2 days after Duan Lingtian sent Liu Luo away, Duan Lingtian brought Huan to Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect. Master Duan, even if you didn't come today, I would have paid you a visit in the next 2 days. We've been in Alchemy City for a few days, but the Tai Celestial Sect's medicinal pill and medicinal herbs shop hasn't opened yet. We have to spend some time on it, Hishan said. All right, Master Duan. I'll leave everything to you, old ancestor. However, I plan to bring Huan around Alchemy City for 2 days. Why don't we let the 3 alchemists go to that shop and make preparations in these 2 days? Duan Ling Tian suggested when he reached the end of his sentence. That's a good idea. Master Situ and the others can go to the shop first. I'll accompany you and Huan around Alchemy City for 2 days. Hishan nodded. He was not worried about the safety of the 3 prominent celestial alchemists. After all, they were prominent celestial alchemists and did not have any enemies. However, Duan Lingtian and Huan were different. Putting aside the fact that the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect held a grudge against Duan Lingtian and Huan, even if he did not have a conflict with the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect that day, he would not let Duan Lingtian and Huan wander around Alchemy City alone. After all, Duan Lingtian's safety, after all, he had come here to ensure Duan Lingtian's safety so that Duan Lingtian could obtain triple trait Duke grade celestial methods and divine abilities for the Tai Celestial Sect. As for the King grade celestial weapon, with Duan Lingtian's skill in alchemy, he was confident Duan Lingtian would be able to obtain it for the Tai Celestial Sect. However, King-grade celestial weapons were far more important to a sect than Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Even if they lost the celestial method and divine ability, they would only have to share it. On the other hand, if they lost the King-grade celestial weapon, they would lose it. The loss of a King-grade celestial weapon was enough to make any top sect in the 6 southeastern regions go crazy. They might not openly compete for the King-grade celestial weapon, but they would definitely secretly snatch it back. Unless the sect that lost the King-grade celestial weapon was far weaker than the sect that won the King-grade celestial weapon. However, it was impossible for the Tai Celestial Sect to achieve such a thing. After all, the Tai Celestial Sect was considered the weakest among the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. Even if they won the King-grade celestial weapon, they would not be able to keep it. Old ancestor, it doesn't matter if you don't accompany us. The young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect must have found out that I'm the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial Sect and a prominent celestial alchemist. Upon hearing Hishan's words, Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, once I detonate my prominent celestial fire, even a celestial duke would die, let alone the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. I'm sure he won't take the risk to attack me. Master Duan, things aren't as simple as you think. The old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect sighed. Even if you want to detonate your prominent celestial fire, you'll have to first notice the danger before you can detonate your prominent celestial fire. It's fine if the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect personally makes a move. However, if the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect sends a celestial duke to attack you, how are you going to react in time and detonate the prominent celestial fire? Unless your divine consciousness is at the level of a celestial duke, you won't be able to react in time to a celestial duke's sneak attack. The old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect said. If Duan Ling Tian was a celestial duke, even if he was only a one basic celestial duke, the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect, the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect would not be worried about a 10-direction celestial duke attacking him. After all, Duan Ling Tian was a prominent celestial alchemist. Once the prominent celestial fire was detonated, even a 10-direction celestial duke would die if he was within 100 meters of the profound heaven celestial fire. Unless the prominent celestial fire was of a lower grade or the 10-direction celestial duke was close to becoming a celestial king, the 10-direction celestial duke would be severely injured. A celestial duke, even a one basic celestial duke, would be able to sense a 10-direction celestial duke's aura with his divine consciousness. That seems to be the case. Duan Ling Tian smiled awkwardly when he heard the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect's words. He had thought the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect would come looking for trouble with him. He did not expect the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect would send someone to attack him. If the other party had sent the Huangjiang 3 Xiong, he could still be on guard. However, if the other party sent a celestial duke that Duan Ling Tian had never seen before, he would be completely defenseless. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian was clear in his heart the prominent celestial fire in his body was not a true prominent celestial fire. It was the mysterious chaos divine fire. He knew that a high-grade immortal flame could be detonated. However, even if he wanted to detonate the chaos divine flame, he would have to see if the chaos divine flame was willing to do so. When he said that he would detonate the high-grade immortal fire, it was just a bluff. If he really wanted to detonate it, he wouldn't be able to. Duan Ling Tian and Huan wandered around Alchemy City for 2 days with the old ancestor in tow. They did not encounter any danger, and everything was peaceful. Biyao Xian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, seemed to have disappeared as well. 2 days later, Duan Ling Tian and Huan had explored more than half of Alchemy City. Currently, Alchemy City was even livelier than when they had first arrived. The shops of the major sects in the 6 southeastern regions had also opened for business in the downtown area of Alchemy City. Compared to the other sects, the Tai celestial sect's shop had also opened for business. However, it was still in the preparation stage and had not officially opened for business yet. Stalls were neatly arranged in every street and alley in Alchemy City. There were so many stalls that it was a feast for the eyes. Brother Ling Tian, you should go and help Master Situ and the others. After 2 days of strolling around, Huan's interest in Alchemy City in the barren land had faded. When they passed by the Tai celestial sect's shop again, Huan held Duan Ling Tian's hand and led him into the shop. Master Duan. Miss Huan, Old ancestor. When Duan Ling Tian, Huan, and the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect entered the shop, Situ Ming and the others who were busy stopped what they were doing and stepped forward to greet them. Alchemists, I feel like you're almost done with the preparations. You should be able to officially open for business tomorrow, right? Tai old ancestor asked with a smile as he glanced at the shop. Almost. Situ Ming nodded. Then, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said with a smile, Master Duan, we'll officially open for business tomorrow. You'll have to come personally to oversee the operation. After all, the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill, that you refined, will be among the pills we'll be selling. It's common knowledge that no prominent celestial alchemist in the Tai celestial sect is capable of refining the overarching heaven pill. In Alchemy City, all the top sects have an agreement. Their respective shops can only sell medicinal pills refined by the celestial alchemists of their respective sections. This is to prevent any sects from maliciously stealing their business. Situ Ming said. There's such a rule? Which sect's shop can only sell pills refined by their sect's celestial alchemists? Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he heard Situ Ming's words. He did not expect there to be such a rule in Alchemy City. However, after thinking about it for a while, he felt relieved. After all, Alchemy City existed for the sake of the Alchemy Conference. The Alchemy Conference was a stage for celestial alchemists in the 6 southeastern regions to interact and compete with each other. It was only natural for Alchemy City to have such a rule. That's right. Yang Chong nodded. Once we start selling the overarching heaven pills tomorrow, there'll definitely be people from the other sects who will come forward. At that time, Master Duan, you'll have to refine the overarching heaven pills in front of them to shut them up. It was just as Sita Ming and Yang Chong had said. The next day, not long after the Tai E Celestial Sect's shop started selling the prominent celestial pills, the overarching heaven pills, to the public, 2 groups of people arrived. Moreover, they had come in a menacing manner. It was obvious that they had not come with good intentions. Humph. How dare the Tai E Celestial Sect violate the rules set by the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions and openly sell the prominent celestial pills, the overarching heaven pills, that your celestial alchemists can't refine. Do you think we're blind? One of the groups of people was led by a middle-aged man with a face full of pockmarks who was dressed in a long green robe. Chapter 2840. The troublemaker is here. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's voice, the people from the Tai E Celestial Sect who were in the shop finally regained their senses. Sita Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing immediately rushed out of the shop. Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in the Tai E Celestial Sect's shop? Sita Ming said coldly as he walked out of the shop. His cold voice was filled with anger. Sita Ming, don't tell me you don't recognize me? Outside the shop, a middle-aged man in a green robe with a face full of pockmarks said indifferently as he watched Sita Ming walk out of the shop with a face full of anger. I was wondering who it was. As it turns out, it's the loser from 30 years ago. Sita Ming walked out of the shop. When he saw the green-robed middle-aged man, the anger on his face disappeared and was replaced with indifference. His tone was neither salty nor light, as if his interest had waned. It was as though he did not care about the middle-aged man at all. Sita Ming, I lost to you 30 years ago. Don't be so smug. I'll definitely defeat you in the Alchemy Conference and show the people in the 6 southeastern regions that you, Sita Ming, are no match for me. The middle-aged man said with a dark expression on his face. Guan Chi Fei? As soon as the green-clad middle-aged man finished speaking, He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai E Celestial Sect, who was seated opposite Duan Ling Tian and Huan raised an eyebrow. It's him. Who's he? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. He's a prominent celestial alchemist from the Supporting Sun Celestial Sect in the Shadow region. The Supporting Sun Celestial Sect is one of the 4 great sects in the Shadow region. I heard from the sect leader that during the Alchemy Conference 30 years ago, he lost to Master Situ by a hair's breadth and even lost a pill formula. I've only heard of him in the past, but this is my first time meeting him in person, the old ancestor of the Tai E Celestial Sect said. The old ancestor of the Tai E Sect said as he calmly looked outside the shop, paying attention to the development of the situation. I see. Guan Chi Fei doesn't have good intentions. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as realization dawned on him. Speaking of which, there was a conflict between the Supporting Sun Celestial Sect and our Tai E Celestial Sect 100 years ago. For this reason, we're not on good terms with the Supporting Sun Celestial Sect, Duan Ling Tian said. He knows the Supporting Sun Celestial Sect won't let him suffer a loss in front of the Tai E Celestial Sect. The old ancestor of the Tai E Celestial Sect said Tai E Celestial Alchemist. I knew he was right. I was wondering why a mere celestial alchemist would dare to cause trouble here. As it turns out, he has the backing of the Supporting Sun Celestial Sect. He Shanzi Celestial Alchemist of the Tai E Celestial Sect sects of the Supporting Sun Celestial Sect he Situ Tai Yi's Alchemist S. Are you? Are you? Are you? Situ Ming sneered when he heard Guan Chi Fei's provocation. I'll be waiting for you to compete with me in the alchemy conference in 20 days. Now, you'd better take your people and get the hell out of here. Don't disturb the Tai Celestial Sect's business. Situ Ming said coldly. His voice was so cold that it made one feel as though one had fallen into an ice cellar. Humph. Guan Qifei coldly snorted and said bluntly, Situ Ming, I didn't come here today to challenge you. I will settle the matter between you and me at the alchemy conference in 20 days. Today, I'm here on behalf of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions to order the Tai Celestial Sect to remove the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill, from the shelves. Nobody in the Tai Celestial Sect can refine the overarching heaven pill, so you're not qualified to sell it in Alchemy City. Guan Qifei revealed the purpose of his visit. I'm sure Vice Sect Leader Tan is here for this as well, right? As Guan Qifei finished speaking, he looked at the leader of the other group of people who came after him. The other group of people was not as powerful as Guan Qifei's group. There were only 3 people in this group. The leader was an old man who was dressed in a brand new Daoist robe and held a horsetail whisk in his hand. The old man had a goatee, making him look like an old Daoist priest. Behind the old man was a young man and a young woman. This old Daoist priest is called Tan Zhengyi. He's the vice sect leader of the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect in the Light region. His strength is second only to the sect leader and the 2 supreme elders of the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect. He's a 7-star celestial duke. He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect, said to Duan Lingtian. The vice sect leader of the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect in the Light region? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. He looked at He Shan and asked, Old ancestor, does the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect have any conflicts with the Tai Celestial Sect? That's not true. He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect, shook his head. The Tai Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect have always minded their own business. I'm sure Tan Zhengyi is here because he knows the Tai Celestial Sect is selling the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. Duan Lingtian nodded. Not bad. Tan Zhengyi nodded in response to Guan Qifei's question. Then, he looked at Situ Ming and said with a smile, Master Situ, as far as I know, there are 3 prominent celestial alchemists in your sect. However, none of you can refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. Is it possible that your sect has recruited a prominent celestial alchemist who's capable of refining overarching heaven pills? Tan Zhengye's eyes flashed as he spoke. The curiosity in his eyes was replaced by a playful look. He had met the 3 prominent celestial alchemists in the Tai Celestial Sect a few times. He knew these 3 prominent celestial alchemists would not be able to refine the overarching heaven pill even if they had the pill formula and the technique to refine the overarching heaven pill. In order to refine the overarching heaven pill, apart from the pill formula and the technique to refine the overarching heaven pill, one had to possess a prominent celestial fire of a certain grade. All 3 of these factors were indispensable. Naturally, he did not think Situ Ming and the other 2 prominent celestial alchemists had obtained other prominent celestial fires in recent years. After all, even if a prominent celestial fire came across a superior celestial fire, it would still be impossible for them to refine it. After all, a superior celestial fire would reject a prominent celestial fire when it sensed the presence of a prominent celestial fire. In the past, when some prominent celestial alchemists discovered a superior celestial fire, they tried to forcefully refine the superior celestial fire in order to replace the prominent celestial fire in their bodies. However, in the end, most of them ended up with the same fate. Death and destruction of the Tao. When they tried to forcefully refine the superior celestial fire, the superior celestial fire refused to obey them and self-destructed. The power of the self-destruction of a prominent celestial fire was strong enough to kill a celestial duke. Even a 10-direction celestial duke would not be able to survive the explosion. For this reason, only prominent celestial alchemists who were celestial kings or stronger would be able to survive the explosion. For this reason, Tan Zhengyi did not believe Sita Ming and the other two prominent celestial alchemists would be able to refine the overarching heaven pill unless one of them had obtained a supreme celestial fire. However, was that even possible? In the history of the 6 southeastern regions, a supreme celestial fire would only appear once every 10,000 years. If Sita Ming and the other two prominent celestial alchemists managed to obtain a supreme celestial fire, the news would have spread like wildfire in the 6 southeastern regions. The birth of a supreme celestial alchemist would definitely cause an uproar in the 6 southeastern regions. For this reason, unless the Tai-E celestial sect managed to recruit a prominent celestial alchemist who could refine the overarching heaven pill, it would be impossible for them to refine the overarching heaven pill. However, would a prominent celestial alchemist who could refine the overarching heaven pill join the Tai-E celestial sect? The answer was no. In the 6 southeastern regions, prominent celestial alchemists who could refine the overarching heaven pill were concentrated in the general region, cross region, light region, and shadow region. In the wasteland and barren region, there was no prominent celestial alchemist who could refine the overarching heaven pill. A prominent celestial alchemist who could refine the overarching heaven pill would be a VIP in any of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. There was no need for them to condescend to join the weaker top sects in the wasteland and barren region since the benefits they could obtain there were far fewer compared to other sections. For this reason, Tan Zhengyi, like Guan Qifei, felt that there was no celestial alchemist in the Tai-E celestial sect who could refine the overarching heaven pill. The Tai-E celestial sect was openly selling the overarching heaven pill in violation of the rules set by the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. As the vice-sect leader of the Thousand Leaves celestial sect in the light region, Tan Zhengyi, naturally, could not ignore this. After all, their Thousand Leaves immortal sect was one of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. Back then, they had also participated in establishing such a rule. Vice-sect leader Tan, you're wise. In the past 30 years, our Tai-E celestial sect has indeed recruited a prominent celestial alchemist who can refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. Although Sita Ming could see the hint of mockery in Tan Zhengye's eyes, he pretended not to see it. Oh. Tan Zhengye's eyes flashed when he heard Sita Ming's words. Then, he shifted his gaze to the Tai-E celestial sect's shop and asked, I wonder if the prominent celestial alchemist is in your shop. If he is, please introduce him to us. Tan Zhengyi smiled faintly. However, his eyes were filled with disdain. Vice-sect leader Tan, I'm sure he'll say the prominent celestial alchemist from the Tai-E celestial sect isn't here. In fact, he'll even say the prominent celestial alchemist from the Tai-E celestial sect didn't come to Alchemy City and doesn't intend to attend the alchemy conference. Chapter 2841. As soon as Guan Qifei finished speaking, he looked at Sita Ming with a mocking smile. After all, the Tai-E celestial sect doesn't have a prominent celestial alchemist who can refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. A prominent celestial alchemist who can refine the overarching heaven pill would be highly sought after by all sections. How could a prominent celestial alchemist who can refine the overarching heaven pill be interested in the Tai-E celestial sect? In my opinion, he's just trying to find an excuse for the Tai-E celestial sect to sell the overarching heaven pill. After all, it's impossible for us to go to the wasteland to find out if there's a prominent celestial alchemist in the Tai-E celestial sect. Guan Qifei's mocking smile deepened as he spoke. Fortunately, the ancestors of the top sects who set the rules were smart enough to think of such a situation. Therefore, the rule was that the pills sold in the shops of the top sects in Alchemy City must be pills refined by celestial alchemists who are participating in the alchemy conference. In other words, even if the Tai-E celestial sect doesn't have a prominent celestial alchemist who can refine the overarching heaven pill, you're not qualified to sell the overarching heaven pill if he's absent. Guan Qifei looked at Sita Ming. Other than the mocking smile on his face, his eyes were also filled with pride. It was as though he was showing off to everyone how smart he was. Yes, there's such a rule. Tan Zhengyi nodded as soon as Guan Qi Fei finished speaking. Then, he looked at Situ Ming and said, Master Situ, even if there's a celestial alchemist in the Tai Yi celestial sect, you're not allowed to sell the overarching heaven pill if he's absent from the alchemy conference. It's just as Master Guan said. The pills sold in the shops of the top sects in Alchemy City must be refined by the celestial alchemists of the sects who came to participate in the alchemy conference. As Tan Zhengyi spoke, he emphasized again. It was as though he was afraid Situ Ming was unaware of this rule. What's going on? Isn't this the Tai Yi celestial sect's shop? Why is someone causing trouble here? As time passed, more and more people gathered in front of the Tai Yi celestial sect's shop. Those who did not know better would think that the Tai Yi celestial sect was giving out free pills and medicinal herbs. Otherwise, how could the Tai Yi celestial sect's shop be so lively? These two groups of people aren't simple. The leader of one of the groups is Guan Qi Fei, a prominent celestial alchemist from the supporting Sun celestial sect in the Shadow region. The leader of the other group is Tan Zhengyi, the vice sect leader of the Thousand Leaves celestial sect in the Light region. After all, the supporting Sun celestial sect and the Tai Yi celestial sect haven't been on good terms for the past 100 years. However, why was the Thousand Leaves immortal sect also joining in the fun? There's no conflict between the Thousand Leaves celestial sect and the Tai Yi celestial sect, right? You don't know about this. They're here because the Tai Yi celestial sect is selling overarching heaven pills. Overarching heaven pill? The Tai Yi celestial sect's shop sells overarching heaven pills? Hee hee. You don't know, do you? Early in the morning, the Tai Yi celestial sect's shop opened for business and began to sell overarching heaven pills at a lower price than other shops. Therefore, more and more people are coming here to buy overarching heaven pills. More and more people gathered outside the Tai Yi celestial sect's shop. They finally understood why the people from the supporting Sun celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves celestial sect were here. As far as I know, there's no prominent celestial alchemist in the Tai Yi celestial sect who's capable of refining the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill, right? At the very least, the Tai Yi celestial sect has never sold overarching heaven pills in Alchemy City since 30 years ago. Moreover, there's a rule in Alchemy City set by the major sects in the 6 southeastern regions. The shops of the top sects are only allowed to sell pills refined by celestial alchemists from those sects who are participating in the alchemy conference. Could it be that the Tai Yi celestial sect has recruited a prominent celestial alchemist who's capable of refining overarching heaven pills? Moreover, that prominent celestial alchemist has also come to Alchemy City to participate in the alchemy conference? Unless that's the case, the Tai Yi celestial sect is in big trouble this time. That's right. It's not a small matter to openly violate the rules set by the major sections. If they're careless, the major sects might gang up on them. The onlookers' thoughts were similar to Tan Zhengyi's. They did not think the Tai Yi celestial sect was capable of recruiting a prominent celestial alchemist who was capable of refining overarching heaven pills. Moreover, they felt it was impossible for the 3 prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai Yi celestial sect to refine overarching heaven pills. I'm afraid the Tai Yi celestial sect is in big trouble this time. I really don't know what the Tai Yi celestial sect is thinking. Even if they have a way to obtain a large number of overarching heaven pills, there's no need for them to sell them in Alchemy City, right? That's right. Are they worried the wasteland won't be able to digest the overarching heaven pills? In the end, many people shook their heads. They felt the Tai Yi celestial sect had violated the rules set by the major sects in the 6 southeastern regions. They felt the Tai Yi celestial sect was in big trouble this time. The smug expression in Guan Qi Fei's eyes intensified when he heard the onlooker's words. At the same time, he looked at Situ Ming provocatively. It was as though he wanted to see Situ Ming's reaction. He wanted to see how Situ Ming would deal with him and Tan Zhengyi. In his opinion, Situ Ming was already at the end of his rope. Vice sect leader Tan, I know the rules, Situ Ming said indifferently. if the prominent celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect who's capable of refining the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill, isn't here, the Tai celestial sect naturally wouldn't dare to sell the overarching heaven pills. Oh. Guan Qifei was stunned by Sita Ming's words. Tan Zhengyi looked at Sita Ming in surprise. Master Situ, do you mean the prominent celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect who's capable of refining the overarching heaven pill is here as well? Of course. Sita Ming nodded. Moreover, he's in the shop right now. Guan Qifei, who are you trying to fool? Guan Qifei finally regained his senses and said disdainfully, don't think I don't know who the Tai celestial sect sent this time. Apart from the three of you, there's only the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, a brat who's still wet behind the ears, and a beautiful young woman. Are you trying to say the prominent celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect who's capable of refining the overarching heaven pill didn't enter the city with you? A mocking smile appeared on Guan Qifei's face when he finished speaking. A few days ago, the people from the Tai celestial sect had a conflict with the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect as soon as they entered the city. News of this had spread like wildfire in Alchemy City. Guan Qifei had also heard about it. For this reason, he knew who the people from the Tai celestial sect were. As soon as Sita Ming finished speaking, a burst of hearty laughter rang from the Tai celestial sect's shop. Following that, an old man walked out of the shop and appeared before everyone's eyes. Vice Sect Leader Tan, it's been a long time. The old man was none other than He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect. He looked at Tan Zhengyi and greeted him. As for Guan Qifei, he didn't even pay attention to him. He didn't even look at Guan Qifei. Behind the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, Huan held Duan Ling Tian's hand intimately as they slowly made their way out of the shop. Senior He Shan. Tan Zhengyi did not dare to act as casually as he did with Sita Ming and the others. His expression turned solemn as he cupped his fists together and greeted He Shan. In terms of seniority, He Shan was above him. Furthermore, the other party's cultivation was higher than his, and his strength was stronger than his. For this reason, he did not dare to be disrespectful in front of He Shan. Why aren't the two of you bowing to Senior He Shan? Senior He Shan is the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect. He's also an 8-trigram celestial duke. While returning the greeting to He Shan, Tan Zhengyi turned his head to look at the young man and woman behind him and shouted, "Let's go." However, the young man and woman behind him did not seem to have heard him. Both of them stood there and stared blankly at the space behind He Shan. At this moment, everyone outside the shop, including Guan Qifei, the prominent celestial alchemist from the supporting Sun celestial sect in the Shadow region, was staring at the space behind the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect. It was as though there was a peerless treasure behind the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect. The focus of their attention was on Huan, who was holding Duan Lingtian's arm as they walked out of the shop together. She's the woman who made the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect lose his composure a few days ago. I've long heard that there's a peerless beauty among the people from the Tai celestial sect who came this time. Now that I've met her, she really lives up to her reputation. In fact, she's even more beautiful than I imagined. I didn't expect there to be such a peerless beauty in this world. I've lived for almost 10,000 years, but this is my first time seeing such a beauty. Compared to her, the so-called beauties I've seen in the past are nothing. Huan, who was not wearing a veil, was the center of attention no matter where she went. She was no exception at this moment. What a beautiful woman. At this moment, even Guan Qifei, who had come with ill intentions, was attracted to Huan, No wonder Gang, and Hui, were stunned. If I saw such a peerless beauty when I was younger, I wouldn't be able to look away as well. Chapter 2842. He Shan. So that's the old ancestor's name. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when everyone's attention was on Huan, Previously, Tan Zhengyi, the vice-sect leader of the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect in the Light region, had addressed He Shan as Senior He Shan. This was the first time he had heard He Shan's name. Senior He Shan. The young man and woman behind Tan Zhengyi finally regained their senses. They shifted their gazes from Huan, to He Shan before they bowed in unison. It was clear that the young man was struggling to look away from Huan, After all, Huan, was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life. Even in his imagination, he could not imagine that there would be such a beautiful woman in the world. Vice-sect leader Tan, are they your disciples? He Shan nodded at the young man and woman behind Tan Zhengyi before he asked with a smile on his face. Yes. Tan Zhengyi nodded. Then, he pointed at the young man and woman behind him and introduced them to He Shan. This is my second disciple, Qing De Gang, and this is my second disciple, Zhong Xiaohui. Yes, they're both good-looking. He Shan nodded and said courteously. Senior He Shan, you came at the right time. At this moment, Guan Qi Fei, the prominent celestial alchemist from the supporting Sun Celestial Sect, looked at He Shan and asked, You're a senior of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. What do you think about the Tai Yi Celestial Sect selling the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill? As he spoke, Guan Qifei's tone became more interrogative. However, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect did not even bother to look at him. You. Guan Qifei was furious. As the saying goes, even a clay figurine has 3 points of anger. Seeing the Tai Yi old ancestor ignore him like this, Guan Qifei immediately became angry from embarrassment. He Shan. Don't think I'll let this matter go just because you ignored me. It's a fact that the Tai Yi Celestial Sect violated the rules set by the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. An ironclad fact? The old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect continued to ignore Guan Qifei. Situ Ming glanced at Guan Qifei coldly and said, Guan Qifei, before this matter is settled, you better watch your mouth. You can't slander the Tai Yi Celestial Sect's reputation. Humph. Guan Qifei scoffed. I'm just telling the truth. Didn't you say the prominent celestial alchemist from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect who's capable of refining overarching heaven pills is in the shop? Where is he? Why don't you call him out for us to see? Alchemist Duan has already come out. It's just that you're blind and didn't notice him. Sita Ming sneered. Master Duan? He's already out? Guan Qifei's eyes were filled with disbelief when he heard Sita Ming's words. You mean she's the prominent celestial alchemist from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect who's capable of refining the overarching heaven pill? Everyone, including Tan Zhengyi, turned to look at Huan, as well. This peerless beauty was the prominent celestial alchemist from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect who was capable of refining overarching heaven pills? Master Situ is right. You're blind. He's talking about me. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian, who was holding Huan Er's arm, looked at Guan Qifei calmly and said indifferently, Guan Qifei, don't worry. He's talking about me. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, all eyes that were on Huan immediately shifted to him. You? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Guan Qifei turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. His expression darkened as he scoffed. Brat, I've already probed you with my divine consciousness as soon as you came out. Your aura has long since betrayed the fact that you're not even 100 years old. A brat who's not even 100 years old dares to claim you're a prominent celestial alchemist. Moreover, you're a prominent celestial alchemist who's capable of refining overarching heaven pills? Are you still dreaming? Guan Qifei looked at Duan Ling Tian with disdain when he reached the end of his sentence. Not even 100 years old? He's really not even 100 years old. As soon as Guan Qifei finished speaking, many people extended their divine consciousness to check Duan Ling Tian. Soon enough, they were certain of one thing. The purple-clad young man who was standing next to the peerless beauty was indeed not even 100 years old. What a joke. He's not even 100 years old, but he dares to claim he's a prominent celestial alchemist who's capable of refining overarching heaven pills? Is he crazy? That's right. If he's not even 100 years old and is lucky, he might be able to obtain a prominent celestial fire. However, possessing a prominent celestial fire doesn't mean he's a prominent celestial alchemist. He has to master the pill refining technique of a prominent celestial alchemist to be able to refine prominent celestial pills. Even if he possesses a prominent celestial fire, it's still extremely difficult for a person who's not even 100 years old to become a prominent celestial alchemist. However, he dares to claim he's a prominent celestial alchemist who's capable of refining overarching heaven pills. In order to refine the overarching heaven pill, one must possess a pill formula, a prominent celestial fire, and a prominent celestial alchemist's refining technique. Even a prominent celestial alchemist with a prominent celestial fire would find it difficult to refine ordinary prominent celestial pills, let alone the overarching heaven pill. What a fool! What a fool! I really don't understand. Why would such a peerless beauty fall for someone who's full of nonsense? He's like a flower stuck in a pile of cow dung. When Huan appeared holding Duan Lingtian's hand, most of the men present on the scene could see the affection in Huan Er's eyes when she looked at Duan Lingtian. It was obvious she already had someone in her heart. Naturally, it belonged to Duan Lingtian, who was standing next to Huan Er. At that time, the group of people was filled with envy and jealousy toward Duan Lingtian. Now that Guan Qifei's words had stirred up their anger, they began to discuss among themselves. Based on their words, it was clear they were treating Duan Lingtian as a fool. Little brother, you should be careful with your words. At this moment, Tan Jingyi looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, "Do you know that since you've said that, we'll treat you as the prominent celestial alchemist from the Tai Yi celestial sect who's capable of refining overarching heaven pills? If you fail to refine overarching heaven pills, the major celestial sects in the 6 southeastern regions won't let you off easily." A hint of threat could be heard in Tan Zhengye's voice when he spoke. What? Vice sect leader Tan, you don't believe I'm the prominent celestial alchemist from the Tai Yi celestial sect? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and asked with a faint smile on his face. I'm afraid no one here thinks you're the prominent celestial alchemist who can refine overarching heaven pills, right? Tan Zhengye said. Is that so? Upon hearing Tan Zhengye's words, Duan Lingtian smiled. Then, he looked at Huan Er and asked, Huan Er, tell Vice Sect Leader Tan. Do you believe I'm the prominent celestial alchemist who can refine overarching heaven pills? Brother Lingtian, it's just a piece of cake for you to refine overarching heaven pills, Huan Er replied with a smile. Duan Lingtian nodded. Her eyes had never left Duan Lingtian since the moment she came out of the room. Even when the gazes of the surrounding people frequently landed on her, it did not cause her gaze to move in the slightest. It was as if in her world, other than herself, there was only Duan Lingtian. There was no third person. Old ancestor, 3 masters, do you believe I'm a prominent celestial alchemist capable of refining the overarching heaven pill? Then, Duan Lingtian asked He Shan, Sita Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing. Of course I do. He Shan nodded. I do. Of course. Yes. Sita Ming and the other 2 also spoke in succession. As soon as the trio finished speaking, Duan Lingtian turned to look at Tan Jingyi and said with a faint smile on his face, Vice Sect Leader Tan, you said no one here thinks I'm a prominent celestial alchemist who can refine overarching heaven pills. What do you think? When Duan Lingtian asked the people from the Tai Yi celestial sect, Tan Zhengyi was rendered speechless. Now that he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was rendered speechless as well. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so shameless. He did not expect the purple-clad young man who was not even 100 years old to be so shameless. Would the people from the Tai Yi celestial sect betray him if he had asked them? Most likely, they would protect him. Humph. Qingde Gang, the second disciple of the Tai Yi celestial sect, scoffed as he glared at Duan Lingtian. Brat, it's only natural that the people from the Tai celestial sect will protect you. My master was just making a slip of the tongue earlier. What he meant was, apart from the people from the Tai celestial sect, I'm afraid no one here thinks you're a prominent celestial alchemist who can refine overarching heaven pills. When Qingde Gang reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Ling Tian with contempt. Huan, As soon as Qingde Gang finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian sensed a majestic celestial origin energy from Huan Er's hand that was holding his. He patted Huan Er's hand lightly and said through voice transmission, I don't care about what they say, so why should you? Earlier, when the group of people mocked him, Huan had wanted to make a move, but he had stopped her in time. Now that Huan wanted to make a move again, he had to stop her. He was not worried Huan would be at a disadvantage if she made a move. With He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, there was no way anyone would be able to hurt Huan However, he did not think it was necessary. Chapter 28:43. Brat, didn't you hear me? Seeing that the purple-clothed young man in front of him was not only ignoring him, but also flirting with the peerless beauty in front of him, Qingde Gang was enraged for a moment. I'm already giving you face by ignoring you. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Qingde Gang indifferently and said unhurriedly, since you want me to talk to you so much, I'll tell you the reason why I'm ignoring you. I'm talking to your master. As a junior, you don't have the right to tell me what to do. Junior. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the onlookers realized Duan Ling Tian had placed himself on the same level as Tan Zhengyi, the vice-sect leader of the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect. Under such circumstances, Qingde Gang, who was Tan Zhengye's disciple, was, naturally, a junior. A junior should not interrupt when a senior was speaking. This was the most basic form of respect for a senior. You think you're qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as my master? If you didn't pretend to be a prominent celestial alchemist who can refine overarching heaven pills, I wouldn't even bother talking to a brat who's not even 100 years old. Qingde Gang's face was red with anger. His eyes flashed coldly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Tan Zhengyi. As soon as Qingde Gang finished speaking, a thunderous voice rang in the air. It was none other than He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect. Is this how you teach your disciple? Master Duan is the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect. In terms of status, he's on the same level as you, the vice-sect leader of the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect. Your disciple is acting so disrespectfully in front of the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect. As his master, if you don't do something about it, people will say you're not a good disciple in the future. Tai old ancestor's tone became a little colder as he spoke, giving people a feeling that winter had arrived. The chief celestial alchemist? As soon as the old ancestor of the Tai sect spoke, an uproar broke out among the crowd. This brat who's not even 100 years old is the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect? Are you serious? Nonsense. Of course it's fake. Even if a person who's not even 100 years old is lucky enough to obtain a prominent celestial fire, do you think he'll be able to achieve much in less than 100 years? I'm afraid he won't even be able to refine an ordinary prominent celestial pill, let alone the overarching heaven pill. The people from the Tai celestial sect are too shameless. Just to sell the overarching heaven pills in his shop, he actually dared to claim that a brat who was not even 100 years old was the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect. Aren't they afraid of being laughed at? The old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect is one of the older generation powerhouses of the Tai celestial sect, and yet, he's following the lead of the Tai celestial sect. The onlookers whispered among themselves. They all agreed that He Shan was making up lies. Bang! With a loud bang, a cloud of blood mist suddenly exploded in the crowd. Then, as if it was pulled by an invisible force, it all fell to the ground without touching anyone. Blood stained the ground, dazzling the eyes. Gasp! 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 Gasp. Gasp. The sound of people inhaling sharply rang in the air. The person who was killed was none other than the middle-aged man who had said Shan was a dog. He had lost his life because of a slip of the tongue. Instantly, the noisy crowd fell into a dead silence. Everyone's eyes fell on Shan's old ancestor. Although Shan had remained motionless from the beginning until now, he had not moved at all. However, at that moment, they clearly felt a powerful energy surge from Shan's direction toward the blood-stained ground. "Senior Shan, please calm down." At this moment, Tan Jingyi said, "I don't think that person has any ill intentions. He just thinks that what you said is a little unbelievable. After all, everyone can see for themselves that this young man is not even 100 years old." Qing De Gang, who had been arguing with Duan Lingtian, retreated to Tan Jingye's side. His face was slightly pale when he saw Shan's ruthless attack. Seeing how ruthless Tai-Yi old ancestor was, he didn't dare to be the first one to stand out. He was afraid Shan would attack him. After all, Shan was an 8 trigram celestial duke. He was stronger than his master. If Shan wanted to kill him, even his master might not be able to stop him. That's right. As soon as Tan Jingyi finished speaking, Guan Qifei stepped forward and said coldly, "No matter what the people of the Tai-Yi celestial sect say, it won't be convincing. Unless this young man refines a cauldron of overarching heaven pills in front of us. Otherwise, the Tai-Yi celestial sect will be violating the rules set by the major sects in the 6 southeastern regions by selling overarching heaven pills. They'll be boycotted by all sections." As he spoke, Guan Qifei's eyes were filled with schadenfreude. "Who do you think you are?" Duan Lingtian glanced at Guan Qifei coldly and said disdainfully, "You're not worthy of me refining overarching heaven pills. Of course, if you want me to refine overarching heaven pills in front of everyone, you'll have to gather all the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions here. I don't want a mad dog to come looking for trouble every 2 days. I might as well show everyone that I, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-Yi celestial sect, can refine overarching heaven pills. The Tai-Yi celestial sect is qualified to sell overarching heaven pills in Alchemy City." Duan Lingtian said. "Who did you call a mad dog?" Guan Qifei's expression changed drastically. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, even Tan Jingye's expression darkened. Duan Lingtian's words were indirectly scolding him, "Young man, I think you're overthinking things." Tan Jingyi took a deep breath to suppress his anger. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, "As long as you refine a cauldron of overarching heaven pills in front of me, Master Guan, and everyone else, the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions will believe you, and the Tai-Yi celestial sect is qualified to sell overarching heaven pills in Alchemy City. No one will doubt the Tai-Yi celestial sect's qualifications to sell overarching heaven pills in Alchemy City." Tan Jingyi said. "Vice sect leader Tan, you're qualified to represent the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions?" Duan Lingtian looked at Tan Jingyi meaningfully. "Brat." Guan Qifei said coldly, "Don't think I don't know, you're just stalling for time. However, I really don't understand why you're still so stubborn. What's the point of stalling for time? I advise you to lower your head and admit your mistake. If the Tai-Yi celestial sect's attitude is better, the top sects might be lenient and punish the Tai-Yi celestial sect." Guan Qifei pretended to be kind when he spoke. "In any case, I, Duan Lingtian, will not refine overarching heaven pills in public unless all the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions send their representatives here." Duan Lingtian said indifferently, ignoring Guan Qifei's words. As soon as he finished speaking, before Guan Qifei and Tan Jingyi could say anything, Duan Lingtian continued to say, "Of course, it's not impossible for me to refine overarching heaven pills in public. However, I, Duan Lingtian, will never refine overarching heaven pills for no reason. At the very least, there has to be a reward." Duan Lingtian glanced at Guan Qifei provocatively when he reached the end of his sentence. "Reward? What reward?" Guan Qifei sneered. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was only trying to scare him, Tan Zhengyi, and the others away. He did not believe that a brat who was not even 100 years old could refine overarching heaven pills. I heard that the supporting Sun Celestial sect has a dual offensive and defensive Duke-grade celestial method. Duan Lingtian looked at Guan Qifei before he shifted his gaze to Tan Zhengyi. Apart from that, I also heard that the Thousand Leaves Celestial sect has a dual offensive and defensive Duke-grade divine ability. As long as the Thousand Leaves Celestial sect and the supporting Sun Celestial sect are willing to use their Duke-grade divine abilities and Duke-grade celestial methods, I'll refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill, in front of everyone. Naturally, the Tai E Celestial sect won't be stingy as well. The Tai E Celestial sect will take out 1 Duke-grade celestial method and 2 Duke-grade divine abilities. I'm sure you've heard about the Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities in the Tai E Celestial sect. A hint of provocation could be seen in Duan Lingtian's eyes as he looked at Guan Qifei and Tan Zhengyi. The supporting Sun Celestial sect had a dual offensive and defensive Duke-grade celestial method. The Thousand Leaves Celestial sect had a dual offensive and defensive Duke-grade divine ability. He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai E Celestial sect, had told him all of this before he left the shop. Naturally, he had taken the initiative to ask. He asked this question to see if he could win the celestial methods and divine abilities from the supporting Sun Celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial sect. Naturally, he was not completely confident he could win. After all, even though he could propose a bet, it would depend on Guan Qifei, Tan Zhengyi, and the people behind them to decide whether they would agree to it or not. The sect leaders of the supporting Sun Celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial sect had come as well. If Guan Qifei and Tan Zhengyi wanted to bet with him, they would have to ask for the approval of the sect masters behind them. What do you think? Do you dare to bet? If you don't, both of you should gather the people from the other top sects in the 6 southeastern regions and ask them to send a representative here. It might take some time, but at the very least, you don't have to worry about losing your celestial methods and divine abilities. Chapter 2844. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the entire place fell silent again. Nobody expected Duan Lingtian to suddenly say such words. Even He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai E Celestial sect, and the 3 prominent celestial alchemists from the Tai E Celestial sect, were stunned by Duan Lingtian's words. In fact, they were slightly taken aback. They did not expect Master Duan of the Tai E Celestial sect would be interested in the celestial methods and divine abilities of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions before the alchemy conference began. He did not follow the rules at all. Did he not say he would only bet after the alchemy conference began? No wonder Master Duan asked me about the celestial methods and divine abilities of the supporting Sun Celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial sect. As it turns out, he was already interested in the celestial methods and divine abilities of the supporting Sun Celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial sect. He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai E Celestial sect, finally regained his senses and looked at Duan Lingtian. Before they left the shop, Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai E Celestial sect, had asked him about the celestial methods and divine abilities of the supporting Sun Celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial sect. Duan Lingtian had also told Duan Lingtian that the supporting Sun Celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial sect had dual-trait Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Although Duan Lingtian did not tell him the details of the bet, he could already guess what Duan Lingtian wanted to bet. Master Duan, at the same time, Sita Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing regained their senses. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, a bitter smile appeared on their faces. They did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so arrogant. At this moment, Master Duan of the Tai E Celestial sect did not forget to take advantage of others' underestimation. Are you trying to say, at the same time, Guan Qifei, who regained his senses earlier than Sita Ming and the other 2, looked at Duan Lingtian and asked coldly, "What's the matter?" If you successfully refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill, in front of us, the supporting sun celestial sect and the thousand leaves celestial sect will lose their triple trait Duke grade celestial method and divine ability to you, right? If you can't refine the overarching heaven pill, the Tai E celestial sect will lose 1 Duke grade celestial method and 2 Duke grade divine abilities to the supporting sun celestial sect and the thousand leaves celestial sect. As he spoke, Guan Qifei stared at Duan Lingtian's eyes and stared at Duan Lingtian's face. It was as if he wanted to find something from Duan Lingtian's eyes and Duan Lingtian's expression. Unfortunately, Guan Qifei could not find anything. Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian remained calm from the beginning until the end. He looked like an old monk who had entered a meditative state. You're quite smart. You've already guessed the contents of the bet before I even told you about it. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly, but the disdain in his eyes did not lessen. What do you think? Do you dare to bet with me? If you don't dare to bet with me, then scram. Gather all the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. Even if there's no bet, I'll still refine the overarching heaven pill in front of all of you and restore the Tai E celestial sect's reputation. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian looked away from Guan Qifei, completely disregarding Guan Qifei's darkened expression. After Duan Lingtian's gaze left the switch, he looked at Tan Jingyi and said with a faint smile, Vice Sect Leader Tan, please make a few more trips to invite the representatives from the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian turned to Huan and said softly, Huan, let's return to the shop and wait for Vice Sect Leader Tan and Master Guan to gather all the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian and Huan returned to the shop. Of course, I think it'll take them at least tomorrow or even later to gather all the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. Ha! Duan Lingtian's laughter reverberated in the air. Guan Qifei and Tan Zhengye's expressions changed when they heard Duan Lingtian's laughter. They looked at each other. Master Guan, as a prominent celestial alchemist, do you think he's capable of refining the overarching heaven pill? Tan Zhengyi asked Guan Qifei through voice transmission. To be honest, he did not think Duan Lingtian was capable of refining the overarching heaven pill. After all, Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. It was impossible for him to have such a high level of attainment in alchemy. When Duan Lingtian said he wanted to bet with them, his first thought was that Duan Lingtian was trying to scare them off. Although the 3 Duke grade celestial methods and divine abilities of the Tai E celestial sect were just celestial methods and divine abilities, he was still tempted. After all, none of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions would complain about having more Duke grade celestial methods and divine abilities. However, out of caution, he did not immediately agree to Duan Lingtian's bet. Impossible. Guan Qifei refuted through voice transmission. He's not even 100 years old. Even if he's lucky enough to obtain a prominent celestial fire, however, to refine the overarching heaven pill, it would take a long time to accumulate and accumulate. Let alone the 6 southeastern regions, even in the borderlands of the southern heaven territory, there's never been a prominent celestial alchemist capable of refining the overarching heaven pill before the age of 100. In fact, there's never been a prominent celestial alchemist who's younger than 100 years old. There are some who obtained prominent celestial fires before the age of 100, but due to the limitations of their alchemy skills, they can't refine celestial pills. Guan Qifei said. Although there are prominent celestial alchemists under the age of 100 in the spirit overarching heaven, they're as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. A prominent celestial alchemist who's able to refine the overarching heaven pill before the age of 100. At the very least, I've never heard of such a person in the spirit overarching heaven pill before. After all, I'm only a prominent celestial alchemist who's been in the central area of the southern heaven territory for more than 100 years before returning to the borderlands. Guan Qifei continued to say. 200 years ago, Guan Qifei had left the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands of the southern heaven territory to head to the central area. However, when he arrived there, he discovered that he was a prominent celestial alchemist. He was a prominent celestial alchemist who was popular in the borderlands, but he was nothing in the central area. In the central area, there were many prominent celestial alchemists in the major clans and sections. In the more powerful forces, prominent celestial alchemists could be found everywhere, but their status was not high. Although the central area had broadened his horizons, and the cultivation and alchemy resources there were far superior to those in the borderlands, he still chose to return. In the end, he returned. It was not because of anything else. It was simply because he did not receive any importance or respect there. After all, his cultivation base was mediocre, and he mainly relied on alchemy. As the saying went, it was better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. At that time, he had returned to the borderlands and the 6 southeastern regions with this thought in mind. Then, he joined the Supporting Sun Celestial Sect in the Shadow region and became a revered alchemist of the Supporting Sun Celestial Sect. As the vice sect leader of the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect, Tan Jingyi had heard about this as well. For this reason, he had asked Guan Qifei for confirmation. After all, compared to Guan Qifei, his horizons were much narrower. Does this mean this young man is trying to scare us? Tan Jingyi asked. That must be it. Guan Qifei said matter-of-factly. As soon as Guan Qifei finished speaking, he looked at Tan Jingyi. His eyes flashed as he said, Vice Sect Leader Tan, there's one more thing. Earlier, when he said he wanted to bet with us, he Shan, the old ancestor, Sita Ming, and the other two were shocked. It's obvious they didn't expect the young man would suddenly propose a bet. Later on, Sita Ming and the others returned to their senses. When they looked to that brat, they revealed bitter smiles. I'm certain he's trying to scare us off so we don't dare to bet with him. After all, as long as we don't agree to his bet, we'll be the ones who'll be embarrassed instead of him who doesn't dare to refine overarching heaven pills in public. Guan Qifei said. Vice Sect Leader Tan, if you want to bet with him, I'm willing to look for the sect leader of the Supporting Sun Celestial Sect and persuade him to accept the bet. After all, not only will we not be embarrassed, but we'll also be able to obtain 3 Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities for our respective sections. Although the 3 Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities are unique, I'm sure even the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect would have more than enough Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities, right? After saying those words, Guan Qifei began to urge Tan Jingyi. After all, Duan Ling Tian was not betting with him alone, he was betting with both him and Tan Jingyi. If Tan Jingyi did not agree to the bet, Duan Ling Tian could still choose not to bet with him. If you're still worried, I can test this young man first. If I say the Supporting Sun Celestial Sect will bet with him, and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect won't bet with him, let's see if he agrees. If he agrees, the Supporting Sun Celestial Sect will bet with him. However, even if we win, the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect will have nothing to do with us. If he doesn't agree and insists on betting with both of our sects, it'll mean he's using the empty city strategy. At that time, you'll be able to bet with him without any worries. Guan Qifei added. He was afraid Tan Jingyi would not agree to it. If that's the case, you can test him. Initially, Tan Jingyi wanted to agree to the bet with Duan Ling Tian. However, after giving it some thought, he decided to accept Guan Qifei's suggestion. Really? The prominent celestial alchemist of the Supporting Sun Celestial Sect and the vice sect leader of the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect are going to let that young man leave just like that? Chapter 2845. Why are they so stupid? That brat from the Tai E Celestial Sect is clearly trying to trick them. How could they be so easily fooled? It's normal for them to be fooled. After all, the brat from the Tai E Celestial Sect wants them to use the best celestial methods and divine abilities from their sects as the stakes. Although the brat from the Tai E Celestial Sect has made a request, he has also offered a stake. Although the celestial methods and divine abilities he offered are only ordinary Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities, he still offered 3 of them. That's not a small sum. I wonder if that brat is lying. He's not even 100 years old. How could he possibly offer 3 Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities from the Tai-E celestial sect as the stakes? Those are the most precious treasures of the Tai-E celestial sect. I really don't know what the prominent celestial alchemist of the supporting Sun celestial sect and the vice-sect leader of the Thousand Leaves celestial sect are thinking. How could they not accept 3 Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities? When Duan Lingtian and Huan returned to the store, the onlookers could not help but whisper among themselves. Although Duan Lingtian had not offended them, most of them were men. They were naturally envious of Duan Lingtian for winning the heart of such a peerless beauty. Under such circumstances, it was only natural that they wanted to see Duan Lingtian embarrass himself. However, Guan Qifei and Tan Zhengye's silence was, without a doubt, an opportunity for them to watch Duan Lingtian embarrass himself. Naturally, they were unwilling to accept this outcome. However, even though they were unwilling, they weren't bold enough to point at Guan Qifei and Tan Zhengye's noses and scold them. They could only whisper among themselves. Just as Duan Lingtian and Huan were about to enter the store, a voice rang out. "Little bastard, stop right there." A voice suddenly rang in the air, drowning out the whispers of the onlookers. When the stern shout sounded out, the entire scene was deathly silent to the point it was so quiet that one could hear the sound of a needle dropping to the ground. The next moment, the gazes of the majority of the crowd landed on the person who had shouted sternly. The person who shouted was none other than Guan Qifei, the prominent celestial alchemist of the supporting Sun celestial sect. "There's a chance. Looks like there's going to be a good show," as Guan Qifei shouted at Duan Lingtian to stop. The eyes of the group of men who were eager to see the world burn brightened. However, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate to cross the threshold and enter the shop with Huan after Guan Qifei finished speaking. "Huan I think I heard a dog barking behind us." "I don't know who that dog is barking at." When they entered the shop, Duan Lingtian's voice sounded. It sounded like he was flirting with the girl beside him, but in fact, he was responding to Guan Qifei. "Brat, you're courting death." Guan Qifei was infuriated when he heard Duan Lingtian calling him a dog. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body, and his eyes turned red. It seemed as though he would attack Duan Lingtian at any moment. "You're the one who's courting death." Just as Guan Qifei's celestial origin energy surged and his eyes turned red, a furious roar echoed in the air and spread rapidly. Bang! Ah! Along with the angry roar, there was a loud bang, followed by a painful scream. As the great ancestor of the Tai-E sect flicked his sleeve, a vast and unparalleled power swept out. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping, and it sent Guan Qifei flying. The celestial origin energy in Guan Qifei's body was completely dispersed. He was sent flying for more than 10 meters before he finally managed to stabilize himself. His body trembled violently a few times before he spat out a large mouthful of blood. "How dare you humiliate the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E celestial sect? If you're an ordinary person, I wouldn't have held back. You should be thankful that you're a revered elder of the supporting Sun celestial sect." He Shan's cold voice rang in the air after he made his move. The meaning of his words was clear. If Guan Qifei wasn't a revered elder of the supporting Sun celestial sect, he would have died as well. "Master Guan! Master Guan!" The expressions of the people he brought with him changed drastically when they saw Guan Qifei was injured. They hastily made their way toward Guan Qifei. However, it was obvious that they were not concerned about Guan Qifei's injuries. This was because when they approached Guan Qifei, they all hid behind him. It was as though they were afraid he Shan would attack them. After all, they were not from the supporting Sun celestial sect. Without the supporting Sun celestial sect's protection, no one would stand up for them even if he Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai-E celestial sect, killed them. The people Guan Qifei brought with him were mediocre and primitive celestial alchemists who had been fawning over him ever since he arrived in Alchemy City. When these celestial alchemists found out he Shan was in the right to cause trouble for the Tai-E celestial sect, they decided to join in the fun as well. After all, it was rare for them to block the entrance of the Tai Celestial Sect's shop in such an imposing manner. Guan Chi Fei was the one who gave them this opportunity. This was enough for them to brag about for the rest of their lives. Although Tai Old Ancestor had injured him, his injuries were not deep, so Guan Chi Fei quickly recovered. Duan Ling Tian, I'll bet with you. After he recovered, he did not dare to show his anger in front of Yishan. Therefore, he vented his anger on Duan Ling Tian. You've finally learned how to speak properly? As soon as Guan Chi Fei finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian turned around and glanced at Guan Chi Fei indifferently. I'll bet with you. However, can you represent the Tai Celestial Sect? Don't lose because you can't take out the 3 Duke grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Guan Chi Fei said coldly. Since you don't believe Master Duan can represent the Tai Celestial Sect, I can, right? Tai Old Ancestor glanced at Guan Chi Fei coldly and said, Alchemist Duan's decision today represents my decision. If he loses and has to hand over the 3 Duke grade celestial methods and divine abilities of the Tai Celestial Sect, the Tai Celestial Sect won't have any objections. Yishan said in one breath. Did you hear that? Duan Ling Tian looked at Guan Chi Fei meaningfully. Then, without waiting for Guan Chi Fei's reply, he looked at Tan Zhengyi and asked, Vice Sect Leader Tan, Master Guan has agreed to bet with me. What about you? Vice Sect Leader Tan, I won't bet with you. I'll bet with you. Guan Chi Fei said to Duan Ling Tian before Tan Zhengyi could reply. You? Duan Ling Tian sneered and said disdainfully, I'm sorry. If you're alone, I'm not interested in betting with you. As expected, you're afraid of losing your confidence. Guan Chi Fei burst out laughing as soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking. Then, he looked at Tan Zhengyi and said, Vice Sect Leader Tan, are you relieved now? Master Duan, since you're so eager to bet with us, I'll play along as well. Tan Zhengyi looked at Duan Ling Tian coldly. Both of you. Even if you want to bet with me, you might not be able to make the decision, right? I think it's best for both of you to return and ask for the sect leader's opinion before you give me a reply. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Tan Zhengyi and Guan Chi Fei indifferently before he said, I don't want your sect leaders to refuse to give me the prize after you've lost. That would be meaningless. I don't need to return. I just need to inform the sect leader of the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect about this through a communication celestial talisman. Tan Zhengyi said. Me too. Guan Chi Fei chimed in. Both of you, it's better for both of you to use a communication celestial talisman to summon the sect leaders of your 2 sects. If they only reply with a communication celestial talisman, they might still go back on their word. Duan Ling Tian continued to say, if they're not present, I won't feel at ease betting with both of you. It's just like how if the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect isn't here today, you won't believe I'll be able to offer the 3 Duke grade celestial methods and divine abilities on behalf of the Tai Celestial Sect. My request shouldn't be too much, right? When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, he narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. Guan Chi Fei and Tan Zhengyi exchanged a few glances before they communicated through voice transmission. Vice Sect Leader Tan, the more requests he makes, the more guilty he is. I agree. Since he wants us to summon the sect leaders of our 2 sects, we'll do as he wishes. Otherwise, he'll really think he can intimidate us. I agree with you, Vice Sect Leader Tan. After communicating through voice transmission, both of them use communication celestial talismans to send messages to the sect leaders of their 2 sects in Alchemy City of the Barren Land. They're really going to summon the sect leaders of their 2 sects. The 3 prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai Celestial Sect, Sita Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing, looked at Guan Chi Fei and Tan Zhengyi in shock when they saw Guan Chi Fei and Tan Zhengyi using communication celestial talismans. It was as though they were looking at a fool. Did they not see how confident Master Duan of the Tai Celestial Sect was and how confident he was? Under such circumstances, they actually dared to make a bet with Master Duan? Did they really think that the offensive and defensive Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities of their sects were a hot potato? However, when Guan Qifei and Tan Zhengyi saw the shocked expressions on the three prominent celestial alchemists' faces, they interpreted it as a sign of guilt. On the other side, he's not even 100 years old, but he's able to refine the overarching heaven pill? How's that possible? A prominent celestial alchemist who's not even 100 years old is capable of refining the overarching heaven pill? Impossible. There's no such person. The sect leaders of the supporting Sun Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect shared the same thoughts when they received Guan Qifei and Tan Zhengye's communication celestial talismans. Soon after, the sect leaders of the two sects left. Chapter 2846. It would be a waste to reject a free Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability. This was the thought of the sect leaders of the supporting Sun Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect. Therefore, as soon as they received the communication celestial talismans from Guan Qifei and Tan Zhengyi, they immediately left the shop. Outside the Tai Yi Celestial Sect's shop, the noisy crowd did not disperse. Instead, more and more people gathered. More and more people gathered to watch the show. I'm afraid the Tai Yi Celestial Sect is in a difficult position now. Perhaps, even the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect didn't expect Master Guan and Vice Sect Leader Tan to send a message to the sect leaders of the supporting Sun Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect. The purple-clad young man from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect has gone too far this time. I wonder who he is to be able to make the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect accompany him in his madness. I didn't expect there to be such a show before the alchemy conference begins. This trip to Alchemy City in the Barren Land is definitely worth it. At this moment, a group of people was gathered outside the Tai Yi Celestial Sect's shop. Guan Qifei, the prominent celestial alchemist of the supporting Sun Celestial Sect, and Tan Zhengyi, the vice sect leader of the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect, as well as his two direct disciples. As for the people from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, they had returned to the inner room of the shop so the people outside could not see what they were doing. Due to the presence of the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, the people outside, including Tan Zhengyi, did not dare to use their divine consciousness to probe the shop. In the eyes of the people outside, the people from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect must be feeling guilty. However, were the people from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect really feeling guilty? In the inner room of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect's shop, Old Ancestor, the sect leaders of the supporting Sun Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect might not agree to my bet immediately. Duan Lingtian looked at the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect and said, "Therefore, I hope you can put on a show with me. When the time comes, you can do this." Following that, Duan Lingtian taught Hishan how to act in front of the sect leaders of the supporting Sun Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect so they would not go back on their words and refuse to accept the bet. If that's the case, the sect leaders of the supporting Sun Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect would definitely take the bait. After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Sita Ming smiled brightly. I didn't expect us to have such a good start before the alchemy conference even begins. Perhaps, we'll be able to obtain a triple trait Duke-grade celestial method or divine ability for the sect during the alchemy conference. Yang Chong smiled as well. Master Duan, it's not difficult for the sect leaders of the supporting Sun Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect to take the bait. After all, as long as they confirm you're not even 100 years old, they won't believe you're a prominent celestial alchemist who can refine overarching heaven pills. At this moment, Hishan looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a frown on his face, "However, if you refine the overarching heaven pills in public, won't your heating speed be exposed? After all, we'll have to rely on your heating speed to obtain better celestial methods and divine abilities." The old ancestor of the Tai Yi sect voiced his concerns. In the beginning, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect had come for Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that were both offensive and defensive. However, after what had happened earlier, He no longer cared about triple trait Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. After all, the Tai Celestial sect had a triple trait Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability right in front of them. At this moment, his goal was to obtain triple trait Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. You don't have to worry about that, old ancestor. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard He Shan's concerns. His eyes flashed as he said, I can control the heating speed of my cauldron. It's not easy to speed it up, but it's easy to slow it down. I'll let it heat the cauldron for as long as I want it to. At that time, I'll maintain the heating speed at 8 hours. After 8 hours, I'll begin the next step. Duan Lingtian said. That's right. Even we can extend the heating time as long as we want to. With Master Duan's current talent in alchemy, it's easy for him to extend the heating time. You don't have to worry about that, old ancestor. Sita Ming and Yang Chong chimed in as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking. That's good. Upon hearing this, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect heaved a sigh of relief. His eyes shone brightly as he said, from today onward, the Tai Celestial sect will have Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that are both offensive and defensive. Once the Tai Celestial sect obtained the supporting Sun Celestial sect celestial method and divine ability from the Thousand Leaves Celestial sect, it would take a while for the Tai Celestial sect to improve. However, as time passed, the Tai Celestial sect's overall strength would soar. At that time, even if the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect and the Martial Dragon Celestial sect joined forces, they might not be able to suppress the Tai Celestial sect. As one of the older powerhouses of the Tai Celestial sect, he, naturally, hoped to see the Tai Celestial sect rise before he left the borderlands. This is all because of Master Duan. He Shan thought to himself. Various emotions flashed through his eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He found the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial sect pleasing to the eye. About 15 minutes later. Senior He Shan, our sect leader is here. A voice rang from outside the Tai Celestial sect's shop. It was none other than Tan Jingyi, the vice sect leader of the Thousand Leaves Celestial sect. The sect leader of the supporting Sun Celestial sect is here as well. Guan Qi Fei, the prominent celestial alchemist of the supporting Sun Celestial sect, chimed in as soon as Tan Jingyi finished speaking. Old ancestor, the master of the Tai Celestial sect is here. It's up to you to decide if the two sect leaders will agree to my bet. Duan Lingtian said solemnly as he looked at He Shan. Don't worry, Master Duan. There won't be any problems on my side. After all, it's up to the Tai Celestial sect to obtain 2 triple trait Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. He Shan said. Upon hearing He Shan's words, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he, Sita Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing followed He Shan out of the shop. So many people. As soon as he walked out of the shop, he saw that there were several times more people gathered at the entrance than before. Sita Ming couldn't help but click his tongue. Senior He Shan. Senior He Shan. As soon as Duan Lingtian and the others left the shop, 2 people took the initiative to greet the old ancestor. They were unfamiliar faces. However, based on Guan Qi Fei and Tan Jingyi, it was obvious they were the sect leaders of the supporting Sun Celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial sect. The person standing in front of Guan Qi Fei was a muscular middle-aged man dressed in a fiery red robe. His face was as firm as steel, and he exuded a majestic aura. The person standing in front of Tan Jingyi was a refined middle-aged man dressed in a white robe. His face was as fair as jade, and he held a folding fan in his hand. He looked like a scholar. Lian Chengyi, the sect leader of the supporting Sun Celestial sect, and Xiao Teng, the sect leader of the Thousand Leaves Celestial sect. Duan Lingtian had heard He Shan mention the names of the sect leaders of the supporting Sun Celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial sect when they were in the shop. He also knew the 2 sect leaders were 8 trigram celestial dukes. However, in terms of seniority, they were lower than He Shan. Sect leader Lien, sect leader Shao, long time no see. At the same time, when the old ancestor of the Tai sect responded to the sect masters of the two sects, a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. Although this helpless expression only lasted for a moment, it was clearly seen by Lien Qingyi and Xiao Teng. Senior He Shan, I've heard about this matter. This is just a small matter. Why don't we just ask Master Duan to refine the overarching heaven pills and clear the name of the Tai celestial sect? There's no need to make a bet. Lien Qingyi said to He Shan. That's right. Xiao Teng chimed in, Senior He Shan, why don't we make a bet? Just ask Master Duan to refine the overarching heaven pills on the spot. Since both sect leaders have said so, then, as soon as Lien Qingyi and Xiao Teng finished speaking, the old ancestor heaved a sigh of relief and quickly opened his mouth to agree. At this moment, Senior He Shan. Guan Qi Fei, the prominent celestial alchemist from the supporting Sun celestial sect, stepped forward and looked at He Shan solemnly. Earlier, Master Duan from the Tai celestial sect proposed the bet, and you said you'd support him. Now, in the blink of an eye, you want to go back on your word? This doesn't seem appropriate, right? When he reached the end of his sentence, Guan Qi Fei smiled coldly as though he was a villain intoxicated by success. Who do you think you are? The old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect glared at Guan Qi Fei and said angrily, I'm talking to the two sect leaders. It's none of your business. He Shan's expression changed slightly as he rebuked the old ancestor. The old ancestor's acting is impeccable. Duan Lingtian, who was standing behind the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, sighed inwardly when he saw the changes in He Shan's expression. Senior He Shan. At this moment, Tan Zhengyi, the vice sect leader of the Thousand Leaves celestial sect, chimed in. Just as Master Guan has said, Master Duan was the one who proposed the bet. I think Master Duan has to say it himself if he wants to go back on his word, right? After he finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian. Everyone shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian immediately. Vice sect leader Tan. Duan Lingtian met Tan Zhengye's gaze fearlessly and said in a clear voice, I agree with sect leader Lien and sect leader Xiao. Talking about the bet would hurt the peace between the Tai celestial sect and your two sections. Tan Zhengyi and Guan Qi Fei were not the only ones who thought Duan Lingtian was shameless. Even the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, Sita Ming, and the others were dumbfounded. What was Duan Lingtian up to? Was he not afraid the supporting Sun celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves celestial sect would give up on the bet? NT. Chapter 2847. In the eyes of Tai old ancestor, although Duan Lingtian had said those words earlier, his purpose was to mislead the people from the supporting Sun celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves celestial sect into thinking that he was guilty. After all, as long as Duan Lingtian was unwilling to refine the overarching heaven pill in front of everyone, it did not matter what he said. However, when he heard Duan Lingtian agreeing with the sect leaders of the supporting Sun celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves celestial sect, he was stunned. What is alchemist Duan doing? Sita Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing were also dumbfounded. Most of them, including the sect leaders of the supporting Sun celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves celestial sect, thought Duan Lingtian was shameless. Before they came, they had heard of the existence of Duan Lingtian. Now, their divine senses had confirmed the fact that Duan Lingtian was less than 100 years old. For this reason, they did not think Duan Lingtian was a prominent celestial alchemist who could refine the overarching heaven pill. However, Duan Lingtian's reaction made them realize that the people from the Tai celestial sect were lacking in confidence. In fact, they regretted their earlier probing. The words that the two sect leaders had spoken to the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect were, in fact, meant to test the Tai celestial sect's celestial methods and divine abilities. They had no choice but to be cautious when it came to the most precious immortal arts and divine abilities of their respective sections. Alchemist Guan Zhengye. Lian Chengyi, the sect leader of the supporting Sun Celestial sect, and Xiao Teng, the sect leader of the Thousand Leaves Celestial sect, were anxious. They quickly sent voice transmissions to Guan Qifei and Tan Jingyi to think of a way to convince the Tai Yi Celestial sect to continue the bet with them. They did not want to miss out on the 3 Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities, even though they were all single celestial methods and divine abilities. It would be a waste to reject such a gift. Just as Guan Qifei and Tan Jingyi were feeling a headache due to Duan Lingtian's shamelessness, a voice suddenly sounded. Duan Lingtian said, "Let's bet." However, I still stand by my words. Once the supporting Sun Celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial sect summon the representatives of the major celestial sects in the 6 southeastern regions, I'll refine the overarching heaven pills in public to prove myself and the Tai Yi Celestial sect. Now, since you don't dare to bet, you can leave now. Duan Lingtian's of the Thousand Leaves Hua. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place burst into an uproar. I originally thought that Duan Lingtian was admitting defeat when he said those words. Now it seems like not only did he not admit defeat, his attitude is still so unyielding. Sect, SSSS, sect is. Perhaps, he thinks stalling for time will delay the Tai Yi Celestial sect's reputation. At this moment, many people were waiting for Duan Lingtian's response from the supporting Sun Celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial sect. Would they really gather the representatives from the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions? It should be known that it was not an easy task to gather all the top celestial sects in the 6 southeastern regions before the alchemy conference began. After all, one of the sects might have left Alchemy City for another place in the barren land. The old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial sect, Sita Ming, and the others sighed in relief when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. They were worried the cooked duck would fly away. Senior Hishan, the Tai Yi Celestial sects. Master Duan, right? This pill Master Duan seems to be determined to bet with us. Lian Chengyi narrowed his eyes as he looked at Hishan. Master Duan. Hishan looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a sigh, "Why don't we just forget about it?" A hint of helplessness could be heard in Hishan's voice when he sighed. The others could not help but think about it. Did Hishan want Duan Lingtian to admit that the Tai Yi Celestial sect had violated the alchemy conference's rules? Or did Hishan want them to refine the overarching heaven pills in public? Almost everyone felt the former was more likely to happen. Old ancestor. Duan Lingtian looked at Hishan with a solemn expression on his face. He did not say anything, but his expression changed slightly. It was as though he was communicating with Hishan through voice transmission. In fact, Duan Lingtian was indeed communicating with Hishan through voice transmission. After a while, Hishan's face turned solemn. His eyes, which were originally scattered, suddenly focused on Lian Qingyi and Xiao Teng. Sect leaders, I support Master Duan. You can either bet with us, or you can leave. When the alchemy conference begins, Master Duan will prove the Tai Yi Celestial sect's reputation in front of all the sects in the 6 southeastern regions. At this moment, Tai Yi Old Ancestor's attitude took a complete turn. The change in his attitude was so sudden that it took a long time for everyone to regain their senses. This was because not only was the change sudden, but it was also too drastic. In Lian Chengyi and Xiao Teng's opinion, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial sect must have changed so drastically because Duan Lingtian had spoken to him through voice transmission. Although they did not know what Duan Lingtian had said to Hishan through voice transmission, it was not difficult for them to guess the gist of it. Duan Lingtian must have asked Hishan to cooperate with him and use the Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities to scare them off. Since Senior Hishan wants to bet with us, it would seem as though I'm not giving you face if I don't agree. On behalf of the supporting Sun Celestial sect, I'm willing to bet with the Tai Yi Celestial sect. As for the contents of the bet, we'll follow Master Duan's instructions. Lian Chengyi said in a clear voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. It was as though he was a cat toying with a mouse. The Thousand Leaves Celestial sect is willing to bet with you as well. Shouting chimed in as soon as Lien Chengyi finished speaking. The Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect was also willing to bet with the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. Upon hearing Lien Chengyi and Xiao Teng's words, the crowd's spirits were lifted. Are they finally going to bet? It's finally going to start. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Master Duan from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect is going to reveal his true colors. A brat who's not even 100 years old dares to claim he can refine a top prominent celestial pill like the overarching heaven pill? The crowd was still waiting outside the Tai Yi Celestial Sect's shop because they wanted to see the bet between the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, the supporting Sun Celestial Sect, and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect. Earlier, the three sects' hesitation had disappointed them. They had thought the bet would be a failure. However, now that the sect leaders of the supporting Sun Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect had spoken, the bet was finally about to begin. Brat, did you hear our sect leader and sect leader Zhao's words? The supporting Sun Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect are willing to bet Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities with the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. Guan Qifei looked at Duan Lingtian and sneered. Now, you can refine the overarching heaven pill in front of everyone. I'd like to see how a brat like you who's not even 100 years old is going to refine the overarching heaven pill. Although the others did not speak, all of them looked at Duan Lingtian in unison. Duan Lingtian had become the center of attention in the surroundings. At this moment, it was as though Duan Lingtian was the only person left in the world. Since the supporting Sun Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect are so eager to gift Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities to the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, the Tai Yi Celestial Sect will gladly accept them. Duan Lingtian grinned. His smile was extremely brilliant, and he was extremely confident. He had an expression as though victory was already in his grasp. Lien Chengyi and Xiao Teng's hearts skipped a beat when they saw Duan Lingtian's confidence. An ominous feeling rose in their hearts. Could it be that this brat who was not even 100 years old was really capable of refining the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill? Brat, you're still boasting at this juncture? Guan Qifei sneered. Show us if you're a donkey or a horse. Upon hearing Guan Qifei's words, Lien Chengyi and Xiao Teng calmed down slightly. Indeed. Before Duan Lingtian refined the overarching heaven pill, their sects would not lose. Until now, they still did not think it was possible for someone who was not even 100 years old to be a prominent celestial alchemist who could refine the overarching heaven pill. Qi. Duan Lingtian ignored Guan Qifei. He raised his hand, and a gray flame rose from his palm. It was the third form of the chaos divine flame. Swoosh. At the same time, a pill cauldron appeared in Duan Lingtian's other hand. It flew out of his hand and hovered in front of Duan Lingtian. It's a prominent celestial fire. A prominent celestial pill cauldron. Many people exclaimed when they saw Duan Lingtian's chaos divine flame and pill cauldron. He really has a prominent celestial fire? He's not even 100 years old, but he managed to obtain a prominent celestial fire. I spent 10,000 years looking for celestial fires, but I only managed to find a primitive celestial fire. A primitive celestial alchemist who was brought here by Guan Qifei said enviously. Humph. So what if you have a prominent celestial fire? It only means you're lucky. With your skill, you won't be able to heat a prominent celestial pill cauldron in less than 10 hours even if you have a prominent celestial fire. Guan Qifei scoffed coldly. How do you know it'll take me more than 10 hours to heat a cauldron? Duan Lingtian pretended to be surprised as he looked at Guan Qifei. You're not even 100 years old, but you're not even a prominent celestial alchemist. Even with the best prominent celestial fire, you'll still need more than 10 hours to heat a prominent celestial pill cauldron. Chapter 2848. Guan Qifei's words made it seem as though he thought Duan Lingtian's alchemy skills were not worth mentioning. Just because my cauldron heating is slow doesn't mean I can't refine the overarching heaven pill. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard Guan Chi Fei's words. Then, he began to heat his cauldron under everyone's watchful eyes. The third form Chaos Divine Flame shot into the cauldron at lightning speed. Whoosh! Flames began to burn in the cauldron. Everything was under Duan Lingtian's control. Meanwhile, the onlookers shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian's cauldron. About 15 minutes later, the onlookers shifted their attention away from Duan Lingtian's cauldron. At the same time, many mediocre and primitive celestial alchemists who Guan Chi Fei had brought with him began to whisper among themselves. The time it takes to heat the cauldron is a direct reflection of one's heating speed. In the 6 southeastern regions, none of the prominent celestial alchemists who can refine the overarching heaven pill took more than 7 hours to heat their cauldron. That's right. The heating speed of a cauldron is not only a test of a celestial alchemist's celestial fire but also his alchemy skills. It's only natural for a person with a high celestial fire to be able to heat their cauldron faster than 7 hours. If Duan Lingtian's heating speed is faster than 7 hours, it's impossible for him to refine the overarching heaven pill. Did he just say it took him more than 10 hours to heat his cauldron? How can he refine the overarching heaven pill with such a speed? He's delusional. Why are you being so calculative with him? He's not even 100 years old. Do you really think he'll be able to refine prominent celestial pills at such a young age? That's right. I'm afraid he can't even refine ordinary prominent celestial pills, let alone the overarching heaven pill. The mediocre and primitive celestial alchemists were even more convinced that it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to refine the overarching heaven pill. Since they were celestial alchemists, their words caused many people to look at Duan Lingtian with disdain. I really don't know what he's thinking. If he can't refine the overarching heaven pill, he should just say so. Is there a need to waste the time? If he's stalling for time, he's on the overarching heaven pill is. That's right. At that time, the overarching heaven celestial, overarching heaven, and overarching heaven celestial. I wonder what kind of relationship the old ancestor of the Tai E celestial sect has with him. Moreover, the old ancestor of the Tai E celestial sect even gave him 3 Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities as a reward. Alchemy Yun, S. Dun's hearing, S. Overhearing, SSSS Hisses, to speak, SS's, SSSSA's, Overtions a words. To words, S. To heaven. What he had to do now was to refine the overarching heaven pills without exposing his true heating speed and win the bet with the supporting Sun Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect. At that time, he would be able to obtain 2 double-trait Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities for the Tai E Celestial Sect. At the same time, he would be able to comprehend the 2 Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities first. He Shan, the sect leader of the Tai E Celestial Sect, and the old ancestor of the Tai E Celestial Sect, had agreed to this. Meanwhile, Lian Chengyi, the sect leader of the supporting Sun Celestial Sect, and Xiao Teng, the sect leader of the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect, looked at He Shan calmly. Regardless of whether it was his expression or his gaze, they were both extremely calm. He did not look like he would lose the 3 Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities of the Tai E Celestial Sect. Due to He Shan's calmness, Lian Qingyi and Xiao Teng looked at each other. Deep in their eyes, there was deep worry. Sect Master Xiao. Do you think there will be any unforeseen circumstances? Lian Qingyi asked through voice transmission. I don't think so. Both of us have probed the purple-clad young man called Duan Lingtian with our divine consciousness. He's indeed not even 100 years old. At his age, even if he's lucky enough to obtain a prominent celestial fire, it's impossible for him to master the celestial alchemy, let alone the overarching heaven pill, the top prominent celestial pill. Xiao Ting replied to Lian Chengyi through voice transmission. At the same time, he tried to console himself. I hope so. I have a feeling that He Shan and the 3 prominent celestial alchemists from the Tai E Celestial Sect are so calm that it's incomprehensible. Lian Chengyi said. Upon hearing this, Xiaoting glanced at Sita Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing. Indeed, the three of them were calm as well. It was as though they were not worried about Duan Lingtian failing to refine the overarching heaven pills. The ominous feeling in Xiaoting's heart grew even more intense at that moment. Let's wait for him to finish heating his cauldron first. The celestial alchemists in the 6 southeastern regions have said that the slowest prominent celestial alchemist who can refine the overarching heaven pill in the 6 southeastern regions doesn't take more than 7 hours to heat his cauldron. If he really takes more than 10 hours to heat his cauldron, it's impossible for him to refine the overarching heaven pill. Xiaoting said. All right. When Lian Xingyi heard this, his agitated emotions gradually calmed down. Outside the Tai Yi celestial sect's shop, a group of people watched as Duan Lingtian heated his cauldron. As time passed, no one spoke. All of them were staring at Duan Lingtian and the cauldron in Duan Lingtian's hand. However, outside the crowd, it was not calm at all. From time to time, a commotion would occur. This was because as time passed, the news of what had happened here spread like wildfire throughout the entire bustling city of Alchemy City. In just a blink of an eye, almost everyone knew what had happened outside the Tai Yi celestial sect's shop. In fact, after the news had spread throughout the bustling city, as time passed, it even spread to the entire Alchemy City. About 7 to 8 hours later, everyone in Alchemy City learned about what had happened outside the Tai Yi celestial sect's shop. Apart from those who were in closed-door cultivation, most people who were awake had heard about what had happened. As one of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions, the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect from the wasteland had their own residence in Alchemy City. While news of what had happened outside the Tai Yi Celestial sect's shop spread like wildfire, news of what had happened in the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect's residence had also spread to the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect's residence. That pretty boy isn't even 100 years old, but he dares to say he can refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill? In a spacious and quiet courtyard, the green-clothed girl's face first revealed an expression of shock and disbelief, then it turned into disdain. Liu Luo, how many times have I told you not to be so rude? Almost as soon as the green-clothed young lady's voice sounded, a beautiful purple-dressed young lady at the side promptly frowned and reprimanded her. Hee. Third senior sister, I forgot to call him by his real name, Duan Lingtian. The green-clad girl giggled when she heard the purple-clad girl's reprimand. Overarching heaven pill? He can refine the overarching heaven pill? When the green-clad young lady smiled at the purple-clad young lady narrowed her eyes and muttered to herself, "It's no wonder Master said the Tai Yi celestial sect managed to obtain a large amount of overarching heaven pills through some unknown means. As it turns out, he's the one who refined them. No wonder the 3 prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai Yi celestial sect are so submissive to him and are willing to acknowledge him as the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect." A look of realization appeared on her face when she reached the end of her sentence. Sister Shu Qiu. Are you saying that little Bai Duan Lingtian can really refine the overarching heaven pill? Although the last woman's muttering was not loud, it was exceptionally clear in this quiet courtyard. It caused the green-clothed young lady to quiver. She immediately looked at her and asked, "What is it?" The green-clad girl was none other than Liu Luo, a disciple of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. As for the purple-clad girl who had reprimanded her earlier, she was Murong Bing, her third senior sister. The girl who had spoken was Murong Bing's best friend, Zhou Shu Qiu, a disciple of the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect. When Liu Luo heard Zhou Shu Qiu's words, she looked at her as though she had seen a ghost. When Luluo asked Zhou Shu Qiu, Murong Bing's gaze also fell on Zhou Shu Qiu. She had heard from Zhou Shu Qiu that Duan Lingtian was the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect in the wasteland. However, she did not know Duan Lingtian's alchemy skills. Moreover, she did not know Duan Lingtian was capable of refining the overarching heaven pill. After all, there was only one prominent celestial alchemist in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect who was capable of refining the overarching heaven pill. The prominent celestial alchemist's status in the compassionate celestial traveler sect was not inferior to her master's. I'm not 100% certain, but based on all the clues, I'm 80% certain. Zhou Shuqiu's expression was solemn when she heard Liu Luo's question. Previously, when Duan Lingtian became the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E celestial sect, the three prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai-E celestial sect were not dissatisfied. Instead, they were willing to serve Duan Lingtian as the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E celestial sect. This matter had become one of the biggest mysteries in the wasteland that no one could solve. After hearing about the incident outside the Tai-E celestial sect's shop, Zhou Shuqiu felt as though she had finally figured out the puzzle in the wasteland. If he's really able to refine the overarching heaven pill, it's not difficult to explain why the three prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai-E celestial sect are so willing to serve him. It's not difficult to explain why the three prominent celestial alchemists' loyalty to the Tai-E celestial sect increased after he became the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E celestial sect. Chapter 2849. The weak respect the strong not only in terms of the celestial Tao but also in terms of the Tao of alchemy. Moreover, since the Tao of alchemy allows people to exchange their experiences, celestial alchemists who are weaker in the Tao of alchemy would be more respectful to those who are stronger than them. The reason the three prominent celestial alchemists in the Tai-E celestial sect are more loyal to the sect after Duan Lingtian became the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E celestial sect is most likely because of Duan Lingtian. After all, as long as Duan Lingtian is in the Tai-E celestial sect, they would be able to discuss the Tao of alchemy with Duan Lingtian and improve themselves. Moreover, Duan Lingtian is a young man who's not even 100 years old. If he can refine the overarching heaven pill, his future in the Tao of alchemy will be limitless. He's such a monstrous genius in the Tao of alchemy. Any celestial alchemist who doesn't have any enmity with him would want to befriend him. It'll be difficult to befriend him after he grows stronger. Zhou Shuqiu was even more certain that Duan Lingtian was capable of refining the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. More than 80% confident? Liu Luo was shocked by Zhou Shuqiu's words. She did not expect Zhou Shuqiu to think so highly of Duan Lingtian. Sister Shuqiu, are you sure you're wrong? Duan Lingtian isn't even 100 years old. It's impossible for him to refine the overarching heaven pill, right? Liu Luo asked. There are all sorts of strange things in this world. Moreover, I've met Duan Lingtian a few times and had a conversation with him twice. I'm certain he's not the kind of person who would randomly make a bet and shoot himself in the foot. Zhou Shuqiu's eyes flashed as she muttered to herself, I'm afraid the supporting Sun Celestial sect from the Shadow region and the Thousand Leaves Celestial sect from the Light region are in trouble. An offensive-defensive Duke-grade Celestial method and an offensive-defensive Duke-grade Divine ability are going to belong to Duan Lingtian and the Tai-E Celestial sect. When she reached the end of her sentence, her eyes gleamed brightly as a purple figure appeared in her mind. It was none other than Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Zhou Shuqiu subconsciously glanced at Murong Bing. A hint of envy flashed in the depths of her eyes. It was as if they were envious of Murong Bing. His accomplishments in the Tao of alchemy are actually so high. Murong Bing, who was standing at the side, couldn't help but feel a little dazed after hearing Zhou Shuqiu's words. She had heard from Zhou Shuqiu that Duan Lingtian possessed a prominent celestial fire and was the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E celestial sect. However, based on Zhou Shuqiu's words, although Duan Lingtian possessed a prominent celestial fire, she had never heard of him being able to refine prominent celestial pills. Therefore, it was unlikely that he was a prominent celestial alchemist. However, based on Zhou Shuqiu's words, it seemed like not only was Duan Lingtian a prominent celestial alchemist, but he was also a prominent celestial alchemist who could refine overarching heaven pills. After all, a prominent celestial alchemist who could not refine overarching heaven pills and a prominent celestial alchemist who could refine overarching heaven pills were on completely different levels in the 6 southeastern regions. Even in the profound heaven celestial sect, let alone the compassionate celestial traveler sect, Duan Lingtian was treated as a guest of honor. Even the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect had to treat Duan Lingtian with respect. Most importantly, he's not even 100 years old. Murong Bing knew that once Duan Lingtian matured, his future would be limitless. Even if he went to the central area of the southern heaven territory, he would still be able to make a name for himself. For the first time, Murong Bing felt a sense of admiration for Duan Lingtian. As it turns out, he's so outstanding. For a woman to admire a man who was not even her senior, it was the beginning of her downfall. Although Murong Bing was a genius among the younger generation in the compassionate celestial traveler sect, she was still a woman. Most importantly, she was not only a woman, but she was also a woman who had a one-night stand with Duan Lingtian. They were husband and wife. A woman who I, Duan Lingtian, have slept with can only be Duan Lingtian's woman. Murong Bing's beautiful face flushed red when she recalled Duan Lingtian's domineering words. Third senior sister, Sister Shu Qiu, let's go and join in the fun. I still don't believe Duan Lingtian is capable of refining the overarching heaven pill. Liu Luo suggested as she looked at Murong Bing and Zhou Shuqiu. I'll listen to your third senior sister, Zhou Shuqiu said. Liu Luo looked at Murong Bing eagerly. Third senior sister, you didn't accompany me to the Tai Yi Celestial Sect's residence last time. This time, let's go to the Tai Yi Celestial Sect's shop to join in the fun. Upon hearing Liu Luo's words, Murong Bing fell silent for a moment before she shook her head. No. Before Liu Luo could reply, Murong Bing added, moreover, you might not be able to squeeze into the shop even if you go now. Naturally, Murong Bing knew no one would dare to stop them as long as they revealed their identities. However, it was not her style to do so. Even if she was willing to do so, she could not help but cower when she thought about Duan Lingtian. She did not know how to face him. Liu Luo, your third senior sister is right. Let's wait here for the news. Zhou Shuqiu looked at Liu Luo and comforted her. It'll take at most a day before the results are out. In the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's residence, Biyao Xian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, had also heard about the incident outside the Tai Yi Celestial Sect's shop. That purple-clad brat is the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect? Biyao Xian was slightly surprised when he heard about this. He had a deep impression of the purple-clad brat. He was even envious of the purple-clad brat. He wished he could replace the purple-clad brat as the perfect white-clad woman's lover. A brat who's not even 100 years old dares to claim he's capable of refining the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill? I'd like to see how the Tai Yi Celestial Sect is going to deal with this. Biyao Xian sneered as though he was waiting to watch a show. The old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. You'll die during the alchemy conference. Biyao Xian's eyes flashed coldly when he thought about the old man who led the group of people from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. He had gone to great lengths to come up with a perfect plan to kill the old man. If everything went according to plan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect would die during the alchemy conference. As long as that old man dies, the rest of the people from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect are nothing to worry about. That perfect woman in white will also become my plaything. Biyao Xian's eyes burned with desire when he thought about the perfect white-clad woman. He wanted to kill the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect not only because the old man had disrespected him, but also because the old man was an obstacle to him obtaining the white-clad woman. As long as he could get rid of this obstacle, it would be a piece of cake for him to obtain the white-clad woman. Outside the Tai Yi Celestial Sect's shop. In just a blink of an eye, it had been 9 hours since Duan Lingtian took out his prominent celestial pill cauldron and began to heat it. It's been 9 hours, and he still hasn't finished heating the cauldron. How can he refine the overarching heaven pill with this speed? What a fool. What a fool. Based on his cauldron heating speed, even if his prominent celestial fire is of good quality, his celestial alchemy skill is not worth mentioning. With such a heating speed, I'm afraid he might not even be able to refine an ordinary prominent celestial pill. It seems like he'll need more than 10 hours to heat the cauldron. How dare he claim he can refine the overarching heaven pill with this level of skill? How dare he bet his Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability with the supporting Sun celestial sect and the Thousand-Leaf celestial sect? He's seeking death. 9 hours later, the onlookers outside the Tai celestial sect's shop whispered among themselves. It was as though they were certain Duan Lingtian would not be able to refine the overarching heaven pill. He still hasn't finished heating the prominent celestial pill cauldron after 9 hours? How dare he act so smug in front of me? Guan Qifei sneered as he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was focused on heating the cauldron. A newborn calf isn't afraid of a tiger. Let's see how you're going to explain this to the Tai celestial sect. Qing De Gang, the direct disciple standing behind Tan Jingyi, looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly. Meanwhile, Lian Qingyi and Xiao Teng, the sect leaders of the supporting Sun celestial sect and the Thousand-Leaf celestial sect, finally felt relieved. However, when they looked at the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect again, they discovered the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect remained calm. It was as though he was not worried at all by Duan Lingtian's slow heating speed. The other 3 prominent celestial alchemists from the Tai celestial sect were also calm. However, at this moment, they no longer thought the 4 prominent celestial alchemists were confident in Duan Lingtian. Instead, they thought the 4 prominent celestial alchemists were still stubborn even though they knew Duan Lingtian could not refine the overarching heaven pills. Humph. Let's see how long you can last. Lian Qingyi scoffed inwardly. Time continued to pass by. 2 hours passed in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally made his next move. He's done heating the cauldron. 11 hours. It took him a total of 11 hours to heat the cauldron. Based on his heating speed, even if his prominent celestial fire is of a low grade, he's only a mediocre celestial alchemist. It's already difficult for him to refine prominent celestial pills, let alone the overarching heaven pills. Now that he's done heating the cauldron, he'll only be able to buy 2 or 3 days at most. Chapter 2850. For Duan Lingtian, delaying the time to heat the cauldron to 11 hours was an extremely intense torment. It was to the extent that this process could cause one to break down. It was similar to how a person on Earth who owned a top sports car could only drive at a speed of 10 kilometers per hour for 11 hours on an unobstructed track. For 11 hours, on a smooth and unobstructed track, the top-notch sports car only managed to run 110 kilometers. Any normal person would go crazy. After 11 hours, Duan Lingtian, who had successfully heated the cauldron, felt as though he had been given a new lease on life. Let's go all out. Duan Lingtian thought to himself after he finished heating the cauldron and heaved a sigh of relief. A gleam flashed across his eyes. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian did not use his full strength in the subsequent steps of the pill refinement. He held back most of his strength. What a clumsy alchemy technique. He wants to refine the overarching heaven pill with this level of skill? Is he joking? As the saying went, the layman only enjoys the show while the expert appreciates the skill. When the group of mediocre celestial alchemists brought by Guan Qifei saw Duan Lingtian's skill, they shook their heads in disbelief. Many mediocre celestial alchemists thought Duan Lingtian was inferior to Duan Lingtian. In fact, they thought Duan Lingtian's alchemy skill was inferior to theirs. How can he be the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect with this level of skill? A mediocre celestial alchemist standing behind Guan Qifei said disdainfully. Do you really think he's the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect? His alchemy skill is far inferior to the 3 prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai celestial sect. Even if the Tai Celestial sect wants to select a chief celestial alchemist, he won't be able to do it. That's right. The chief celestial alchemist is just a gimmick created by the Tai Celestial sect. Their goal is to mislead us into thinking that the Tai Celestial sect has someone who can refine the overarching heaven pill. I'd like to see how the Tai Celestial sect is going to deal with this. The group of celestial alchemists behind Guan Chi Fei were whispering among themselves. Their voices were loud and clear even though the surroundings were quiet. Immediately, everyone knew that Duan Lingtian's pill refining speed was not only pathetically slow in heating the cauldron, but also in the following steps. He's only at the level of a mediocre celestial alchemist. His pill refining skills are so lousy, but he managed to obtain a prominent celestial fire. Isn't his luck a little too good? There was no lack of celestial alchemists among the onlookers. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, their eyes were filled with envy. It was not difficult for these celestial alchemists to figure out what Duan Lingtian was capable of. Duan Lingtian's alchemy skills were only at the level of a mediocre celestial alchemist, let alone a prominent celestial alchemist. On the other hand, the people from the supporting Sun Celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial sect felt relieved when they saw Duan Lingtian's alchemy skills. 3 Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Sect leader Xiao, it seems like our trip to Alchemy City is going well. Lian Chengyi, the sect leader of the supporting Sun Celestial sect, said with a smile as he looked at Xiao Teng, the sect leader of the Thousand Leaves Celestial sect. Indeed, it's going well. Xiao Teng nodded with a smile. Let's just take it as a good start. When the alchemy conference begins, perhaps the Thousand Leaves Celestial sect will be able to win some other prizes. During the alchemy conference, the competition between celestial alchemists was mostly based on bets. Small bets included ordinary pill formulas, small amounts of celestial crystals, low-grade cultivation methods, celestial methods, and divine abilities. Large bets included large amounts of celestial crystals, high-grade cultivation methods, celestial methods, divine abilities, and rare pill formulas. In fact, some sects would even bet their king-grade celestial weapons. Those sects who were bold enough to bet their king-grade celestial weapons were usually powerful and had a strong foundation. The Tai Celestial sect, on the other hand, only dared to use their king-grade celestial weapons as a wager. They did not dare to use their king-grade celestial weapons as a wager. After all, even if they won, the Tai Celestial sect might not be able to keep their king-grade celestial weapons. Although the Tai Celestial sect might have some older generation powerhouses hiding in the 6 southeastern regions to protect the Tai Celestial sect, they would only do so when the Tai Celestial sect was in danger. However, these older generation powerhouses would only appear when the Tai Celestial sect was on the brink of destruction. They would not interfere when the Tai Celestial sect was robbed of their king-grade celestial weapons. For this reason, although the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect had brought out a king-grade celestial weapon, he only dared to bet offensive and defensive celestial methods, divine abilities, and other items. He did not dare to bet king-grade celestial weapons. Even if the Tai Celestial sect won the bet and obtained the other king-grade celestial weapon temporarily, they would not be able to keep it. A good start? Lian Chengyi smiled brightly when he heard Xiao Teng's words. It was as though the 3 Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities of the Tai Celestial sect were already in the supporting Sun Celestial sect's possession. Still trying to act tough? Lian Chengyi looked at He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect, Sita Ming, and the others. When he saw their calm expressions, a disdainful sneer appeared on his face. You're just a lucky brat. How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me, Guan Chi Fei? Guan Chi Fei sneered as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Although Tan Zhengyi remained silent, a confident smile could be seen on his face. Time continued to pass. In just a blink of an eye, a day had passed. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had reached the final step of refining the overarching heaven pill. Pill collection. Based on his actions, it seems like he'll be collecting the pills in half an hour. Meanwhile, the group of celestial alchemists outside the Tai celestial sect's shop could see that Duan Lingtian was nearing the end of his pill refining. His cauldron must be filled with useless medicinal dregs. I'd like to see how he's going to collect the pills. Guan Qifei's eyes were filled with disdain as the sneer on his face deepened. Smack! Without any warning, Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand and slapped the cauldron, causing it to shake violently. He's about to collect the pills. I thought he'd delay for a while. I didn't expect him to collect the pills so quickly. Perhaps, he knows there's no point in wasting time. After all, there's no pills in his cauldron. It doesn't matter if he collects the pills now or later. The eyes of the celestial alchemists present on the scene lit up when they saw Duan Lingtian's actions. Usually, even if a prominent celestial alchemist was refining pills, many of the powerhouses present on the scene would be able to use their divine consciousness to probe the situation inside the cauldron. However, after Duan Lingtian began to heat his cauldron, even the sect leaders of the supporting Sun Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect were unable to probe the situation inside the cauldron with their divine consciousness. Although they were surprised by this, they were not too surprised. After all, some prominent celestial fires were capable of preventing divine consciousness from probing the cauldron. They could even block the divine consciousness of a celestial king, let alone a celestial duke. It did not mean these prominent celestial fires were extremely powerful. Perhaps, these celestial fires just happened to have the property of preventing divine consciousness from probing the cauldron. Celestial fires were born from heaven and earth. Even the most powerful celestial would not be able to resist them. Some celestial fires had the property of preventing divine consciousness from probing the cauldron. For this reason, the sect leaders of the supporting Sun Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect, and even those who were unable to probe the cauldron with their divine consciousness had no choice but to wait patiently for Duan Lingtian to complete the last step of refining pills. After all, they were unable to probe the process with their divine consciousness. Just when everyone thought there were no medicinal pills in Duan Lingtian's cauldron. Under everyone's watchful eyes, 3 streaks of black light shot out of the pill cauldron as though they had transformed into 3 bolts of black lightning. In just a blink of an eye, they entered Duan Lingtian's hand. Swoosh! 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 In the next moment, the sound of wind whistling rang in everyone's ears. They saw the sound traveling at the speed of light. They heard the sound traveling at the speed of sound. The speed of light was faster than the speed of sound. For this reason, everyone only saw the 3 pills shooting out of the cauldron before they heard the sound of the pills leaving the cauldron. In the next moment, the entire place fell silent. After a few moments, 3 overarching heaven pills? How's this possible? He's joking, right? Outside the Tai Celestial Sect's shop, everyone regained their senses. They turned to look at Duan Lingtian and the 3 pills in Duan Lingtian's hand. Their expressions changed again as though they had seen a ghost. Did he really manage to refine the pills? Are those really overarching heaven pills? The top prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill? How's this possible? How can he refine the overarching heaven pills? Don't tell me the medicinal herbs he used earlier are for refining other pills? The pills in his hand are mediocre celestial pills? Impossible. The medicinal herbs he used earlier are required to refine the overarching heaven pills. Moreover, based on the aura of the pills in his hand, I'm certain they're prominent celestial pills. I've probed with my divine consciousness. There are indeed 3 overarching heaven pills. Some of the celestial alchemists voiced their doubts after they regained their senses. However, these doubts were quickly denied by the celestial alchemists present on the scene. Moreover, some of the celestial alchemists present on the scene with their divine consciousness had confirmed the pills in Duan Lingtian's hand were prominent celestial pills, the overarching heaven pills. No. No. Impossible. Impossible. Guan Qifei's face was pale. He was so shocked that he took a few steps back. However, his eyes and face were still filled with disbelief. Chapter 28:51. Guan Qifei, the prominent celestial alchemist of the supporting Sun Celestial sect, and Tan Zhengyi, the vice-sect leader of the Thousand Leaves Celestial sect, had extended their divine consciousness as soon as the three pills left the cauldron and shot toward Duan Lingtian. Before Duan Lingtian caught the three pills, he had already investigated the pills and confirmed they were none other than the prominent celestial pills, the overarching heaven pills. Although the success rate of refining 3 overarching heaven pills was not high, it was still very high. However, even if it was just 1 overarching heaven pill, it was enough to prove the purple-clad young man was capable of refining overarching heaven pills. Even if he had only refined 1 overarching heaven pill, the supporting Sun Celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial sect would still lose the bet. Overarching heaven pills. He actually managed to refine the overarching heaven pills? While Guan Qifei and Tan Zhengyi's expressions changed drastically, the expressions of the 2 sect leaders behind them, Lian Chengyi and Xiao Teng, were as ugly as they could be. Just a moment ago, they had thought victory was within their grasp. However, at this moment, they felt as though they had fallen from heaven to hell. The difference was too great for them to accept. He really managed to refine the overarching heaven pills? His alchemy skills are so lousy, but he managed to refine the overarching heaven pills? Is this a joke? I thought his prominent celestial fire was only able to block my divine consciousness because it's blessed by heaven and earth. However, it seems like it's because his prominent celestial fire is of such a high grade that it's able to repel my divine consciousness when I'm a celestial duke. His prominent celestial fire is of such a high grade? Impossible. If his prominent celestial fire is of such a high grade, why would it take him 11 hours to heat up the cauldron? Moreover, based on his expression, it's obvious he was exhausted when he finished heating the cauldron. The people outside the Tai Yi Celestial Sect's shop were shocked and in disbelief when they saw Duan Lingtian had successfully refined the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pills. Many celestial alchemists were puzzled by how Duan Lingtian managed to refine the overarching heaven pill with such mediocre skills. This completely defied common sense. At this moment, no one thought that Duan Lingtian was holding back. First of all, Duan Lingtian was not very old. He was not even 100 years old. It was already very rare for him to have the level of alchemy that he just displayed. Secondly, they didn't think that Duan Lingtian needed to hide his strength. What a pity for those overarching heaven pills. When everyone's eyes fell on Duan Lingtian again, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Even though he had intentionally concealed his strength and did not perform at his usual level, he still managed to concoct 7 overarching heaven pills. However, he only took 3 of them. The remaining 4 were still in the cauldron. Because he did not collect them in time, they were all burned by the 3rd form Chaos Divine Flame. Naturally, if he did not collect them in time, even an ordinary celestial fire would burn them to ashes. I can only hope that the 4 overarching heaven pills will be of some use during the alchemy conference. At the very least, although they know that I, Duan Lingtian, can refine overarching heaven pills, they also know that my success rate is not high. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He did not take out all 7 overarching heaven pills because he wanted to conceal his strength and not reveal his alchemy skills. Today, he had only successfully refined 3 overarching heaven pills. This news would soon spread throughout Alchemy City. At that time, everyone in Alchemy City would know about it. With this, he might even be able to compete with other prominent celestial alchemists who were also capable of refining overarching heaven pills during the alchemy conference. During the alchemy conference, the celestial alchemists would bet on the heat of the cauldron, the success rate of refining the same type of celestial pill, and many other kinds of bets. It was a feast for the eyes. These were all things that Sita Ming had told Duan Lingtian. Sect Master Lian, Sect Master Xiao. Thank you for your immortal arts and divine abilities. After a few moments, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. He looked at Lian Chengyi, the sect leader of the supporting Sun Celestial sect, and Xiao Teng, the sect leader of the Thousand Leaves Celestial sect. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lian Chengyi and Xiao Teng were so angry that they wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, but they held themselves back. Put aside the fact that so many people were watching them, they could not afford to lose face. Moreover, they were wary of He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial sect. Although they were 8 trigram celestial dukes like He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial sect, they were not ordinary celestial dukes. However, He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial sect, was an 8 trigram celestial duke from the older generation. He was much stronger than them. Even if they joined forces, they were not 100% confident they could defeat He Shan. Master Duan, you've hidden your strength well. It seems like Senior He Shan wasn't lying from the beginning. With your alchemy skills, you're definitely worthy of being the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi Celestial sect. Xiao Ting said as he took a deep look at Duan Lingtian after he caught his breath before Lian Chengyi. At the same time, he raised his hand and threw a memory celestial talisman at Duan Lingtian. The memory celestial talisman flew toward Duan Lingtian and stopped in front of him. It was obvious the memory celestial talisman contained the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect's triple trait Duke grade divine ability. After Duan Lingtian caught the memory celestial talisman, Xiao Ting turned around and glanced at Tan Jingyi indifferently. Vice Sect Leader Tan, let's go back. Although Xiao Teng was trying his best to suppress the anger in his heart, there was a hint of coldness in his tone when he greeted Tan Jingyi. Yes, Sect Leader. Upon hearing Xiao Teng's words, Tan Jingyi knew the sect leader of the Thousand Leaves Celestial sect who rarely got angry was angry. He hurriedly followed after Xiao Teng. As soon as Tan Jingyi moved, his male and female disciples immediately followed closely behind. The male disciple, Qingde Gang, looked at Duan Lingtian before he left. The disdain in his eyes had disappeared and were replaced by dread. A prominent celestial alchemist who could refine overarching heaven pills, even if his strength in the celestial Tao was not as good as Duan Lingtian, would still be willing to kill Duan Lingtian to earn his favor. He's really not even 100 years old? Qingde Gang was still confused. He could not figure it out. How could a brat who was not even 100 years old be a prominent celestial alchemist who could refine overarching heaven pills? When the 4 people from the Thousand Leaves Celestial sect left, the crowd parted to make way for them. Even the whispers died down. It was only after the 4 people from the Thousand Leaves Celestial sect had left that they dared to continue whispering. The Thousand Leaves Celestial sect went for wool and came home shorn. Not only did they fail to obtain the Tai Yi Celestial sect's triple trait Duke grade celestial methods and divine abilities, but they even lost one of their own divine abilities. Although the Thousand Leaves Celestial sect only lost one of their triple trait Duke grade divine abilities, that triple trait Duke grade divine ability is a triple trait Duke grade divine ability. In terms of value, it's not inferior to the Tai Yi Celestial sect's triple trait Duke grade celestial methods and divine abilities. And the supporting Sun Celestial sect. I'm afraid Lian Chengyi, the sect leader of the supporting Sun Celestial sect, wants to kill Guan Qifei as well, right? It's not Master Guan's fault, right? After all, none of us expected a celestial alchemist who's not even 100 years old from the Tai Yi Celestial sect would be able to refine a top prominent celestial pill like the overarching heaven pill. Everyone's eyes shifted to Lian Chengyi and Guan Qifei, the prominent celestial alchemist of the supporting Sun Celestial sect, respectively. Hearing these whispers, Guan Qifei cautiously raised his head and glanced at Lian Chengyi. He happened to meet Lian Chengyi's slightly cold gaze. Sect leader, I'm sorry. I didn't know he's capable of refining the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill, when he's not even 100 years old. Guan Qifei apologized to Lian Chengyi through voice transmission. Naturally, he thought to himself, I'm not the only one who wants to bet. If you don't want to bet, there's nothing I can do about it. Guan Qifei was slightly displeased when he saw Lien Xingyi's cold gaze. It seems like there's no need for me to stay in the supporting Sun Celestial sect after the alchemy conference. It was also because Lien Xingyi didn't know Guan Qifei's current thoughts. Otherwise, he would definitely have the thought of immediately killing Guan Qifei. Master Guan, there's no need for you to apologize. You're not the only one who's to blame for this. I'm the one who's to blame as well, Lien Xingyi hurriedly said through voice transmission when he realized it was inappropriate for him to look at Guan Qifei coldly. However, Guan Qifei chose to ignore Lien Xingyi's words. Master Duan, you're really good at hiding things. Lien Xingyi took out a memory celestial talisman that contained the supporting Sun Celestial Sect's offensive and defensive Duke-grade celestial method and passed it to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission, Master Duan, you can consider joining the supporting Sun Celestial Sect after the alchemy conference. The supporting Sun Celestial Sect is stronger than the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. We even have a 9 Palaces Celestial Duke. If you join the supporting Sun Celestial Sect, we're willing to make you our chief celestial alchemist. In fact, the supporting Sun Celestial Sect won't reject your request as long as it's within our means. Lien Xingyi said through voice transmission. He was clearly trying to convince Duan Lingtian to join the supporting Sun Celestial Sect. Sect leader Lien. Duan Lingtian did not reply to Lien Xingyi through voice transmission. Instead, he said, you're saying that if I join the supporting Sun Celestial Sect, you won't reject my request as long as it's within the means of the supporting Sun Celestial Sect? Master Duan, Lien Xingyi did not expect Duan Lingtian would reveal his intention to poach the Tai Yi Celestial Sect so quickly. His face paled slightly. After all, this was not something to be proud of. You're tuning in to the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.